God-tier system, rising to power from massaging a gorgeous married woman, conquering every cold beauty along the way. Chapter 1. The God-tier system begins with a massage. Bufan was dead. In his past life, he had lived like a spineless coward and died without ever losing his virginity. Heaven must have had mercy on him, because he was reborn into a parallel world. Sis, is this massage pressure okay for you? Not bad, Xiao Ji. Oh tilde right there, yes, keep going. Oh tilde that feels so good. After graduating, Bufan had been lured by a high salary into becoming a masseur at the upscale club Heaven on Earth. Unfortunately, none of the married women ever picked him. Can't blame them, he wasn't as handsome as the male models who worked there. Sis, time us up. If I keep going, I'm worried it might be too much for your body. Xiao Ji, have you thought it over? I can give you 20,000 yuan a month, and all you have to do is accompany me on trips and outings. Why work so hard? Every time she called him Xiao Ji, he felt there was some double meaning. When he didn't answer, the woman sat up. The bath towel slipped down, and her chest was fully exposed to the air. She looked to be in her early 30s, with delicate, alluring features and lips as red and tempting as fire. Her collarbones dipped elegantly, leading to a flawless, pale neck. Her bust was like an extravagant deluxe package, deep and impossible to gauge. Her waist was so slender that even sitting down, there wasn't a trace of fat on her stomach. Between her thighs, the towel barely covered the shaded garden, with hints of purple lace peeking through. Her long, pale legs glistened faintly under the light. Bufan gulped hard and awkwardly turned his head away, afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. Xiao Ji was already looking up, and he really didn't want to get in trouble. Sis, I've got another customer waiting. Please rest well. HMH. Am I not beautiful? You are. Then why won't you spend a night with me? Last chance 30,000. Bufan turned his back. Please put on your clothes. I'm not ready to die yet. He was still a virgin, how could he give his first time to a married woman? That'd be a massive loss. More importantly, her husband was a crime boss. The last man who touched her lost his manhood and one of his hands. That guy had been known as the right hand of God in Jiangju until he was ruined. Aren't you afraid I'll file a complaint against you? I'm ordering you stay with me tonight. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she spoke sharply. Whatever. I'm quitting right now. Bufan walked straight out of the private room. Bang, bang, bang. He slammed the locked door hard in the changing room. Just like that, his job was gone. For what reason? There was one thing he didn't say rumor had it the woman was HIV positive. None of the male models at Heaven on Earth dared to serve her. Only the newly hired Bufan had been tricked into it by the manager, and since then no one else would book him. He'd been stuck with her ever since. Why am I powerless and without status? Why can't I become a god among men? I want to go back to Earth. Ding. Detected a strong desire from the host. Binding God tier system. Bufan froze. What the hell? He had been reborn into this parallel world a month ago, an orphan, penniless, living in a rented basement. And now, finally, a system had appeared. The original body's owner had killed himself, leaving nothing but a suicide note saying this world isn't worth it and a tiny underground room. Ding. System binding in progress 6.9%, 69%, 96%. In his past life, Bufan had been an avid web novel reader. He knew exactly what a system meant, an absolute golden cheat. Ding. God tier system binding complete. A virtual screen appeared before his eyes. The God tier system allows the host to connect with all kinds of beautiful women. This system is dedicated to creating the ultimate man, wealth, power, and women, all at your fingertips. A shared boyfriend mode activated. Orders can now be taken. The system will randomly select female clients. It can adjust your appearance and conditions to meet their requests. You can choose to accept or reject each order. Completing orders will grant various rewards, including but not limited to luxury cars, mansions, and money with a chance for multiple times cash back. Bufan's eyes lit up as he read the panel. Slap, slap, slap. He smacked himself 3 times. The screen was still there, this was real. Ding. A customer is placing an order. Just then, someone knocked on the changing room door. Xiao Ji, last time I'll ask 50,000 a month, deal? Get lost. Get the hell out. Bufan. Pack your things and get out. How dare you insult a VIP? You're finished, no pay for you. Meanwhile, in the CBD of Jiangju Jinghua Tower, in the top floor CEO's office, a tall, elegant woman was signing contracts one by one. Even while bent over her desk, her curvy figure was impossible to ignore. Her two little rabbits rested lightly against the desk as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, radiating both allure and cool detachment. Her cold, unsmiling face carried a trace of fatigue. Rubbing her brow slightly, she glanced at her phone and frowned. Mom, what now? Didn't I say I'm busy tonight? Yi Qingyun, don't you realize how old you are? I want a grandson. A grandson. Either you go on a date tonight, or come home. Yi Qingyun sighed helplessly. Are you really my mother? You've seen the people you set me up with before. Didn't you notice the way they looked at me? What look? Admiring beauty is natural. I don't care if you don't go on a date. I'll send someone to bring you home. You're ruining a perfectly good Valentine's Day. She had absolutely no desire to get married. Her goal was to be a powerful businesswoman, not a housewife stuck nursing a baby. She had gone on blind dates before, but the men's eyes were full of lust, and they looked lacking. Not her type. Before she could put her phone down, a deep male voice came through. Qingyun, this is your father. Put work aside for now. You're 29. It's time to think about your future. The family business won't double overnight. First start a family, then grow your career. You're our only daughter. Do you want the Yi family line to end? You know my health ice and tea great. Today is Valentine's Day. You will go on a date. That's final. Looking at the disconnected call, Yi Qingyun took a deep breath and gazed out over the city from the floor to ceiling windows. She truly despised men who only valued her looks. Ding dong. A pop-up suddenly appeared on her phone. Have you been hurt by a scumbag? Are your elders forcing you to marry? Do you want a sweet romance? The shared boyfriend is here. He'll fulfill all your boyfriend fantasies. Not for 9,998 yuan, but only 998. Take him home today. Act now. What kind of garbage ad is this? Even GreenChat has gotten this disgusting? Moments later, her office door was knocked on. Come in. Her secretary, Zhong Xianwan, came in holding a huge bouquet of roses. President Yi, this is. Yi Qingyun cut her off. Didn't I tell you before? No matter who sends them, throw them out. Zhong Xianwan stuck out her tongue. Oh, there's also a document that needs your signature. I'll leave it here. Yi Qingyun picked up her phone again, staring at the shared boyfriend ad, then tapped on it. Chapter 2. The cold CEO's legs go weak. Yi Qingyun finished downloading the shared mail God app, and a smart voice sounded. Since you are this app's very first customer, you get the special first order price of 998 yuan. Please state your request. Yi Qingyun thought to herself that this app was quite intelligent. It didn't really feel like a scam. Then I can choose any kind of boyfriend I want. Please write down the exact requirements for your perfect boyfriend. The system will assign you a male god according to your request. 998 ISNT, expensive, cheaper than a lipstick. Fine, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll have security throw him out. At that moment, Bufan had already been waiting in his basement rental for over 10 minutes. A ding, the client has placed an order. Will the host accept it? Accept, accept, accept. I hope my first job makes me a total heartthrob. Ding, order accepted. Client, Yi Qingyun, beautiful CEO of Yi Group. Duration, 24 hours. Bufan was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the system to be real. For a broke student fresh out of college like him, there was no way he'd normally get close to a CEO, let alone a beautiful one. He scrolled further down and almost jumped for joy. Hello, male god. My requirements: handsome, tall, strong, good character. Just accompany me through Valentine's Day. Might possibly meet my parents, but not certain. Arrive at Jinghua Tower, Yi Group headquarters, within 1 hour to pick me up. Ding. The system is now adjusting the host's physical appearance to match the client's requirements. If the order is perfectly completed, the appearance may be permanently retained. Bufan felt a current sweep through his whole body and let out a satisfied oh. Ding. Since the first order is the special 998 deal, this system grants the host the unfailing golden spear skill for emergencies. A luxury mansion in Chenfu Academy has been prepared for the host as temporary housing during the task. A Koenigsegg worth tens of millions is parked in the Chenfu Academy underground garage. Task use only. 10 sets of custom designer suits are in the mansion's wardrobe. Your agricultural bank account ending in 8023 has received 100 million Huaxia yuan. Current balance, 100,520.21 Huaxia yuan. A ding, 100 million yuan has been credited. Considering the CEO's lavish lifestyle, this amount is only for client use. If the order is perfectly completed, you will receive a random cashback multiplier. Ji Bufan's hands trembled as he stared at the text message 100 million. Damn, he'd never seen that much money in his life. He quickly called a ride-hailing car. Luckily, Qianfu Academy wasn't too far, so he had time. Taking one last look at the cramped basement, he murmured, "Better to never meet again than linger in each other's world." Soon he was standing by the roadside, waiting. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at him. He hadn't even looked in the mirror yet, but this face was more handsome than Daniel Wu's, crushing who GS looks. At 188 centimeters tall, even a cheap t-shirt couldn't hide his charisma. Two passing girls squealed. "Sis, he's so hot. I think I'm in love. What do I do? What do I do? I want him tonight. Hey, watch your language. That's totally shameless fine. If you insist, I'll join you. Handsome guy, can we add you on Green Chat? We don't have plans tonight, Tilda." Screech. The sound of sharp braking cut their flirting short. Ji Bufan gave them an apologetic smile, opened the car door, and got in. "Sis," he smiled at me. He smiled. "So handsome. I want to roll in bed with him. He's gone. Stop staring. Besides, your chest is smaller than mine if he doesn't like me. He's not gonna like you." Lies. Mine's bigger. In the taxi, Ji Bufan turned on the front camera. First look, an unrivaled heartthrob. Second look, he almost wanted to date himself. About 20 minutes later, he arrived at the Qianfu Academy mansion, took a cold shower to cool down, picked a sharp custom suit, styled his hair, and drove the Koenigsegg CCXR to Jinghua Tower. Yi Group headquarters, 50th floor front desk. Zhong Xianwan was mechanically sorting through piles of flowers. New and Ji, why hasn't the CEO married yet? Never even seen her date. Look at all these guys, every holiday they send flowers and gifts. She can't even throw them all away fast enough. Xianwan, a flat-chested beauty, snapped, "If you two gossip instead of helping me clean this up, I'll tell the CEO." The two busty receptionists giggled. "Why scare us, sis? The goddess CEO is every man's dream, but she ignores all those rich heirs. If she'd just give me one of them. Dream on. Actually, since we're all free tonight, wanna bet if the CEO will go on a date? I bet she won't. Same here. Loser treats everyone to dinner." Just then, a tall figure walked in through the automatic doors. Ji Bufan's perfect looks and refined aura made people want to throw themselves at him. Xianwan and the receptionists froze. "Hello, I'm here for Yi Qingyan. She asked me to pick her up," Ji Bufan said casually. Xianwan swallowed hard. "Pick up President Yi. You sure? I'll call her." Holy crap, this was huge news. The CEO secretly dating? And the guy was hotter than most celebrities? "Hello, President Yi. A very handsome man says he is here for you." Yi Qingyan paused, then smirked. "Handsome? She'd seen more handsome men than fleas. Put him on the phone." Xianwan carefully handed her phone to Ji Bufan. Stealing glances, he was unreal. "Hello, I'm Ji Bufan," he said calmly. Yi Qingyan didn't expect his voice to be so magnetic. She was slightly intrigued. "All right, have Xianwan bring you up. 58th floor, CEO's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Xianwan, you can go." Ji Bufan was surprised at the youthful, alluring voice. Yi Qingyan was signing documents. She looked up and froze. This was the male god she ordered? Handsome. And not a scam. "Hello, I'm Ji Bufan, your boyfriend for the next 24 hours, he said, seating himself opposite her. Yi Qingyan noticed that while he looked slightly surprised at her beauty, his gaze held no lust. Unlike the rich heirs her parents introduced, whose eyes undressed her instantly. She was pleased. "I'm Yi Qingyan. I brought you here to deal with my parents. When we have dinner, would you mind taking some photos with me?" "Photos for your parents? You're this beautiful and they still pressure you to marry?" Ji Bufan asked. She nodded. "Yes, but you might run into a little trouble. Can you handle it?" "I wouldn't be here if I planned to quit halfway," he said coolly. She poured water, walked over with the glass, and looked at him with some appreciation. This man had an extraordinary calmness, interesting. But then, her high heel slipped. She fell straight into Ji Bufan's arms. His hand shot out to steady her but landed instead on two soft, full mounds. Huge. Realizing instantly, he quickly helped her up. Yi Qingyan took off her blazer, revealing a slim waist. Her soaked blouse clung to her skin, new tones and black lace faintly visible. Ji Bufan turned away toward the window-side sofa. "You okay? I'll wait outside." Chapter 3. The beautiful CEO is no match for me. Don't go. I think I sprained my ankle. Come over here and help me up. Yi Qingyan's face flushed red at this moment. She never expected that their first meeting would be so bloody. Bufan quickly put his arm around her waist and helped her sit on the sofa. The moment I put it in my hands, it felt extremely elastic. I must have done a lot of yoga. Yi Qingyan hissed in pain, but still said, "Thank you. I'm so sorry for splashing water all over you. I think I really sprained my ankle." She had never felt a man's embrace before, Bufan's solid chest, and especially his big hands. This was the first time she was hugged by a man. At this time, Bufan was half kneeling and took off Yi Qingyan's high heels by himself. What caught my eye was a pair of small, white feet with pink nails, which was so cute that I couldn't help but want to kiss them. There was a red circle around the ankle. Hissed Tilda, "It hurts." Bufan touched her and Yi Qingyan almost cried out. "A sprained ankle is a joint injury. There's no ice here. I know a few massage techniques. Can I give you some relief?" Yi Qingyan looked at Bufan doubtfully, but didn't see any lust in his eyes, so she nodded. Bufan covered her red and swollen area with his right hand and began to knead it slowly. His left hand was holding her slender calf. His massage skills have already been perfected. Otherwise, how could Big Brother's woman always click with him? Hum tilde ah. Yi Qingyan cried out in comfort. She had an unprecedented sense of comfort, and the pain seemed to disappear in an instant. Bufan touched her calf with his left hand. It was smooth and elastic. He pinched it slightly. Yi Qingyan shivered as if an electric current surged through her body. His right hand continued to massage her ankle, and he could feel Yi Qingyan's body trembling slightly. Bufan looked up and saw Yi Qingyan biting her red lips tightly, closing her eyes and looking up at the ceiling. At this time, Yi Qingyan's heart was about to jump out. She had never been touched by a man before, and this wonderful feeling seemed to have reached the peak of her life. As her breathing became more and more rapid, she felt that a surge of wild power was about to be released from her body. "No, I can't let him press it again." "Ah." Yi Qingyan wanted to speak up to stop him, but Bufan's hands moved at the same time, and at this moment, she suddenly pulled back her legs. He curled up on the sofa, gasping for breath. My head buzzed and little stars flew before my eyes. Bufan, you go out first, don't press it." This sentence seemed to have exhausted all the strength in his body. Bufan said okay and prepared to get up and leave. I looked up and suddenly realized that the sofa was black from this position. Maybe it was the glass of water that splashed here just now. It should be. Watching Bufan turn around and leave, Yi Qingyan limped into the suite and shyly curled up on a small bed. So embarrassing. She really couldn't understand why she reacted so strongly after Bufan gave her a few massages. Even my period isn't as strong as this. She was beginning to look forward to her date tonight. But you have to be a little reserved. That shouldn't be the case. How can that glass of water fly so fast? He waited outside the door for about 10 minutes. Yi Qingyan's cold voice came from the room. "Come in." Bufan found that she had changed her clothes directly, and the skirt was replaced with black pants. "Are you afraid that I'll discover some secret?" He smelled a hint of cinnamon in the air. Yi Qingyan limped as she tried to walk from the suite door to the sofa, but she almost fell down again. Bufan rushed over with quick eyes and hands. The two of them bumped into each other head-on, and only then did he truly feel Yi Qingyan's day. He put his arm around Yi Qingyan's slender waist and said softly, "Aren't you going to ask me to help you over? Are you a little idiot? Or do you want to sit in a wheelchair directly?" Yi Qingyan blushed and didn't dare to speak, letting Bufan do whatever he wanted. It's called supporting, but it's no different from hugging. The two of them were stuck together. Only at this moment did Yi Qingyan realize that the residue on the sofa had not been cleaned up. Her face flushed with shame and she didn't dare to look at Bufan. Bufan also noticed it and turned around pretentiously. Yi Qingyan quickly pulled out a few pieces of paper and wiped it roughly. "Bufan, I'm hungry, please go eat with me." She just wanted to leave this embarrassing office as soon as possible. "Okay, I will fully cooperate with you within 24 hours. Wherever you point, I will set, and I will attack." Bufan said lightly. Yi Qingyan snorted and made a phone call. "Xiao Nguyen, after I leave, send someone to clean my office inside and out. Remember, inside and out. If that doesn't work, replace all the furniture with new ones." Bufan, "If you don't help me up, I won't eat." Bufan quickly supported her, and Yi Qingyan took his arm and limped out of the office. What a coincidence. Otherwise, how could Zhong Xianwan be able to get the position of personal secretary? The efficiency is fast, and I brought the cleaning lady with me. Zhong Xianwan was a little confused. Why was Ms. Ye's skirt gone? When did you change into wide leg pants? No. She even changed into black stockings? No, no. What's wrong with the way you walk? Could it be that during these 40 minutes, they were in the office? Thinking of this, Zhong Xianwan's face turned red instantly. Is this still the Yi Qingyan, Ms. Yi, that she knows? They have such a close relationship, and she, as their personal secretary, just found out about it? Mr. Yi's confidentiality measures are too strict. Hello, Mr. Yi. Hello, sir. Yi Qingyan nodded seriously, and Ji Bufan also responded with a smile. There are not many workstations on the 58th floor, and most employees are concentrated on the 50th to 57th floors. But the employees on the 58th floor are all Yi Qingyan's direct subordinates, and they all hold important positions serving her. All girls. When have they ever seen Mr. Yi go out with a man? They were still holding hands, and the man was in there for more than 40 minutes. When Mr. Yi came out, he was lame. Holy crap, this is shocking news. Is Mr. Yi in love? Don't mention it. That guy is so handsome, even more handsome than my idol Daniel Wu. No, I found something even more exciting. Ms. Yi's black skirt disappeared. Oh my God, you're asking for death. Do you know what happens to eunuchs in the end? You know too much. At this time, Ji Bufan had already arrived at the first floor lobby with Yi Qingyan, and was preparing to find a high-end restaurant nearby for dinner. This was also what she meant. Yi Qingyan was not feeling well right now, so it would be okay for her to just have a meal and take some photos nearby. At this time, a man holding flowers outside the door walked towards them. Qingyan, I like you. Can I invite you to dinner tonight? Chapter 4. 1 billion yuan investment. Wan's group is a surety. Yi Qingyan glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and immediately turned her head away in disgust. The man continued to say sweet nothings. Qingyan, I've been pursuing you for so long, can't you just give me a chance to treat you to a meal? Ji Bufan looked at the man for a few times. To be honest, his overall appearance was good, comparable to that of a popular chicken brother, especially the little white hair, which was extremely eye-catching. Wan Hao walked forward while talking, and Ji Bufan seemed to not exist in his eyes. Qingyan, I like you and love you, really. As long as we get married, I swear that I will be a good man who takes care of my family. Doesn't the Yi group want to go public in a more? Until Ji Bufan reached out to stop him. In fact, Wan Hao had been waiting downstairs for so long, how could he not see the man Yi Qingyan was holding? This man was a few inches taller than him, and he had an innate noble aura that gave him a bad feeling. But he decided to ignore Ji Bufan. What if this was Yi Qingyan's cousin? Who are you? Wan Hao looked at Ji Bufan coldly. At this time, Yi Qingyan had already hidden behind Ji Bufan and saw that she didn't speak. Ji Bufan grinned. I'm Qingyan's boyfriend. This news was like a bolt from the blue, and the flowers in Marriott's hand fell to the ground. He yelled like crazy. I don't believe it. Who the hell are you? He has been pursuing Yi Qingyan for more than half a year. He has never played with this kind of top-notch female CEO with a curvy figure. In order to eat the best deep-sea abalone, he actually sends her flowers, food, and expensive gifts every day. Let her go. Get your stinky hands off me. Qingyan, tell me, I don't believe it. It's all fake, right? Yi Qingyan said coldly. Wan Hao, I don't have the slightest feeling for you. Bufan is indeed my boyfriend. Please stop pestering me. Seeing that the other party was about to attack, Ji Bufan quickly took a few steps back. His Tilda Yi Qingyan's leg was still limping, and she retreated a little too quickly. The pain made her purse her lips tightly. Ji Bufan reached his right hand behind her and wrapped it around her slender waist. Put her on the sofa in the hall. He said jokingly, you might as well just be stupid and sit here. Yi Qingyan's face turned red. She was so embarrassed with so many people watching. After get off work, Jinghua Building is well known for its many office workers. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, even she, the former cool and beautiful CEO, couldn't help but blush. Wan Hao's heart was bleeding as he watched from aside. This position should have been his. It was his. How dare this pretty boy? No, how come Yi Qingyan walks? Did they do that kind of thing in the office? Is there anyone who is as close to Guan and Bao as he is? Wan Hao's eyes were about to spit fire. Why? He had been pursuing Yi Qingyan for more than half a year and would even visit her parents during the holidays. Was her heart made of iron? Why did you betray me? This statement caused quite a commotion. Fuck, who is the mistress? Your CEO Yi is really good at playing tricks. Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Yi has never accepted Wan Hao, and that handsome guy is indeed the first time I have met him. Ding, to prevent an uncontrollable situation, The system has entered Level 3 alert. Ding. The host has acquired the fighting skills of a martial arts master. Ding. This order has increased the customer spending amount to no upper limit. Ding. The host's own temperament increases by 10 points. As the system's voice rang in his mind, Bufan's aura changed. At this moment, he was a mad dragon entering the world, with an extraordinary overall temperament and a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The superior's attitude was so overwhelming that Wan Hao couldn't help but take a few steps back. Wan Hao saw Yi Qingyan sitting on the sofa by herself, not even looking at him, but concentrating on looking at Bufan. He roared, "Yi Qingyan, are you really so heartless?" Yi Qingyan sneered, "You and I are already ruthless, so how can we be heartless? Master Wan, are you out of your mind?" Bufan turned around and glanced at her. This woman was really good at adding fuel to the fire. She was still provoking him at this time. Marriott laughed in anger and clapped his hands. Suddenly, dozens of men in suits and ties rushed in from outside the door, carrying briefcases and laptops. Yi Qingyan seemed to have thought of something, and her expression suddenly turned ugly. WAN Group announced that it will completely separate from Yi Group and withdraw its investment. As the man with glasses finished speaking, Wan Hao grinned and said, "Qingyan, I'd like to invite you to dinner. Is that okay?" Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes showed a rare look of panic. The WAN Group had invested 500 million yuan in the Yi Group. If the investment is really withdrawn, the cash flow of Yi-S will be cut off. WAN-S Group is a listed company. Yi Qingyan works so hard just to fulfill his father's wish and make Yi-S go public perfectly. If Wanjiao withdraws its investment, Yi-S will go bankrupt sooner or later without new capital injection. Master, this is this person's information. Wan Hao looked at the information in his hand and couldn't help laughing. Bufan, the masseur of Chanchengrenjian? Oh, no, he was fired today. Ha ha ha, Yi Qingyan, so you like poor pretty boys. If you had told me earlier, I could have cosplayed as a pretty boy. After saying that, his expression suddenly changed. What a pity, you've completely pissed me off. Boy, don't think you can do anything just because you have some physical resources. I'm afraid you'll break your teeth. Fuck, Mr. Yi actually keeps a gigolo. Shocking news. The Yi Group's president's reputation has collapsed. The WAN and Yi families are about to break up. Yi Qingyan pursed her lips and said nothing, her cell phone still ringing at this moment. It was a call from my parents. 10 missed calls. 15. 30. Yi Qingyan, your father has been so angry that he's been admitted to the hospital. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. You must accompany Master Wan for dinner tonight. Do you know the consequences of Wan's withdrawal of investment? Looking at the text message sent by her mother, tears flowed from Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes. Was she really going to commit herself to this playboy? She knew her father's health and that hospitalization was highly unlikely. Her mother must have used this as a threat, but withdrawing her investment. Ding, the situation is still under control. The host now has two options. A admits defeat and gives up the first mission. The consolation prize is 1,000 Chinese yuan. BBB. Bufan roared in his heart. Giving up on the first order? Is this even human language? B. The system has begun to acquire more than 50% of the shares of Wan's group. The host can invest in Yi's group, but there will be no return reward. He just wants to vent his anger now. Even if he doesn't make money from this order, he will protect Yi Qingyan. Bufan looked at Wan Hao, who was still shouting, and sneered. Stop it, you'll cry soon. Marriott suddenly attacked him and wanted to slap him in the face. Too bad he messed with the wrong guy. Bufan pinched his claws with his backhand and kicked Wan Hao on the calf. Marriott knelt in front of him in a very funny posture. Shame on you. Then Bufan slowly leaned in Yi Qingyan's ear and said, Don't worry, I'm all yours for the next 24 hours. Your troubles are my troubles. I will be a qualified boyfriend. Do you believe me? Yi Qingyan's heart suddenly calmed down. She was wondering why she was so dependent on this boyfriend whom she had just met. His words seemed to have a kind of magic that made people believe them, so they nodded. Yi Qingyan's ears turned red. She turned her head and wanted to say something, but her lips just happened to slide across Bufan's profile. Bufan smiled affectionately. With this kiss, I feel more confident. Then he shouted loudly, I declare that I will personally invest 1 billion Chinese yuan in the Yi Group. Wan Hao, who had been unable to speak from the pain just now, finally recovered and roared, Kill him. Kill him for me. You're showing off to me. You can just wait for me to go to jail. Stop it. Wan Hao looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly rushed in from outside the door. Dad? What's wrong with you? Rebellious son. Sooner or later, Mrs. WN will be killed by you. He kicked WN Hao and then bowed to G. Bufan. Mr. G, I apologize to you on behalf of my son. He was ignorant and a jerk. I hope you will stop. The WAN family is the family business I have built my whole life. Chapter 5. Kissing downstairs, extraordinary capital emerges. Dad, what are you doing? He's just a poor masseur who just graduated. I've investigated everything. I'm going to kill him. WAN Hao continued to shout despite WAN Ebia's obstruction. Bang! You bastard! Are you going to kill the WAN family before you're done? Do you know that just now, more than 50% of the shares of my WAN group were acquired by Bufan Capital? Mr. G is now the largest shareholder of my WAN group. You idiot! Get out of here right now. If Beau succeeds in this trick, he is afraid that G. Bufan will continue to cause trouble for WN Hao, so the best way is to just scold him away. It's a pity that Marriott has been a disappointing kid since he was young. At this moment, the hall was packed with office workers watching. Uncommon capital? Why haven't I heard of it? Is this handsome guy a real boss? Sure, keep your voice down. You were just mocking the boss. Aren't you afraid of being liquidated? Big news. Wan's listed company, valued at tens of billions, has changed hands. Is our yeast about to take off? Mr. G, I'm warning you, you'd better return all my Wan shares, otherwise I will kill you. WN Hao was still shouting. No, Yi Qingyan, is this your confidence? It turns out you set a trap for me a long time ago. I'm going to fuck you hard. G. Bufan looked at WN Hao coldly. He hadn't eaten the abalone yet. WN Hao had the audacity to speak so shamelessly about the woman he had his eyes on. Mr. WAN, right? Now that the share acquisition has been completed, there's no need to say anything more. I hope you can properly discipline your good son. G. Bufan's words were truly heartbreaking. What if Beau looked at the young man in front of him who had a strong aura of a superior? He looked back at his silly son and nodded helplessly. Mr. G, please rest assured. I will never bother Miss Yi again. WAN will withdraw from the Yi group today. Yi Qingyan covered her mouth and looked at the man in front of her in shock. She suddenly felt a little confused. Could this be the Prince Charming sent by God to save her? Extraordinary, extraordinary. Ah, what's wrong, Qingyan? Are your feet still hurting? G. Bufan heard Yi Qingyan calling him softly and hurried over to check her ankle. He directly put his hand into Yi Qingyan's trouser leg and gently kneaded her ankle through her black stockings. Let's leave first. It's making too much noise. G. Bufan nodded, and his demeanor changed immediately after he stood up, and he reserved his gentleness only for his woman. I don't want any news of what's happening here to get out. Mr. WN, is this request not too much? WN Ebiao, a man of great influence in Jiangzhou, acted like a grandson at this moment, nodding his head in agreement hastily, and the door to the first-floor hall was immediately closed. These social animals, both men and women, were impressed by G. Bufan's domineering aura. Boss G, I want to hang out with you. My dear man, look at me, look at me. Please don't let them delete your photo. I'll just keep one, just one. Zhong Xianwan supervised the cleaning of Yi Qingyan's office and just went downstairs to get off work when she was stunned by the scene downstairs. He quickly ran to Yi Qingyan and whispered, Boss Yi, do we need to call the police? Is it that the son of the WAN family is causing trouble again? Yi Qingyan explained for a long time, and her CEO secretary's eyes widened in shock. How about adding me tonight? Zhong Xianwan is Yi Qingyan's best friend. Although she works as a secretary, the two have a good relationship. Yi Qingyan cursed in a low voice with shame and anger. Zhong Xianwan, get out of here. She looked at G. Bufan's back and her heart beat faster and faster. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Is this what it feels like to be protected? Then she seemed to think of something and opened her phone in a panic. She only clicked on G. Bufan 24 hours. She wants to add another hour. Let's talk about it for another 100 years. Sorry, dear customer, the next order will have to wait 3 months. I wish you a happy life. Bufan, I'm hungry. She endured the pain in her ankle, jumped up and down, and hugged G. Bufan's arm. G. Bufan looked at the people standing in front of him and hugged the person in his arms like a princess. Yi Qingyan turned over slightly and buried her head in his arms, her D-cup constantly rubbing against his chest. She didn't care about her dignity at all. At this moment, she was not a cold and aloof female CEO. She is a little peach blossom waiting for you to pick. As the two were driving to find a restaurant, the system's voice sounded in G. Bufan's mind again. Ding, The wealth held by Bufan Capital has been temporarily frozen by the system. Due to the host's outstanding performance, the first order of 100 million Chinese yuan has been received. Ji Bufan looked at Yi Qingyan with joy. What a charming woman. Comfortable. Yi Qingyan blushed and said in a coquettish voice, "Look at the road first." Since they made the dinner reservation late, the two of them just found a Western restaurant and ate there. Both of them were absent-minded. Yi Qingyan didn't know how to ask him to stay, and Ji Bufan didn't know how to get him to stay at her house for one night. The roar of the Koenig finally stopped in front of a loft residential building in Jinlong Bay. Ji Bufan carefully helped the person out of the car and took out a necklace. Valentine's Day gift. Yi Qingyan looked at the open jewelry box and covered her mouth in shock. What is this? A Bellum heart-shaped diamond necklace? It's too expensive. I can't accept it. Ji Bufan grabbed her little hand and thought, my dear, how can I get the cash back if you don't accept it? The 1 billion investment and extraordinary capital have been frozen for me, and now they don't belong to me. Real money is the king. So he held her little hand affectionately and said, I don't want others to receive gifts while you don't. Yi Qingyan was so moved that she threw herself into Ji Bufan's arms. One person looked up, the other lowered his head, and their eyes met, and they just wanted to wipe it. Their lips were pressed tightly together, and their breathing gradually became heavier. Ji Bufan gently pried open her teeth, and their tongues entangled together. The moist feeling between her lips and teeth made Yi Qingyan even more emotional. She sucked gently, her passion ignited like a flame. Yi Qingyan pressed tightly against Ji Bufan. She slowly opened her mouth and pulled out a long, crystal-clear thread. Ji Bufan held her legs, and Yi Qingyan immediately rode on his waist. She murmured, Room 1069, carry me upstairs. Ji Bufan could feel her whole body trembling. While holding her, he put his hands under her clothes and gently stroked her smooth skin. She held Ji Bufan's big hand tightly, her eyes full of pleading. Ji Bufan lowered his head and kissed her again. Password. I can't help it. There was a loud bang. The door of 1069 slammed shut. Chapter 6 Don't come out. The house was already in a mess at this time. On the sofa in the living room, two people who loved each other sincerely hugged each other tightly. The obscene music in the apartment made people blush. Yi Qingyan was breathing heavily, her nostrils were flared, and her body was shaking uncontrollably. My girlfriend, it's so hot, can you turn on the air conditioner? As Ji Bufan stopped moving, Yi Qingyan's mind cleared up for a moment and she pointed at the TV cabinet. Her voice was a little hoarse, and her long hair fell freely on her chest, but it still couldn't cover up her amazing big D. Ji Bufan picked her up directly, and Yi Qingyan rode on his waist, moving forward in the moonlight. She hugged Ji Bufan's neck tightly, her heart almost jumping out of her chest. How could she be so let go? She didn't know why she was so crazy when she experienced sex for the first time at the age of 29. At this moment, she didn't even recognize herself. She was even a little obsessed with Ji Bufan's strong body. She remembered that whenever a male colleague touched her, she would wipe it for a long time. Ji Bufan held her with one hand and placed the other hand on her smooth back. The two of them hugged each other tightly and went straight to the second floor. On the soft mattress, Yi Qingyan's body turned into a puddle of mud, and Ji Bufan was still teasing her. The right hand of God is no joke. I'm making money, but I don't know how to spend it. I'm making money, but I don't know how to spend it. I'm holding my Nokia in my left hand. Ji Bufan heard Yi Qingyan's cell phone ringing in the living room downstairs and burst out laughing. The aloof and beautiful CEO is really unique. Otherwise, you should answer it, my girlfriend. Yi Qingyan lay on the bed with a charming look in her eyes, and asked in a soft voice about something irrelevant. Bufan, is this the only reason you're helping me? Ji Bufan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect her to ask such a question. But he still answered, yes, and no. Yi Qingyan felt very sad for a moment. Didn't those men approach her just to get her body? Then she let it go. This was their first meeting, so how could she talk about love? Wasn't she also a little obsessed with Ji Bufan's body? Ji Bufan explained, I've already said that within 24 hours, I'm yours. What's mine is yours. You're my girlfriend, and if you're in trouble, isn't it my responsibility to help you? What do you think? Yi Qingyan couldn't understand why she only spent 998 and got a billion investment. Although the contract had not been signed yet, she was deeply impressed by WN Ibia's words. More than half of the shares of WAN Group were pocketed by the man lying next to her. While chatting and laughing with himself, he was able to preside over a 10 billion acquisition. She had never heard of Bufan Capital. She felt that Ji Bufan was very mysterious and fascinated her. I'm making money, but I don't know how to spend it. Their conversation was interrupted again. Ji Bufan looked at Yi Qingyan, who had no strength left, and took the initiative to go downstairs to help her get the bag up. He hasn't lost it yet, but Yi Qingyan has lost it countless times. Hello, Mom. I'm having dinner with my friends. Why are you always on the phone? Qingyan, Mom doesn't want to bother you, but I'm still feeling uneasy. Your dad and I have already signed the agreement for Wan's withdrawal. What's going on with Bufan Capital injecting 1 billion? I just had the finance department check, and the money has arrived. Mom just sent the Bufan Capital people away. What's going on? When Yi Qingyan heard what her mother Liu Li said, she looked at the man beside her in shock. You, when did you? Ji Bufan was also shocked, thinking that the system was too fast and got things done overnight. Explained, I can get it done with just one order from the people below. If it's not enough, Yi Qingyan quickly said, enough, enough. She thought that if she made additional investments, Yi's shares would be squeezed out. What a stinky man. He would swallow her up too, right? Qingyan, who are you talking to? Mom is asking you a question. Where did you find such a large investment? Your father is not in the hospital. Mom was just trying to scare you. I'm sorry, my dear daughter. Mom didn't know you were really busy with work. Yi Qingyan was suddenly pinched and couldn't help but scream. She frowned at the bad man, feeling a little embarrassed and annoyed. What the hell are you doing? Did you go on a date tonight? It's such a beautiful day, Chishi Festival, and you're still in the office with those crappy documents. Liu Li was still chattering away, and Ji Bufan was a little angry. Isn't this delaying my injection? Hello, Auntie, Qingyan is talking to me about work. Zhong Lihua was overjoyed. Her daughter's old tree had finally blossomed. She had a date with a man, although it's work. Hey, kid, you, where are you from? Did Qingyan give you the cold shoulder? Ji Bufan didn't expect Liu Li to speak in this tone. Does she want to marry her off so much? Explained, I am the boss of the extraordinary capital you mentioned. Liu Li's tone instantly turned cold. Oh, it really is work. I thought we were on a date. Don't call me auntie. It's inappropriate. She had a preconceived notion that the CEO of such a capital company would be either a middle-aged man or an old man, and she never imagined that he would be such a handsome guy. Ji Bufan smiled and said, I'm 24 years old. It's normal for me to call you auntie. Sorry, I just lied. We were just dating. How about I wait for Qingyan to come home and explain it to you in detail? When Zhong Lihua heard that her daughter was 29, she softened and said, Oh, I knew you young people have common topics. It's my fault. You should have a good date. Yi Qingyan looked at Ji Bufan a little embarrassedly. My mother is like this. She can't wait for me to get married tomorrow. Then she bit her red lips and watched his reaction. Ji Bufan was really a perfect marriage partner. The key was that she didn't mind. She enjoyed being with Ji Bufan. Yi Qingyan blushed and hit him. Be gentle. I have to go to work tomorrow. Ji Bufan turned over and pressed down, and Yi Qingyan was about to fall apart. Afterwards, Ji Bufan covered the sleeping Yi Qingyan with a blanket and touched the bedsheet. It was already late at night. He carried Yi Qingyan to his side. He sat at the end of the bed, smoked a cigarette, and looked at Yi Qingyan with some worry. He thought to himself that this girl might be trying to get pregnant. If she really was pregnant, would he really become a father? Oh, she's too good at losing things. It seems she has a body type that makes her lose things easily. She's the ideal goddess for Otakus. Hee. Chapter 7. Enough milk. School beauty order. July 8th. Early morning. His Tilda. Yi Qingyan turned over, and the pain from her lower body immediately cleared her mind. When I lifted the quilt, I saw several strawberry bears on Big D. I sighed that it was fortunate that they were not on his neck. It's so annoying. It's so big, I can't even see the bottom. It blocks my view. Ji Bufan chuckled. Yi Qingyan quickly covered her head with the quilt, revealing half of her head to peek. I wondered why he hadn't left yet. He didn't want to wait for her to wake up and continue, right? She couldn't take it anymore, brother. Stop looking and get up and have breakfast. Oh, you go down first. Seeing that she was extremely embarrassed, Ji Bufan teased her by tickling the soles of her feet, then went downstairs humming a little tune. Ji Bufan, you big bad guy. If your brother is not bad, women will not love him. If you dawdle any longer, you will be late. Your parents are waiting for you at the company. What? Yi Qingyan was completely awake at this moment. Her parents had already arrived at the company? How can she meet people when she's limping like that? She sprained her ankle yesterday but was still able to walk normally. After a crazy night last night, she feels terrible pain every time she moves. She must be swollen. You bad man, I can't get down by myself. Bufan stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked at this woman whom he had never dared to imagine before, who was actually acting coquettishly towards him. After drinking milk to moisturize, Yi Qingyan's complexion became more rosy and attractive. Why did her 36D seem to have shrunk? Ah, it hurts, go slower. Yi Qingyan looked at Bufan with resentment, now acting like a little wife. Muttering, how can I go to work? You are so mean. I told you to slow down. Bufan gently placed her on the sofa, cupped her little face and kissed her, then pointed to the wheelchair beside her. I've sent someone over. After you fainted last night, I massaged you for a long time. I think you'll be able to walk normally tomorrow. Yi Qingyan didn't expect that Bufan had thought of everything he could think of. Thinking of her own wild screams last night, her face instantly turned red to her ears. Thank you. I didn't. I just fell asleep. Can you stay with me for a few more days? Bufan was stunned for a moment, but didn't say anything. He changed the subject and said, let's eat first. A hint of disappointment flashed across Yi Qingyan's eyes. She pouted and ate 2 steamed dumplings and half a bowl of millet porridge. The Koenigsegg sports car is indeed very cool to drive, but this wheelchair is really hard to put in the trunk. Jinghua Building, 58th floor, Yi Group President's office. A middle-aged couple in their 50s were laughing out loud because of Zhong Xianwan's amusement. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Yi Qingyan was sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by Bufan. As soon as he opened the door, he returned to his previous cold expression. Liu Li and Yi Zhongwo also saw the man who answered the phone for their daughter early in the morning. Without paying any attention to Yi Qingyan, the old couple stood up and stared at Bufan. The more you look at her, the more smiles appear on Liu Li's face. So handsome. Her appearance is perfect. They and my daughter are a perfect match made in heaven. She thought of hearing Bufan's voice last night and that it was Bufan who answered the phone in the morning. Liu Li covered her mouth and looked back and forth between her daughter and Bufan, as if she had discovered some big secret. Are you Qingyan's sister? Bufan's words stunned Liu Li. Yi Qingyan frowned and glared at Bufan, thinking, you are so sweet, why don't you use it on me? You bastard. Liu Li glanced at Bufan with satisfaction. Oh, old man, are you Mr. G from Bufan Capital? Bufan acted very modestly. Just call me Bufan. Seeing the atmosphere suddenly become cold, Yi Zhongwo quickly said, Xiao Nguyen, go and make some tea from my collection. Only then did he realize why his daughter came in a wheelchair. Daughter, what happened to you? Are you hurt? Yi Qingyan's face flushed, and she stammered, Dad, I sprained my ankle. Liu Li pushed Yi Zhongwo and glared at him. I've never seen you care about your daughter before. Why are you asking? Shut up. If outsiders knew that the CEO of Yi Group, a rising leader in the electrical appliance industry, was actually henpecked, it would be another headline in Jiangsu. Drink tea for a while. Liu Li asked directly, are you two friends? Before Yi Qingyan could speak, Bufan said, yes, Auntie, Qingyan is my girlfriend. Yi Qingyan sat in a wheelchair, her face flushed with shame and her head buried low. This little girl's attitude stunned Yi's father and mother. Is this really their cold and aloof CEO daughter? Liu Li asked again, is this extraordinary capital your family's assets, or? Mom, are you checking the household registration? Seeing that Liu Li asked so directly, Yi Qingyan was worried that Bufan would be disgusted. Bufan patted her little hands and said lightly, Auntie, this is my personal asset. I am an orphan, without a father or a mother, and I am the only one in the family. Liu Li was overjoyed and said, that's great. Yi Qingyan and Yi Zhongwo immediately covered their faces with their hands in shame and anger. They had a fierce mother and a fierce wife at home. How sad. How sad. Liu Li realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly explained, Bufan, that's not what I meant. I meant that it's not easy for you, my child. You have worked so hard to build such a big family business by yourself. Bufan also waved his hands with an embarrassed look and said that it was just good luck. Seeing the two of them behaving intimately, Liu Li asked an even more explosive question. How about you get married at the end of the year? Bufan, what do you think? Yi Qingyan and Bufan looked at Liu Li in surprise. They have only known each other for one day, less than 24 hours. Although they are husband and wife, their strength is somewhat unequal. Yi Qingyan was afraid that Ji Bufan would think that she was attracted by his money. Ji Bufan silently glanced at the balance, 105.20 million yuan. Absolutely not enough, he hadn't made enough money yet. Can't tie a knot. Liu Li continued to add fuel to the fire. Our Qingyan is not young anymore. Bufan, you are sincere, right? Don't worry, as long as you get married, the shares her father and I share will be transferred to your name, and it's not impossible for Yi's to change its name. This was also the result of the discussion between the old couple last night. If their daughter was really with the CEO of Bufan Capital last night, then they would also have to show sincerity. In fact, they hired someone to check the corporate data of Bufan Capital overnight, and found that the registered paid-in amount had reached a staggering 1 trillion Chinese yuan. This really shocked them. The top 3 companies in Jiangsu combined had only about 1 trillion in assets. This is a real rich son-in-law. Just now Ji Bufan said that he had no father or mother. Liu Li's heart was about to jump out of her chest when she heard it. Auntie, it's true that I like Qingyan. I think it's too early to get married. As a man, career is the most important thing. I still want to work hard. Don't worry, it won't take long. I will definitely not delay Qingyan. Ji Bufan said this sincerely and continued to talk for a long time. It was noon before Yi's father and mother left with satisfaction. Yi Qingyan locked the office directly. In the suite, she lay on Ji Bufan's lap and asked leisurely, "Are you telling the truth?" Ji Bufan smiled and said, "Which question are you asking?" Yi Qingyan didn't know whether she was afraid of being exposed or afraid of disappointing herself, so she shook her head and put her arms around his neck. "Kiss me." Ji Bufan's big hand reached directly into the collar, and the 36D breasts could not be held in one hand. Yi Qingyan's fair skin was covered with a layer of pink, and soon the two of them were naked. Her 36D breasts kept rising and falling, and she covered her mouth for fear of screaming out, and she didn't know how many times she lost it. Ji Bufan also reached the 100-meter sprint section on the playground, accelerating and accelerating continuously. He crossed the finish line. First place. Give it to me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first order perfectly. Reward. Appearance conditions. A permanently retained 100 million Chinese yuan has been received yesterday, and you can no longer participate in the cashback event. A reward. Martial arts master skills are permanently retained. Ding. A new order has been generated. A school beauty is placing an order. Chapter 8. Yi Qingyan is very sad. School beauty. Han Yoshua. Jiangsu University. Junior dormitory. Han Yoshua was lying on the bed with her feet up, browsing her phone. Her white and tender calves were slightly reflective in the sunlight. Suddenly, an advertisement popped up on the screen. Have you ever been hurt by a scumbag? Are you being pressured into marriage by your parents? Do you long for a sweet romance? Here comes the shared man. He'll fulfill all your boyfriend fantasies, and it's only 998. Act now. What the hell is this? A perfect boyfriend? All men are scumbags. Why can't I turn off this stupid ad? Welcome to the Shared Male God app. This intelligent female voice surprised her a little. Please write down all your fantasies about your boyfriend. Don't miss it. Yoshua, Zhonghao sent someone a note saying that you blocked him. Zhu Jingjing, her roommate and best friend. Han Yoshua put down her phone and opened the note with disgust. Sister Yoshua, I heard that you have signed up for a campus romance variety show. I will also participate and look forward to going on a 5-day honeymoon trip with you. Vomit. Han Yoshua almost burst out. Zhu Jingjing also got goosebumps. Why is Zhonghao so disgusting? He's so greasy. Han Yoshua crumpled the note into a ball and threw it into the trash can. Looking at the advertisement on her mobile phone, her eyes lit up. 998. If the guy who came was ugly, she could just return him. They would meet at the school gate, next to the security guard. If he really is a handsome man, she wouldn't mind giving it a try. Thinking of this, she picked up her phone and started operating. Appearance. Just good-looking enough, preferably someone on the level of Wallace Chung. Requirements. Participate in a campus romance variety show with me, no touching, be devoted to me, and don't choose other female guests. If you break the rules, I'll slap you to death. Time and location. At the entrance of Jiangsu University. Arrive before 4 p.m. Pay and turn off your phone, all in one go. Zhu Jingjing curled her lips. Yoshua, how could you believe this? This 998 is not as good as having a big meal. It's so good to be cheated. Han Yoshua explained, I checked the registration location of this software. It's in Jiangsu. If you dare to cheat me in Jiangsu, you're asking for trouble. Han Yoshua was tired from lying down, mainly because it hurt a little from milking, so she stood up and sat up. Because she was wearing a loose suspender, The inner lining was directly exposed, with white lace. I guess it started from C. Zhu Jingjing, who was standing by, was stunned. She was beautiful and had a great figure. She looked at her flat chest and drooled in pain. Han Yoshua started rummaging through boxes and drawers and brought out a large pile of clothes. I just picked a black bow top, a high-waisted plaid pleated skirt. I took off another pair of short black stockings, the kind that just covered the knees. Ignoring Zhu Jingjing's gaze, he started changing his clothes. As her clothes fell, her fair and smooth skin and white lace underwear were very pleasing to the eye. Han Yoshua was so embarrassed that she glared at Zhu Jingjing. She had never worn black stockings and such a short skirt before. She directly picked up the short black stockings, sat on the edge of the bed, stretched out her white jade-like feet, and inserted them in little by little. Pinching the edge of the black stockings and pulling them up little by little, the slender white calves look even more slender against the black stockings. Then she put on safety pants and a louvered miniskirt. Her well-proportioned and round thighs were without a trace of fat, and her fair and tender skin made people want to touch it. I put on the little top and looked at myself in the mirror. It was perfect. The black stockings just reached below the knees, revealing a large area of white, smooth skin between the hem of the skirt and the black stockings. Who can resist the sexy and pure school beauty? Zhu Jingjing was stunned. Yoshua, are you agreeing to Zhonghao? Han Yoshua complained while putting on makeup. What are you talking about? How could I agree to that kind of scumbag? I've decided to give it a try for the campus romance variety show audition this afternoon. Zhu Jingjing exclaimed. Are you crazy? Didn't you cancel your registration yesterday? Are you trying to charm all the male guests? I can't stand this. Can you let me touch you? Han Yoshua gave her a charming look, pursed her red lips, and said, My makeup is done. I'm prepared for any eventuality. Let's go and have a look first. If Zhonghao participates, then I won't. Zhu Jingjing was also stunned. Han Yoshua, who always wore no makeup, actually dressed herself up so beautifully to participate in a dating show? Who would believe it if she told anyone else? Could it have something to do with her silly smile at her phone just now? She wouldn't really believe that kind of scam software, right? Oh shit, could it be that she really has someone else outside? On the other side, Yi Qingyan's office. Ji Bufan carefully carried her to the boss's desk. The main reason was that Zhong Xianwan knocked on the door for a long time, but she didn't answer the phone and there was no sound. She thought something had happened to Yi Qingyan and almost called the police. Fortunately, reason prevailed. She looked at Ji Bufan, whose face was rosy, and then glanced at Yi Qingyan, who was signing the documents meticulously. She always felt that something was wrong. I sniffed it hard, and it smelled a bit intoxicating. Why is it so fishy? Ah. Zhong Xianwan saw Yi Qingyan's murderous look and immediately put down the documents and left. Yi Qingyan glared at Ji Bufan fiercely. She didn't know how many times she had lost it. Now her legs were weak, but she still forced herself to sit up. Ji Bufan suddenly took out a few pieces of paper and walked towards her. Yi Qingyan's legs were trembling. You, don't come over here. Bufan, let me go. I really can't take it anymore. Ji Bufan was stunned for a moment, then said with a wicked smile, I just wanted to wipe it for you. It's not clean. Yi Qingyan threw the document out in shame and anger. No need. Just don't touch me. Let me do something. She was really afraid of this man. This was an experience she had never had before and it would probably be unforgettable for her. Ji Bufan sat on the sofa and suddenly said, I should go now. The 24 hours are up. Yi Qingyan was stunned for a long time, nodded, and squeezed out a word, okay. She only rented him for 24 hours, and the next time would be 3 months later. She didn't know whether Ji Bufan would contact her on his own initiative. Ji Bufan walked to the boss's desk, bent down to kiss her, and left the office without looking back. Yi Qingyan looked at the car keys left on the table and said aggrievedly, You are so heartless. Who do you think I am? I don't want your stinky car. The car keys of the Koenigsegg CCXR, which was worth more than 20 million yuan, were thrown aside by her like a piece of trash. Ji Bufan didn't know that his behavior seemed to be trying to draw a clear line between him and Yi Qingyan. He just wanted to take advantage of the system as much as he could. The system didn't say that these things couldn't be given away. If it weren't for the lack of time, he would have wanted to give the temporary villa to Yi Qingyan. Mr. Yi, there's a gentleman downstairs who said he's here to deliver the vehicle transfer paperwork for you. Do you want to? Yi Qingyan said coldly, No need. Let him go. Xiao Nguyen, wait, take it. I'll return it to him personally next time we meet. Just as Ji Bufan stepped out of the door of Jinghua Building, the system's voice suddenly rang. Ding, a new order has been generated. Please check it as soon as possible. Jiangsu University campus beauty, Han Yoshua, 23 years old. What? Participate in a dating show. Chapter 9. The school beauty is very moved. Jiangsu University, Han Yoshua, 23 years old, photo JPG. Damn, so beautiful. Her looks are absolutely on par with Qingyan, except her breasts are a little small. Host interrupted this system and was deducted 520 yuan. Since the host exploited a system loophole and was given a sports car, from now on the host can only spend the dating money given by the system and cannot give the system any luxury cars, mansions, or other items prepared for the host. Damn it. You're using public power to settle personal grudges. Who told you not to explain clearly at the beginning? I won't accept it. If you interrupt the system again, 10,000 yuan will be deducted. Bufan shut up instantly. The system has prepared a luxury house and a Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions for the host. The date lasted 5 days, and 30 sets of haute couture outfits were hung in the mansion's closet. A dating fund, 100 million Chinese yuan, can only be spent on the date. The host can check the time and place by himself. If he completes this order perfectly, he will receive a random multiplier cashback. Bufan looked at the time and it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He smelled the scent on her body and found that Yi Qingyun's unique body fragrance still remained. He quickly called a taxi and rushed to a mansion not far from Jiangsu University and took a shower. When he went downstairs, he saw young people taking pictures around his Rolls-Royce worth tens of millions. Hello babies, Daddy's new car is home. This car must cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. When I get the money, I'll buy one too. It's too big and too long. Gangzi, even if your dad sold his company, he couldn't afford this car. Don't let anyone else spend it on you. This car is worth over 10 million. Bufan coughed a few times, pressed the unlock button, and sat in slowly. Don't envy me, I rely on rich women. He stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Fuck, this pretty boy is so handsome. What a pretty boy. He's much more handsome than my husband. He could definitely be a big star. I love him so much. I'd be so happy if he slept with me. Gangzi, is there something wrong with your sister's brain? Jiangsu University, at the school gate. Han Yoshua ate lunch in a short skirt and black stockings. The students around her almost fought for a seat in the cafeteria. Now, when she stood at the school gate with Zhu Jingjing again, her slender and smooth thighs attracted many scumbags, and many couples passing by broke up on the spot. Yoshua, why did you meet at the door? There are too many people here. Their looks are disgusting. Why don't you just leave? Jingma, calm down. If you want to watch, just watch. If anyone dares to get within 5 meters of me, I will beat him up. Han Yoshua said domineeringly. Suddenly, a BMW Z4 braked suddenly and stopped not far from her. A handsome man got out of the car and came straight over to Han Yoshua when he saw her. Yoshua, did you come here specially to wait for me? The audition is about to start. Let's go in together. Zhong Hao grinned brightly. If you don't know him, you might be deceived by his appearance. Zhong Hao got more than 10 girls pregnant in 2 years, but there were still girls who kept wanting to date him. Han Yoshua said coldly, get out of the way. If you move forward, don't blame my fist for being blind. I don't know you, so don't talk to me. And either call me classmate Han or call me by my name. Zhong Hao was not angry. He had plenty of patience. There were other tree-lined paths to play with, so he had plenty of time to get Han Yoshua. Mr. Han, don't be so resistant. You could have gotten to know me better when you participated in the dating variety show. I'm really not as bad as you think. Those are just rumors. Have you seen anyone sue me or condemn me? No, right? Zhu Jingjing sneered. Who made that person's family rich? He even flattened my stomach. What a sin. Zhong Hao glanced at Zhu Jingjing coldly, turned around and took out a huge bouquet of blue roses from the car. He originally wanted to give this bouquet to other female guests on the dating show, but who knew that he received news that Han Yoshua was participating again. I thought the note I wrote at noon took effect. I give it to you, don't reject me. Wow, isn't this senior Zhong Hao? So handsome. Yes, I really want to give birth to a baby for him. Zhong Hao, look at me, can we take a photo together? The praises from the girls around him made Zhong Hao feel a little elated. He looked at Han Yoshua with an evil smile. Bitch, when you spread your legs, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Mr. Han, I really just want to make friends with you, Zhong Hao, I've made it clear enough. I don't like you at all. Han Yoshua spoke very loudly, causing the scene to become quiet instantly. Zhong Hao's face turned blue and purple. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. but he had to pretend to be indifferent. It's okay, Han. See you on the romance show. Suddenly, someone exclaimed again. Holy crap, this is Rolls-Royce, so new. Why did it stop beside me? Prince Charming appears in the car, falls in love with me, falls in love with me. Bufan rolled down the window and said, Classmate, please move aside. You're blocking my way. Fuck, I'm dizzy with his handsomeness. The crowd dispersed, and Bufan saw Han Yoshua at a glance. She was wearing a baseball cap and a pure dress. She was really eye-catching. There are no blemishes on her oval face, her skin is fair and slightly red, and her pink little mouth makes people want to kiss it. Her frowning face is even more adorable. JPG. Bufan, an old driver, can play with those slender and tender white legs for several years. He parked his car in a parking space on campus and called her. Student Han, the one with the black stockings at the school gate. No, the one with the black baseball cap, is that you? Han Yoshua listened to the gentle male voice on the phone, looked around, but couldn't find her rented boyfriend. He whispered threateningly, It's me. Where are you hiding? Come here quickly, or I'll complain to you. She was already annoyed by Jonghao and the students who were watching her, and just wanted to leave the school gate as soon as possible. She regretted choosing this place to meet. Bufan got out of the car and slowly walked towards Han Yoshua. Wow, he's even more handsome than Senior Jonghao. Is he still human? Handsome guy, which department are you from? I, Liu Ruyan, like you. This shameless person has been criticized to death online, yet she still dares to show her face. Sisters, fuck her. Han Yoshua looked back following everyone's gaze. She was stunned. Bufan was shaking his phone at her. Is this man who is more handsome than Wallace Chung really rented by her? His gentle and deep eyes were set in a handsome and perfect face, and his slightly parted bangs were tilted up by the breeze. The straight nose, long straight legs, and broad body, he was exactly like the perfect boyfriend in her dreams. Han Yoshua was stunned. Mom Jing, I think I'm in love. Yoshua, I think I am too. Han Yoshua, my girlfriend, sorry for the long wait. Bufan's words once again caused a big splash on the slightly calm lake surface. Jonghao stared at Bufan intently. His smile had long disappeared. His eyes were full of murderous intent. How dare he snatch the woman he liked? Han Yoshua's face instantly turned red, and she whispered, Come on, take me away quickly. Let's find a place where there's no one and talk slowly. Girlfriend. School beauty Han is actually in love? Doesn't she hate men the most? TSK, didn't you see what he's driving? A big Lao, and it's so cool, I want him to play for free. Come on, stop embarrassing yourself at the airport. Oh my god, why are they heading to the location where the romance show was filmed? Chapter 10. A little bit of action, exemption from the love variety show test, being followed. Bufan let Han Yoshua pull him into the school. Jonghao ran over and stood in front of the two of them. Yoshua, what does he mean? Han Yoshua frowned at him and said, Are you deaf? My boyfriend, are you annoying? A good dog doesn't block the road. Bufan didn't say anything either, just watched the situation develop quietly. Jonghao ignored Bufan and quickly stepped forward to approach Han Yoshua. Just when he reached out to grab Han Yoshua, Bufan couldn't bear it anymore. He really thought he was a dead man. Han Yoshua took 2 steps back, stepped on Bufan's foot, and fell into his arms. Her little face instantly turned red. Her chest was so hard. Bufan helped her up, grabbed her hand and pulled her behind him. Jonghao, are you deaf or stupid? Didn't you hear what my girlfriend said? Or is there something wrong with your brain that you can't understand what people say? Jonghao sneered and said, You are the first person in Jiangda who dares to speak to me like this. If you have the courage, I advise you to let go of your dog claws. Bufan provocatively took Han Yoshua's hand, brought it in front of him, and bent down to kiss her. Han Yoshua did not pull back, but instead shyly hid behind him. He also glared at Jonghao provocatively. Jonghao's eyes were red with anger. What a shame. This was shitting on his head. Do you dare to challenge me? The loser will leave Yoshua. Han Yoshua frowned and glared at Jonghao. What the hell do you take me for? I think you're really sick and need treatment. Bufan patted her little hands and whispered in her ear, Believe me, don't you want to vent your anger? The hot air from his mouth made Han Yoshua shrink her neck involuntarily, and her ears turned red. She nodded as if possessed by some strange force, believing the man she had met for less than 15 minutes. Fuck, look at how close they are. It's obvious that Han Xiaohua is truly in love. You didn't know this. Jonghao has been pursuing Han Yoshua for almost a year. How could he bear to watch her being snatched away by someone else? This is going to be a good show. Ji Bufan asked directly, just tell me what you want to compete in. It's not impossible for me to play with you. Zhong Hao was so angry that he laughed. Okay, see you at the taekwondo gym. Whoever is a coward is a grandson. Everyone came to the taekwondo hall of Jiangsu University together. Brother Hao, you. Brother Hao, why are there so many people? Zhong Hao gave a hint, and these younger brothers deliberately bumped into Ji Bufan to deal with him. Ji Bufan smiled crookedly, and when they squeezed over, he pulled Han Yoshua sideways to avoid them, and even stretched out his foot to trip them. Boy, don't you have eyes? You're looking for death. Zhu Jingjing quickly pulled Han Yoshua to hide aside. The entire taekwondo gym was crowded with people. Let's go together. Ji Bufan moved his wrist and hit Zhong Hao with a few big punches. Zhong Hao's little brother was hit so hard that he saw stars and didn't dare to come any closer. At this time, Zhong Hao also came over from behind after changing his clothes. Seeing that his younger brothers' faces were swollen, his eyes became more vicious. He must make Ji Bufan pay the price. Brother Zhong Hao, keep going. Ruyan will always support you. Fuck, it's this bitch again, sisters, fuck her. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Zhong Hao figured out the feint to the east and attack in the west strategy. Ji Bufan admitted defeat. He won without fighting. He refused to admit defeat. His hands and feet were broken by his own mistakes. The plan was perfect. Ji Bufan sighed. Is all you can do is talk? Hurry up, my girlfriend is waiting anxiously. Zhong Hao roared, you asked for it. Finding the right opportunity, Zhong Hao launched a surprise attack, kicking Ji Bufan in the face with a high kick. He wanted to kick this face which was more handsome than his. Ji Bufan made a sliding tackle. Zhong Hao flew up into the air and fell flat on his face in the arena. Han Yoshua blinked her big eyes, which were full of little stars, and muttered, not bad, I'm pretty lucky. Zhu Jingjing said with a wicked smile, are you moved? Look at your eyes, they're almost tearing up. Don't you say you're not interested in men? Han Yoshua quickly covered her mouth and said, you light bulb, don't follow us for a while. You've delayed my love life. You'll have to bear the consequences. Okay, I'll tell the sisters in the dormitory what you said. Goddess Yoshua is horny. Damn Jing, don't say bad things about me. Senior Zhong Hao hit a wall. Who made him dislike her? She's handsome and richer than him, and he thought she was easy to manipulate. Now, look, he's lying on the ground pretending to be dead. The discussions of the people around him made Zhong Hao's back teeth almost broken. Today was the shame of his life. Go on. What happened just now doesn't count. I wasn't ready. Sigh tilde. Ji Bufan smiled without saying anything and hooked his finger. Zhong Hao had never suffered such humiliation before. He only made this contemptuous gesture to show others. Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhong Hao flew up and elbowed Ji Bufan directly. Ji Bufan grinned, raised his leg high, and hit his elbow with his knee. Tilde my arm. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Zhong Hao was curled up in pain, holding his arm, with beads of sweat covering his forehead. Ji Bufan ignored him, snorted coldly, waved at Han Yoshua, and prepared to leave. Han Yoshua ran over happily and hugged his arm. Ji Bufan felt the softness on his arm and thought to himself that she was indeed quite attractive, but she didn't seem to be wearing any underwear, so it was a little too soft. How come you're so powerful? Are you a martial artist? Will anything happen to him? Ji Bufan let her hold his arm and said with a smile, that guy was at most dislocated. I know my limits. Just tell me if it's powerful or not. I just made a slight move and he fell down. Han Yoshua bit her lip and laughed. You're really cocky. By the way, I don't even know your name. Ji Bufan, 24 years old. Hello, my girlfriend. Han Yoshua looked around and found that no one was following her, and Zhu Jingjing also tactfully stopped following her. She whispered, are you really my rented boyfriend? It feels a little unreal. This couldn't be more true. By the way, are you really going to take me to participate in some campus romance variety show? Ji Bufan asked, looking at the studio in front. Han Yoshua whispered, I was actually interested in their 7-day luxury tour for 2 to Hainan, but I made my dad mad, and my family has stopped paying my bills. I have no choice but to live frugally. Ji Bufan really couldn't understand. Your mortgage has been cut off, yet you still want to spend money to rent a boyfriend. This is called being frugal. In fact, he was not very interested in this kind of outgoing rich girl. Since he had accepted the order, he would complete it well. Hey, come on, you don't want to participate? I rented you at a high price. If you don't obey, I will file a complaint against you. Looking at Han Yoshua's pleading eyes, Ji Bufan directly pulled her into the studio. Director Cao, is that true? Are we exempt from the test? Han Yoshua asked in surprise. Of course, your appearance is more in line with my theme this time: campus romance, handsome men, and beautiful women. Come to the Marriott Hotel before 10 o'clock tomorrow. There will also be a talent show. If there is no problem, sign the contract directly. Cao Dupeng said gently. After coming out of the temporary studio, Ji Bufan drove out of the school gate, ready to take Han Yoshua out for dinner and spend some money. Unexpectedly, just after we walked a short distance, 7 or 8 motorcycles caught up with us. Jiangsu University Town is located in the western suburbs. Apart from buses, there are few people here. The key is that those people are holding baseball bats. Chapter 11. Don't wear black stockings. It's not fleshy. Ji Bufan, how come we were targeted by these thugs? Could it be that idiot Zhong Hao must have failed to escape? If they don't stop us later, you must hide in the car and don't come out. Remember? Ji Bufan glanced at Han Yoshua and said, after all, Han Yoshua is a naive college student and may have a carefree personality, but she has definitely never experienced such a thing. She couldn't help but hold on to the hem of her skirt, and her long, slender legs were tightly pressed together. Don't stop, don't stop. You're unarmed and I'm afraid something might happen to you. Ah. The rear window of the tens of millions of Rolls-Royce was actually smashed by them. Han Yoshua was so scared that she huddled up in a ball. Ji Bufan directly stopped a motorcycle on the right side of the car and pulled it over to the side and braked suddenly. The purpose is to prevent these thugs from approaching the right door. These motorcycles also surrounded his car. Ji Bufan got out of the car and saw 12 or 13 hooligans. He took a deep breath and asked, what you did is called intentional destruction of other people's property. Do you understand that this is a crime? If you dare to touch me, it will be a crime of intentional injury, which is a more serious crime. These people were wearing helmets, and Ji Bufan could only see their eyes. It was obvious that some of them looked a little panicked. Who are you trying to scare? You're so rich, spend some money. And by the way, let the brothers break one of your legs, and we'll let this go. Brother Huang, this guy is obviously from a wealthy family. If we get found, wouldn't you say we are just dealing with a scumbag? You coward, are you scared already? Today, I'm going to teach you what loyalty is. Seeing that no one paid any attention to him, Ji Bufan simply took off his coat and wrapped it around his hands. He didn't want his god's right hand to be hurt in any way. Little white face, what if I accidentally scratch your face? How much will it cost? Take out 100,000 and I'll let you go. Ji Bufan was so angry that he laughed. I'm afraid you'll have the chance to take it but not the chance to spend it. Are you pretending to be a gangster now that your hair has fully grown? Fuck. Guys, get him. Break his leg. We have to get this done. Ji Bufan took the first step. With a high kick, he knocked over the thug closest to him. He picked up a baseball bat and rushed into the crowd. He didn't hit any other part of the body, he just hit the helmets of these thugs. The banging sounds could be heard from a long distance away. Brothers, come on. Are you still brothers? Holy shit. Ji Bufan looked at the 3 thugs lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Their helmets were cracked by him, and they probably had a mild concussion. Are you coming or not? If not, I'll take the 3 of them away. Wait. Let go. They're my brothers. I'll pay for the broken glass. I'm screwed. Ji Bufan looked at the gangster who had been leading the group and smiled. 300,000, take the money. Fuck you. I've already given in, and you still dare to blackmail me. Ji Bufan flew up and kicked him in the chest, sending Brother Huang flying 2 or 3 meters away. If no one teaches you, I don't mind keeping your stinky mouth in check for my family. Tell me, who sent you cowards here? You say. Big brother, I was wrong. I really didn't know it. It was all Brother Huang's money. My mom is waiting for me to come home for dinner. Then you say. Ji Bufan pointed at another thin gangster. Shame on you. I'm telling you, it's Zhong Hao from Jiangsu University. I heard Brother Huang talking on the phone, so it must be him. Brother Huang is Zhong Hao's younger brother. Ji Bufan sighed. It really was this Zhong Hao. At this time, Han Yoshua listened to the noise outside and had climbed to the driver's seat and watched for a long time. She didn't expect Ji Bufan to be so powerful. He could capture these thugs with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. There was something more in her beautiful eyes. Ji Bufan threw the baseball bat away casually, and no one dared to stop for the occasional passing private cars, and they all rushed past. Brother Huang, right? Come on, stop pretending to be dead. I used less force on that kick. If you continue to pretend to be dead, I won't be polite. Brother, I was wrong. Huang knelt down. Just tell me what you want me to do. Stop hitting me. My body can't handle it. Come here, I'll let you come here, I won't hit you. Brother Huang ran over happily, holding his chest. Bufan whispered a few instructions, then said, I'll give you another 10,000 yuan. Can you get this done? Don't worry, I guarantee it will be perfect. Han Yoshua watched these thugs run away in less than 30 seconds, and happened to meet Bufan's eyes. Ah, rascal. Han Yoshua covered her butt and climbed to the passenger seat, looking at Bufan with shame and anger. Didn't I tell you to stay in the car and don't move? I wanted to see if you were beaten to death. I didn't expect those people to be so useless. Humph. Han Yoshua said with a pout. Bufan glanced down and said, Don't wear black stockings next time. It doesn't make you look fleshy. Ah, where are you looking? I want to complain to you. Han Yoshua covered her exposed thigh. Bufan looked up again, and she covered her chest again. Bufan hugged his arm and cried out, I can't drive the car anymore. My arm seems to be broken. Han Yoshua quickly leaned over and said worriedly, I already told you to just drive away. If you insist on showing off, come here and I'll drive. Bufan pointed to his own position and said, Come here, you come first, I'll go over later, the back door won't open. Han Yoshua blushed. How could she get over there? If she went from the passenger seat, she would have to sit in Bufan's seat. She wore a short skirt again today. If something happens to her, it will be so embarrassing. Stop wasting time, you want to hurt me to death. Han Yoshua put her legs together and placed them directly on Bufan's legs. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Bufan reached his left hand under her legs and pulled her over. Han Yoshua sat on his lap and whispered, Hey, why don't you hurry to the passenger seat? Bufan grinned and quickly got into the passenger seat. Don't say it, the black silk stockings were really slippery to the touch. After buying some medicinal herbs to make it look good, the two of them drove their Labour Volkswagen without a rear windshield to a Japanese restaurant. After the dishes were served, Han Yoshua asked worriedly, Do we really not need to go to the hospital? Bufan shook his head and said, Is it okay for you to feed me? I got injured because of you. Do you want to sit over here or should I sit over there? Han Yoshua's face flushed slightly as she climbed over from the tatami and sat next to Bufan. Can you really not move your right hand at all? Bufan raised his hand and asked, How about you take off the gauze and take a look? Han Yoshua picked up a piece of sushi and stuffed it into his mouth. I'm just concerned. Is it delicious? Bufan was stuffed with 3 sushis in a row. His mouth was full. He looked at her fiercely and said it was delicious. Han Yoshua was addicted to playing pranks, and instead of eating herself, she just kept picking up food and feeding him. Suddenly, the vinegar dish in his hand was knocked over. Bufan finally swallowed the food she fed him and grabbed her hand. Stop wiping it, you're playing with fire. Han Yoshua seemed to have thought of something, covered her mouth and looked at him shyly. I'm sorry, I. Bufan leaned forward and kissed her directly. You. Bufan gently pried open her pearly teeth. Han Yoshua's small hands kept patting his chest, while her small tongue responded. Deep in love, she directly put her arms around Bufan's neck and pressed her whole body against him. Chapter 12. This program cannot be shown to the public. Bufan had forgotten that his right hand was still wrapped in gauze, and he simply took advantage of the gap and reached in from the bottom of his shirt. Han Yoshua snorted softly, and only heard the sound of the lock being locked. Bufan's right hand slowly explored upwards, his fingers touching the smooth and delicate skin, and Han Yoshua was riding on his legs. She is on top and he is on the bottom. Han Yoshua suddenly retracted her small tongue and grabbed Bufan's big hand, almost touching something. After a long time of parting lips, both of them felt a little unsatisfied. Han Yoshua suddenly bit Bufan's lips and said vaguely, Your hand is injured, isn't it? Huh. Bufan's eyes widened instantly. Damn it, how could he forget that the injury was fake? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Han Yoshua bit him hard again. Perhaps it was because she had been drinking, she just wouldn't let go. Bufan was in so much pain that he didn't even bother to pretend to be injured. Han Yoshua screamed and quickly stepped away from him. The skirt was also pushed up above the waist. Bufan was stunned. You're a big liar. Han Yoshua hurriedly tied at her clothes and sat down opposite him angrily. Although she is the campus belle of Jiangnan University, she has never been in a relationship since she was a child. just because there is an old father at home who loves his daughter dearly. This was her first kiss and her body was touched. She was so ashamed and angry. How did they kiss without any reason? She even rode directly on Bufan. When I think of that thing now, my face turns red all the way to my ears. I'm going to the bathroom. Bufan looked at Han Yoshua, who was fleeing in a hurry, and said with a wry smile, "Is this girl scared away? Sigh, I shouldn't have pretended to be injured. I wanted to tease her, but now I feel all right." Suddenly a message came on my phone, and the note was a Huang. "Brother, it's done. The show will begin tomorrow." Bufan smiled, turned off his phone, and Han Yoshua also came back. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. She ate, he ate, she drank water, he drank water. Why do you always imitate me?" Han Yoshua pouted and shouted. Bufan coughed dryly and said, "I'm sorry." Han Yoshua snorted. "What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly." Bufan cleared his throat. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pretended to be hurt. I really just wanted to tease you, but..." Han Yoshua quickly changed the subject. She didn't want Bufan to talk about what happened just now. "Stop talking. I forgive you. This won't happen again." She stole glances at Bufan's reaction, and the more she looked, the more excited she became. She had never seen such a perfect man in every aspect. It wouldn't be the case that he was handsome and rich, but the key point was that Bufan had a strange attraction. She cursed herself inwardly for being so aggressive and had to be reserved. More reserved. "I'm done eating. Please take me back to school." Bufan nodded. "I didn't expect you to be such a drunkard. You just drank quite a bit of sake. Let me open the bottle." "Oh, not much. We have to get to the Marriott Hotel before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. There's not enough time to get from the western suburbs to the city." Han Yoshua muttered. "Then let's go to the Marriott and get a room." Bufan's casual remark was unexpected. Han Yoshua misunderstood. You are obsessed with that thing, even though I have a good impression of you, but we have only known each other for a short time." Bufan smiled bitterly. "I really don't mean that. Can't we afford 2 rooms?" Han Yoshua breathed a sigh of relief, but a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. "Are you serious? Open 2 rooms." Bufan glanced at her and said, "Let's go. It's no problem to open 3 rooms. You can live however you want. Didn't you watch the news? I'm also afraid of encountering a sex withdrawal case." Han Yoshua spat. "What are you talking about? How could my aunt be that kind of person?" When the two left the restaurant, the rear window of the Rolls-Royce was repaired. After getting into the car, it was Han Yoshua who discovered, "You rich people are really wealthy. Your car was repaired in the time it takes to eat a meal." Bufan laughed awkwardly and cursed the system for not telling him. How should I answer this? Han Yoshua burst out laughing. "What's wrong with you? Why are you still restrained? It's not even 9 o'clock yet. It's still early. Why don't we go shopping?" Bufan looked at her eager eyes and nodded. He had no excuse to spend money, so he quickly bought some. The largest department store in Jiangsu City, with a Chanel counter. Han Yoshua looked left and right like an elf. If it weren't for the fact that both of them were well-dressed and had good temperament, the shopping guide would have been annoyed. The key is that Han Yoshua reeks of alcohol. "Bufan, let's go." "I'll just take a look. I'll go home and coax my dad later, and then I'll come back to buy more." The shopping guide was really good. Han Yoshua said she didn't want to buy anything yet, but she kept praising her for being beautiful and elegant. Bufan directly took out a black card and said, "Pack up everything she liked just now." The salesgirl covered her mouth instantly. The things Han Yoshua liked should cost $1 million in total. She had looked at all the new products in the store and said she liked them all. "Sir, are you serious? These things can." Bufan waved his hand and said, "Just do as I say. Wrap it up first." Han Yoshua quickly came over and whispered, "Bufan, I don't want it. I can't accept such an expensive thing from you. Bufan lowered his head and leaned close to her ear and said ambiguously, "You are my girlfriend. Have you forgotten? Is it not okay to buy things for my own woman?" Han Yoshua stamped her feet shyly and said shyly, "Who is your woman? Don't talk nonsense." Bufan looked at the salesperson who had stopped packing and waved his hand generously. The salesperson happily continued packing. The salesgirl's salary is only about 10,000 yuan a month. If she takes the lowest commission for this order, she can get more than 100,000 yuan this month. The salesgirl respectfully escorted the two out of the store and into the car. When she saw the Rolls-Royce, her eyes looked at Bufan differently. Can you please leave your phone number? We'll call you as soon as we get new stock. Before Ji Bufan could say anything, Han Yoshua jumped out angrily and said, "Leave me my phone number." The salesgirl looked back every 3 steps and left in disappointment. Han Yoshua muttered, "How dare you snatch my man from me? You must be blind." The two went to the Marriott Hotel and booked 2 presidential suites. After putting all the clothes down for her, Ji Bufan was about to leave, but Han Yoshua closed the door directly. "Tomorrow there's a talent show on a dating show. I'm a little scared. Can you help me see if this show is okay?" As soon as Ji Bufan sat down on the large sofa, Han Yoshua rushed over. Feeling her firm chest, she suddenly asked for a kiss, and her cherry lips kissed me directly. Is such a small amount of alcohol really that strong? Han Yoshua, sober up. Han Yoshua directly reenacted the scene in the restaurant and wrote on him. She is on top and he is on the bottom. Ji Bufan took a deep breath and thought to himself, "You brought this upon yourself." Han Yoshua's white, tender and smooth body appeared in his mind. Chapter 13. Hotel Affair. Zhonghao is impotent. Han Yoshua wiped the corner of her mouth, blushing and not daring to look at Ji Bufan. "Go back to sleep. Just consider it a reward." She ran into the bathroom in shame and anger, her head still dazed by the crazy scene just now. It was all Zhu Jingjing's fault. She insisted on dragging her to watch a cherry blossom romance movie, and she actually did it. Ji Bufan listened to the sound of running water in the bathroom. Since she is willing to lower her head and take the bait, and is not willing to open her legs for the time being, it is only a matter of time before he gallops off on his horse. Ji Bufan walked to the bathroom door and said, "I'm going back now. Remember not to drink anymore and have a good rest." Leaning against the frosted glass, he looked at the motionless beauty in the bathroom and returned to his room silently. In the bathroom, Han Yoshua was wearing clothes and taking a shower under warm water. Her curvy figure was perfectly outlined. She suddenly felt a little regretful. Will he underestimate me? Han Yoshua? Is there something wrong with your brain? Ji Bufan walked out of the room and did not return to his room. Instead, he came to the bar on the 3rd floor. This was his first time staying in a 5-star hotel. It was only 11 o'clock, and he couldn't sleep even if he went back. His mind was full of Han Yoshua's figure in the bathroom. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" Ji Bufan was also visiting such a high-end bar for the first time, so he casually said, "It's up to you. I like something a little sweet." "Okay, then you can try the martini." "Wait a moment." Then I watched the bartender perform his cocktail-making skills with great vigor and energy. "Handsome guy, would you like a drink?" Suddenly, a young woman with a curvy figure in a tight skirt sat down next to him. The bartender was also very attentive. After quickly serving a cocktail, he turned around and went to the other side to wipe the glass. The young woman's saliva was about to flow out as she looked at Ji Bufan's tall and mighty figure. When their eyes met, her eyes lit up instantly. She wondered what this kind of man would do to her. Ji Bufan didn't want to pay attention to this kind of woman. There was an undeveloped pure school beauty over there. How could he be tempted by this kind of food? Young woman Wang Sasai spoke again, coquettishly. "Let's have a drink. Can't we just be friends, handsome guy? My name is Wang Sasai. I just happened to book a presidential suite tonight, and I'm so scared that I don't have anyone to accompany me." Ji Bufan looked at Wang Sasai. This naked temptation was really blatant. Moreover, Wang Sasai came directly close to him, her white thighs rubbing against him all the time, and her neckline was pulled very low, and the 2 big white rabbits on her chest squeezed out a gap that was unfathomable. Ji Bufan's heart beat faster as he watched. A mature woman like Wang Sasai was too tempting. He quickly distanced himself a little and said with a dry laugh, "Sorry, I came here with my girlfriend." Wang didn't say anything, but reached out and pinched his arm, her eyes lighting up instantly. She moved her hand to his abdomen, touched Ji Bufan's abdominal muscles and covered her mouth with her hands. He grabbed Wang Sasai's wrist and said, "Ms. Wang, please respect yourself." Wang Sasai ignored it. She didn't believe that men didn't like her body. She threw herself directly onto Ji Bufan, breathing softly as if it were orchid, and said, "Do you still have a virgin complex? Sister will serve you well." After saying that, he picked up the martini in front of him and fed it to Ji Bufan. "Be good to me for once, okay? I'm not sick, really. I promise you'll feel good." Ji Bufan had just been teased by Han Yoshua once, but the key point was that he hadn't started running yet. Perhaps Wang Sasai saw that he was attracted by her, so she pulled Ji Bufan out of the bar. In the penthouse suite, Wang Sasai grabbed Ji Bufan's big hand and began to wander over her body. She started to undress Ji Bufan directly. "Brother, love me once, sister really likes you." Ji Bufan gasped and pulled his hand back with all his strength. Suddenly, a scene appeared in his mind where Han Yoshua and Yi Qingyun stood with their hands on their hips and called him a scumbag. Feel sorry. After saying that, he pulled Wang Zizai away, opened the door and rushed out. Wang Zizai was so angry that she yelled in the corridor, "What's wrong with being with me once? Beautiful lady, do you think I can do this? Get out of here." Ji Bufan returned to his suite, his chest heaving. He took off all his clothes and rushed into the bathroom. I took a cold shower and finally got rid of the heat. He turned on his phone and clicked on Yi Qingyun's circle of friends. Empty. He opened Han Yoshua's circle of friends again. I'm so happy today. I hope to meet my soulmate on this dating show. I miss you. No words were spoken that night, and the next morning, Ji Bufan was awakened by the suffocation. As soon as I opened my eyes, a little face without makeup appeared in front of me. Han Yoshua, are you sick? Seeing that he was awake, Han Yoshua let go of his nose and snorted coldly. You're still sleeping, you pig. Hurry up and get up. I'll put on your makeup. Have you forgotten why I called you here? We are going to decide on the candidate for the romance show soon. Judging from her appearance, Ji Bufan thought that she had just woken up. She hadn't even put on makeup yet, and her mouth was a little dry. He pulled hard, Han Yoshua screamed, put down the quilt, and fell directly into Ji Bufan's arms. When their eyes met, Ji Bufan held her head, sat up, and lowered his head to kiss her. I'm going to be late. The kiss made both of their lips red. You're such a bad guy. Hurry up and wash up. Han Yoshua stomped her feet and left angrily. 20 minutes later, the two had some breakfast in a restaurant and went directly to the top floor of the Marriott Hotel. When they arrived, there were already quite a few people standing there, all handsome men and beautiful women. But Han Yoshua's appearance still attracted everyone's attention. She was wearing the white shirt dress that Ji Bufan bought for her today. The delicate little face, which is both pure and sexy, is set off by a white shirt dress, and a small orange rope is tied around the waist, revealing a section of white, tender, straight and smooth calves, with a pair of small white shoes embellished with black. Everyone present stared at her in amazement, and some girls even started putting on makeup again out of jealousy. Seeing this, Han Yoshua shyly hid behind Ji Bufan. Ji Bufan instantly felt dozens of murderous gazes. Director Cao coughed lightly and drew everyone's attention back. There's still half an hour left. Being late will automatically mean you forfeit your qualification. After a while, Zhong Hao actually walked in with Liu Ruyan. They greeted Director Cao familiarly, and the staff enthusiastically brought 2 chairs over for them to sit on. Liu Ruyan glanced at Han Yoshua provocatively and held Zhong Hao's arm affectionately, with a seductive look in her eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell what happened last night. Han Yoshua curled her lips in disgust. Bufan, I'm thirsty, give me a sip of soy milk. Although the reception room was large, everyone sat not far from each other. After hearing this, Zhong Hao glared at Ji Bufan fiercely. Ji Bufan didn't indulge him and put his arm around Han Yoshua's waist. Seeing that Han Yoshua did not push him away with disgust, but instead drank the soy milk handed to her by Ji Bufan with a smile, Zhong Hao thought about everything he could think of. He projected the battle he had with Liu Ruyan last night onto Ji Bufan and the other two. Anger instantly rose in his eyes. At this moment, 7 or 8 little yellow-haired boys suddenly rushed in from the door of the reception room, quickly pulled up a red cloth, fixed it, and slipped away. Director Cao was stunned by this scene. What kind of couple are they? Ji Bufan smiled and read out the words on the red cloth word by word. Zhong Hao is impotent. Female guests, be careful. Chapter 14. The romance show becomes popular before filming. Han Yoshua is hesitant. At this time, Zhong Hao was still staring at Han Yoshua drinking soy milk. I wondered if she drank Ji Bufan's milk like this last night. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He turned around to look at Liu Ruyan, who was posing coquettishly beside him, and shook her hand away in disgust. Bitch! I've been chasing you for so long, but you'd rather be with a rich guy than give it a try with me. At this time, Ji Bufan was reading out that sentence aloud. Downstairs in the Marriott Hotel, someone had put on a speaker and was playing the recording of Zhong Hao's impotence on a loop. After Zhong Hao reacted, he glared at Ji Bufan, then quickly ran to the door of the reception room and pulled down the red cloth. Who is it? Who is trying to mess with me? Stand up. Zhong Hao's impotent rage caused the girls to cover their mouths and laugh. Liu Ruyan also remembered that when they were doing it last night, Zhong Hao ejaculated in less than 3 minutes, and she had to fiddle with him for a long time before he could stand up again. He immediately looked at Zhong Hao with disgust. At this moment, Zhong Hao was concentrating on observing the changes in everyone's expressions. He believed that the person who was trying to trick him must be there, but he saw Liu Ruyan looking at him with strange eyes. He ran to Ji Bufan angrily and growled, "Is it you? Is it you?" Ji Bufan smirked and took Han Yoshua's hand to distance himself from him. "Sorry, I don't like weaklings like you. I really don't know how short you are." Puff. "No, I can't bear it anymore." Haha. Haha. Ji Bufan's words caused everyone to burst into laughter, and Director Cao also secretly covered his mouth to hide his smile. The staff member next to him showed Director Cao a laptop, and Director Cao frowned. Zhong Hao kicked over a chair in frustration. "What are you laughing at? This is slander. Don't let me find out who it is. I'm going to sue you for defamation." Ji Bufan shrieked at Han Yoshua, "He is slandering me. He is slandering me." Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. I can't laugh anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Is this a comedy or a romance show? Ha ha. Han Yoshua was concentrating on drinking soy milk. She didn't care about this kind of thing at all. Instead, she kept thinking about the scene of her helping Ji Bufan exercise last night. When she heard Ji Bufan's words, she almost spit out her soy milk. Ji Bufan was quick to cover her mouth, and the yellowish soy milk flowed out from the corners of Han Yoshua's mouth. What the hell is going on with this plane? Hurry up and wipe it. Quiet. Director Cao roared, and the scene suddenly became so tense that you could hear a pin drop. Who posted that video online? I hope you can admit it. The internet is going crazy over it now, and I can't even film it. Are you satisfied? The financiers asked us to suspend the filming plan. Zhong Hao, I don't care who you have a grudge against. Today, for your father's sake, I won't pursue the matter. But because of you, this project has failed. I will have a good talk with your father. Humph. Director Cao left angrily, and the speakers downstairs of the Marriott Hotel were also cleared away by security. Zhong Hao was furious like a wild beast, with veins bulging on his neck. No matter who it is, I will make you pay the price. The staff then announced, the filming plan has been suspended. Everyone please go back. The restart date is to be determined. Ji Bufan didn't expect things to develop like this, with Zhong Hao looking for gangsters to cause trouble for him. He was just giving the other person a taste of his own medicine, but he didn't expect someone to post it online. Han Yoshua pinched Ji Bufan and whispered, "Is it you?" Ji Bufan leaned close to her ear and said, "Guess." Han Yoshua rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's boring. Let's go. I don't want to participate in some bullshit dating show." Ji Bufan raised his middle finger towards Zhong Hao, caught up with Han Yoshua, and the two of them walked out of the living room arm in arm. Zhong Hao gnashed his teeth and growled, "Ji Bufan, I want you dead." Han Yoshua is in the presidential suite. She changed into a set of sportswear that was convenient for movement, and without hiding from Ji Bufan, she went into the house with the door ajar and changed her clothes. "It's all your fault. My new dress got stained on the first day I wore it. Let's go buy new ones. What else do you want?" After hearing Ji Bufan's words, Han Yoshua was so scared that she couldn't speak. "You, what on earth are you going to do?" Don't try to bribe me. I'm not that kind of woman." "You're not that kind of woman?" "I didn't say anything. My job is to be your boyfriend for 5 days, so of course I have to do my job conscientiously." After saying that, Ji Bufan pulled Han Yoshua into his arms, and the two of them half lay on the sofa. Han Yoshua's face was flushed and her heart was beating fast, but half a day passed and Ji Bufan didn't move. She said tentatively, "You, don't think too much. I drank too much last night." The voice became lower and lower until it could no longer be heard. Ji Bufan gently embraced her and helped her tuck her hair behind her ears, revealing her rosy neck. Han Yoshua bit her lip, grabbed his hand, and looked at him pleadingly. "No, I'm not prepared." Ji Bufan smirked and said, "I just want to hug you. Your hair is so messy. What are you thinking about in broad daylight?" Han Yoshua bit his hand with gritted teeth and punched him viciously in the chest. "Go back to school." Ji Bufan watched her angrily pack her clothes and suggested, "There are still 4 days left on the rental. Don't you want to go to Hainan?" Han Yoshua slowed down her packing of clothes, and images of them playing on the beach in swimsuits began to flash through her mind. Her face turned red as she thought about it. She muttered, "Han Yoshua, you can't be obsessed with men. You've survived all these years. Are you going or not? If you don't agree, I promise not to touch you." Ji Bufan didn't want to scare this girl away. The order was not completed. If she really wanted to cancel the order, he didn't know whether the system would give her some devastating punishment. Han Yoshua pouted and turned around to ask, "Really?" Ji Bufan nodded. "Of course, I dare not disobey my girlfriend. Han Yoshua's heart was beating fast. She had an indescribable feeling towards Ji Bufan. She wanted to get close to him, but was afraid. She didn't know what she was afraid of. And renting a boyfriend for $998 is such a high-quality thing? He spent over $1 million on her clothes last night. What is he after? She thought about it for a while, then hesitated again. Thinking that Ji Bufan was so rich and so handsome, it should be easy for him to find someone prettier than herself. Hey, what are you thinking about? Ji Bufan stood beside her for a full minute before she came to her senses. The flight is booked, tonight at 7:40. Ah, so fast. Tell me the truth, what do you want from me? Han Yoshua asked directly. Ji Bufan didn't expect that what happened last night had such a big impact on her. He always thought that a girl like Han Yoshua, who was a school beauty, must have had many relationships. But she never thought that he was Han Yoshua's first love in name only. What can I possibly want from you? Why are you so suspicious? If you don't go, I'll refund the ticket. Or you can just cancel the order. After spending a day together, let's part ways amicably. Seeing that Ji Bufan seemed really angry, Han Yoshua quickly ran over and hugged him from behind. There was a hint of panic in her voice. Don't go. I don't doubt you. I'm just afraid. Are you afraid that I'm a scumbag, or are you afraid that I'll sell you out? Ji Bufan patted her hand gently and teased. Ji Bufan turned around, hugged Han Yoshua tightly, and said softly, I absolutely mean what I say. Think about it yourself. I'll go back to my room first, okay? Chapter 15 Private Beach Sex. First class cabin on the plane to Sonia, double bed. Han Yoshua looked at Ji Bufan resentfully, sitting on the bed without saying a word. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. What's wrong, aunt? You don't want to jump out of the plane, do you? Humph. You even chose a double bed for your flight. Are you so impatient? Han Yoshua looked at the small space and the transparent glass door. Is this going to be a live broadcast on the plane? Ji Bufan smiled bitterly and said, I've never sat on one before, so I'll give it a try. Besides, lying down isn't as comfortable as sitting. Not to mention, this bed is quite soft. Han Yoshua watched the flight attendants walking back and forth in the aisle, secretly glancing inside from time to time. I was almost mad to death. Okay, lie down and rest. Han Yoshua was forced down on the bed by Ji Bufan. This time, he was on top and she was on the bottom. Her heart was beating fast, her chest rising and falling. She wondered what he was going to do. This couldn't be broadcast live. Seeing Ji Bufan's body going down further and further, he suddenly stopped and said, Be obedient and have a good rest. Han Yoshua tilted her head and looked through the small window at the clouds passing by outside, and her mood could not calm down for a long time. She was becoming increasingly unable to resist Ji Bufan's teasing. What should she do? 3 hours later, the two of them pulled their suitcases and checked into a private villa by the sea, which also had a private beach and swimming pool, providing extremely high privacy. Sir, you only booked for 3 days. If you want to renew, my phone number is on the business card. I wish you a pleasant stay. Ji Bufan smiled and nodded, then transferred another 5,000 yuan to the young man. Thank you for procuring so many things for us. Please accept this red envelope. The young man looked at the transfer information excitedly. This was half a month's salary for him. Thank you very much. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. My phone is always on 24 hours a day. After seeing off the agent who had contacted us in advance, I found that Han Yoshua was missing. Ji Bufan went to the backyard and found that Han Yoshua had taken off her shoes and coat, and was playing with her 2 beautiful feet in the swimming pool. He looked down and found that this was an excellent location through the dim yellow light. A flash of white came into view, and he had actually misjudged it before. It's definitely more than sea. It's comparable to Yi Qingyan S36D. The sea is beautiful, except for the heat. Ji Bufan coughed lightly, sat on a recliner beside him, and admired the night scenery and the beauties. Ji Bufan, I'm hungry. The moment Han Yoshua turned around, she was incredibly beautiful, and the gentle sea breeze gently blew her hair. Ji Bufan was stunned for a moment. Han Yoshua blushed slightly, straightened her hair, and asked, You must have had a lot of love, right? Ji Bufan reacted and coughed lightly. Strictly speaking, we only talked once, for only 1 day. Ha! Why wouldn't I believe it? You bad guy, don't try to fool me. Han Yoshua scooped up a handful of water and splashed it at him. Ji Bufan smiled and raised his hand to block it, then said seriously, Really, it's only been 1 day, I don't know if it counts as love. Han Yoshua put away her smile and looked at the man in front of her seriously. Is this considered a love relationship? I think so. Hearing Ji Bufan's answer, Han Yoshua laughed. I just said I was hungry. You bad boy, are you trying to make me faint from hunger so that I can do something bad? Ji Bufan said oh and went straight back to the house to prepare the ingredients. Ding, customer request detected, granting the host god-level cooking skills. You arrived just in time. Yoshua, I see there's an oven in the corner. Can we have some barbecue? Han Yoshua heard his call and replied loudly, okay. She thought of the action movies she had watched with her bestie, in which cooking was a common scene for fun. She bravely walked into the kitchen and saw that Ji Bufan had already marinated the meat and was preparing an Australian lobster. There were also some huge oysters in the pool next to him. She knew that this thing was very nutritious for men. Ji Bufan thought she was coming to help, so he quickly said, don't do it, I'm afraid you'll hurt your hand. Then can't you teach me? After Han Yoshua said this, Ji Bufan really didn't know how to respond. He just made room for her and waited for her to come over. She walked into the kitchen barefoot, with water droplets hanging on her feet. Ji Bufan put the apron on her from behind. Here, like this, pinch the lobster's butt and pull hard, and the intestines will come out. Han Yoshua took one out and was about to start slapping it when the lobster's butt started slapping. How come it's still alive? Ji Bufan quickly held her hand, stood close to her from behind, and taught her how to remove the shrimp thread step by step. Han Yoshua felt the hormones surging behind her and let him play with her absent-mindedly. Ji Bufan's big hand tightly wrapped around her small hand. Don't be afraid, move quickly, be cool, follow my rhythm. After an unknown amount of time, Han Yoshua ran away under the pretext of going to the bathroom. Ji Bufan looked at her back with a smile and moved all the ingredients to the oven in the back garden. The meat skewers and oysters were almost cooked, but there was still no sign of Han Yoshua. Yoshua? Are you okay? Han Yoshua walked out with 2 red wine glasses in her left hand and a bottle of dry red wine in her right hand, biting her red lips. The key point is that she actually changed her clothes into a triangle one-piece swimsuit with a small lace skirt. Is this what she was going to buy before going to the airport? Han Yoshua looked at Ji Bufan, who was shirtless and had 9-pack abs, and stammered, this weather is so hot. Ji Bufan agreed. It is indeed hot, it will be fine in a while. He looked at the oven and glanced at Han Yoshua from time to time. So big. She sat there, her fair skin exposed. The round buttocks and snow-white thighs are very pleasing to the eye. The snow-white jade feet were still shaking. With a hissing sound. An oyster was grilled until it burst with juice. Ji Bufan quickly withdrew his gaze and brought all the baked food to the dining table. With the crisp sound of glass colliding, dinner officially began. Ji Bufan looked at her exquisite body. Han Yoshua's cheeks flushed under the stimulation of alcohol, and she stared at Ji Bufan's body wantonly. Somehow during the meal, the two of them slowly moved closer to each other. Besides the salty smell of the sea breeze, there was also Han Yoshua's body fragrance mixed with alcohol in his nostrils. Han Yoshua became bolder and bolder, and she placed her long, white legs directly on his legs. Ji Bufan, why are you so perfect? Even your cooking is so delicious. I really want to love you, and... Hum. Ji Bufan kissed her directly, his big hands kneading her legs wantonly, gently prying open her pearly teeth, and the 2 little snakes entangled with each other wantonly. He slowly picked up Han Yoshua, and she sat directly on his lap. She looked at Ji Bufan with a dazed look and let him fiddle with her. Han Yoshua's fair and tender skin was glowing red, her slender waist was twisting back and forth, her snow-white legs were forked, and her feet were tightly arched. Chapter 16, A Night of Passion. Ji Bufan just provoked her a little and she was completely defeated. Han Yoshua's eyes were full of lust. She picked up the goblet and took a big sip. Slowly passed it to Ji Bufan. The purple wine flowed down their bodies. Ji Bufan suddenly picked her up and slowly walked towards the swimming pool. The water in the pool was slightly cool, but it could not extinguish the lust in the 2 people's hearts at all. Han Yoshua only felt a chill under her neck, and the knot was untied. The 2 bodies were pressed tightly together, rubbing against each other, and Han Yoshua's body trembled with every contact. Han Yoshua took advantage of the buoyancy of the water and gently rode on his waist. Ji Bufan felt her heartbeat. Han Yoshua kissed his chest lightly. An alluring symphony slowly began to play in the water, and ripples gradually appeared in the swimming pool. Ji Bufan splashed water on Han Yoshua's face. Han Yoshua opened her mouth, not daring to make a sound. She didn't know that there was no one around the private beach. As Ji Bufan's water splashing movements became faster, Han Yoshua opened her mouth and bit his shoulder hard, her little face flushing red. Ji Bufan saw her breathing heavily and slowly stopped. The moment he pulled away, he saw a hint of red. Han Yoshua was injured. Han Yoshua buried her head tightly in his arms. Carry me into the house. Ji Bufan went ashore first and took a bath towel, wrapped her curvy body, and carried her horizontally into the house. In the bathroom inside the house, the shower head washed away everything that had just happened from top to bottom. As the bathtub fills with water, Ji Bufan held Han Yoshua, who had a dazed look in her eyes, and sat down. She is on top and he is on the bottom. I don't know how long it took. Time seemed to stop. Han Yoshua hugged Ji Bufan tightly, breathing heavily. Cooking is so tiring. You bad boy. Han Yoshua cursed softly. Han Yoshua punched him, and with that charming look, Xiao Ji felt okay again. She felt the change in Ji Bufan and bit him hard. No. It will get bad. Ji Bufan let Han Yoshua bite him. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Bufan returned to the back garden with satisfaction. Han Yoshua ate the barbecue with big mouthfuls. She was much more sober after the water fight just now. With a red face and a bulging mouth, she looked at Ji Bufan and said, "Don't rent yourself out, just follow me." Ji Bufan smiled and shook his head. Not yet. How long will that take? I don't know either. After this inexplicable conversation, the two fell into silence. Han Yoshua wiped her mouth after eating and drinking, staring at Ji Bufan and thinking that it would not be bad to be his second woman for a rich and handsome man like him. As far as she knew, her father's friend had more than one mistress. Although her father had always protected her from falling in love easily, she really found out this time that she fell in love with this man. She didn't want to share it with anyone. Unfortunately, Ji Bufan refused. There are still 2 days left and she must capture Ji Bufan. Ji Bufan saw Han Yoshua's disappointed expression, but he had no choice. The system was not something he could control. He actually fell in love with this carefree girl at first sight. If he rejected the remaining orders in the system, he didn't know what would happen, and he could only think about making up for it later. I. They spoke at the same time in tacit understanding, and shut up at the same time in tacit understanding. After smiling at each other, he carried her back to the room. In the next 2 days, Ji Bufan took Han Yoshua to travel all over Hainan Island. Han Yoshua had a great time traveling around the island, visiting the Guanyin of the South China Sea, diving, and riding a crazy jet ski. Although she has been to Hainan several times, this time was her happiest time. She tried several times, but Ji Bufan always avoided talking about the topic that had something to do with her. As the plane landed at Jiangju Airport, this short trip ended. Han Yoshua hugged Ji Bufan tightly, looked at the setting sun and murmured, "The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is almost dusk. Bufan, don't forget me, okay?" Ji Bufan lowered his head and kissed her. This moment seemed to last forever. Under the setting sun, the figures of the two were frozen at this moment. "The car is here. You must reply to my message, otherwise you are dead." Han Yoshua gritted her teeth and waved her fist viciously. Ji Bufan waved goodbye to her reluctantly, and watched Han Yoshua get into a taxi and leave. He also took a taxi back to his temporary residence. "No, I have to have my own house." On the other side, Han Yoshua was surrounded by several men in suits as soon as she arrived at the school gate. "Hello, Ms. Han Yoshua. Here are your Ferrari keys. Please check and sign for them." "Hello, Ms. Han Yoshua. I'm the property consultant for Jinding Villa. Here are your villa keys and the contract. Please sign." Han Yoshua was confused as she pulled the suitcase. Where did she get such a luxury car and mansion? Is he a bad guy? Who does he think he is? She was about to call Ji Bufan angrily when Lucian came with a message. "Yoshua, forgive my selfishness. I'm just afraid you'll misunderstand, so I have to tell you this way. The car and house are gifts from me. I hope you won't refuse. Just consider it my advance proposal. Love emoji." Han Yoshua covered her mouth and cried while laughing. Her eyes were filled with the word engagement. He promised. "Ms. Han, Courtyard 5 of Jinding Villa is worth 75 million. Do you think the contract is worth it?" Han Yoshua silently signed 2 lavish contracts, holding the car keys and villa keys, lost in thought. Then she took out her phone to place another order, but a reply saying 3 months later appeared. She was so angry that she went back to school. Don't let her see Ji Bufan messing around, otherwise. On Ji Bufan's side, he listened to the voice coming from a system and smiled. He succeeded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the order perfectly. The total cost of this date is 98,678,744 Chinese yuan. Ding! Triple cashback triggered. Reward: 296,036,232 Chinese yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the opportunity to permanently retain temporary abilities. Please make your own choice later. Dear customer G. Bufan, your account number ending in 8023 received funds at 6 hours 13 minutes and 52 seconds. Balance 396,036,232 Huaxia yuan. His phone suddenly lit up. It was a message from Han Yoshua. Bad guy, I will miss you and remember your promise. G. Bufan glanced at the balance and thought, this time the system seemed to only give him God-level cooking skills, nothing else. System, can I choose a car? Host, please confirm whether you wish to give up your God-level cooking skills. You only have one chance. Damn it. You're forcing me to choose cooking. Forget it, I'll just choose cooking. Money can buy anything anyway. Seeing that it was still early, G. Bufan quickly visited several villa complexes and finally decided on the Shanshuiwen Villa District. Consumption of 56 million. Ding, you have a new order being generated. Chapter 17 Goddess Singer. G. Bufan felt heartbroken when he saw the remaining balance of 340 million in the text message on his mobile phone. But he finally has a stable home in this strange world. As I watched the new orders being generated on the system panel, several messages suddenly popped up on my phone. Yi Qingyan, are you busy? Han Yoshua, I can't sleep. I miss you, what should I do? Please give me a hug, carrot. Bad guy, why don't you reply to me? Are you doing something bad? Is it because you accepted another woman's order that I can't continue to place the order? G. Bufan looked at Han Yoshua's green letter bombardment and smiled bitterly. We've only been apart for a few hours, and you're torturing him by not letting him sleep late at night. He thought for a moment, then comforted Han Yoshua. Wait until I'm done. I've been busy lately. Go to sleep. Then he thought about it for a while. This was the first time Yi Qingyan had sent him a message since they last separated. He replied, I just got home. If the president has any instructions, I will do my best to carry them out. Han Yoshua replied immediately, okay, I'll be good and have a good sleep now #nervous smiley #. At this time, Yi Qingyan's message also came. Are you so busy? Then you should have a good rest. Good night. G. Bufan thought for a long time and just replied good night. In a rental house in the old city of Jiangzhou, the moonlight was like water, shining through the window onto the face of a woman without makeup. She sat in front of a pile of musical instruments with her head lowered and her hair loose, lost in thought. A strand of hair fell wantonly on her forehead. Through the moonlight, her face was full of classical beauty, a little sad, but more elegant. The loose cartoon pajamas still couldn't hide her curvy figure. Her lips were slightly open, as if she was humming something. She suddenly stood up and messed up her hair. Why are they still not satisfied? My lyrics and music are already perfect. The phone rang. After Tang Mengqi picked it up, she quickly moved the phone away. Tang Mengqi. Who told you to take Director Zhong's job without permission? He's known for being demanding. If you can't submit your manuscript by the due date, do you expect me to pay you liquidated damages? Tang Mengqi sighed. Sister Aihua, I also want to make some extra money. You know, I have to pay the rent this month. Chen Aihua tried to persuade her. Mengqi, why did you reject Director Chen in the first place? I've been through this before, and it's just a one-shot deal, right? He's already so old, and it's like a mosquito bite in just a few minutes. He still has so many resources. Tang Mengqi interrupted coldly. Sister Aihua, how come you also? I can't rely on my body to get to the top. I have talent, I can create, Chen Aihua sneered. Talent? If no one supports you, you're nothing. Tang Mengqi, let me tell you, our agency contract is over. No matter how Director Zhong plays tricks on me, it has nothing to do with me. How dare you sign such a contract? And you don't want to pay anything. Tang Mengqi became angrier and angrier as she listened, and she hung up the phone directly. As a person who came from a talent show, she had no connections and no resources, and she had to sleep with someone in order to release an album. She would never do such a thing. Tang Mengqi, this is the last message I'm sending you. I previously pressured the company for you, but now I'm officially informing you that Yueshing Company is officially terminating your contract. The penalty is 58 million. If you agree to Director Chen's request, please write back to me. If you don't agree, you're on your own. Looking at Chen Aihua's text message, Tang Mengqi collapsed to the ground. 58 million? She can't even come up with 5,800. What can she use to pay back? The only way out now is the theme song of the movie directed by Zhong Demu. In addition to a 2-day relationship during her college years, she discovered on the 3rd day that the scumbag was cheating on her. How can I write a theme song for a heroine role when I've never even kissed anyone? Suddenly, the phone lit up again. Have you ever been hurt by a bad man? Are you being pressured into marriage by your parents? Do you want a sweet love? Here comes the shared man. He will satisfy all your boyfriend fantasies. Don't pay $998. Take him home with $99.8. Act now. If G. Bufan knew that the system had sold him so cheaply, he would probably castrate himself to apologize. Tang Mengqi frowned at the junk ad, clicked the cross, but it jumped automatically. Shared Male God app is dedicated to serving you. Please write down your requirements for your boyfriend. She hesitated for a long time, looked at the few $100s left in her pocket, bit her red lips and made up her mind. If she has never been in a relationship, then she might as well give it a try. She will never give up like this. After writing down her requirements, she laughed at herself. At this time, she actually believed such a deceptive advertisement. Before I knew it, I fell asleep on the sofa. This is the Shanshuiwan Villa district. G. Bufan was taking a stroll in his newly purchased fully furnished apartment. Ding! A new order has been generated and automatically accepted. Please check it yourself. Damn it! You don't even ask me if I want to take the order? How disrespectful of me. He seemed to have thought of something. He had a lot of money deducted from him because he scolded the system that time. He was poor before, but it's different now. He has more than 300 million yuan in his card. He quickly covered his mouth and clicked on the order obediently. Tang Mengqi, 25 years old, champion singer of a talent show. Rental period, 1 week. Requirements, proficient in music theory, must be an expert in love. Let me enjoy a complete and sweet love. It's best to have problem-solving skills. No idiots, no idiots. Music theory is a must. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., please wait for me downstairs at Building 7, Dongsan Lane, Dongsan Road, Old Town. G. Bufan murmured, Old Town? I've lived there before. Could it be a washed-up female singer? A ding. The system is issuing the skills requested by the customer. Congratulations to the host for mastering God-level singing skills, God-level playing skills, and God-level composition skills. The high-end costumes for the mission have been hung in the host's wardrobe. The mission vehicle, the BMW Z4, is parked downstairs at the host's house. No, I don't want this jerk car. I'd rather buy a car of my own than drive the same car as impotent Zhong Hao. I strongly object. Okay, the host's request has been received. The vehicle has been taken back. Please provide your own transportation. No, I'll just keep it open. The system ignored G. Bufan's words. Ding, the appointment fee of 100 million Chinese yuan has arrived. Balance, 440,036,232. A dating money can only be spent by customers. After completing the order, you can get a random multiplier cashback or permanently retain the skills. No words were spoken that night. At 6 o'clock the next morning, G. Bufan packed his luggage and went out. There's nothing he can do. He doesn't have a car. I contacted several salesmen last night, and only Volvo had the car in stock. After he came out of the 4th Sun S store, he bought a deluxe version and spent 800,000 yuan on it. It was already 7 o'clock. Why do I have to be so mean? Oh, forget it. At least I feel safe driving. When G. Bufan arrived, it was almost 8 o'clock. He parked his car on the side of the main road. His SUV could not enter East 3rd Lane. From a distance, he saw a long-haired girl in sports casual clothes standing downstairs. She has long, thick black hair, big eyes set in a fair and delicate face, and pink lips. Her curvy figure, slender waist, and long legs make her a beautiful sight to behold as she stands there. Hello, are you my girlfriend? Chapter 18. A diva shocks the goddess. Tang Mengqi looked at the tall and handsome G. Bufan in front of her and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Is this calling her? Watching the man getting closer to her little by little, her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Can you rent such a perfect boyfriend for 99.8? This must be a dream, right? Most of the people living in this old town are working people. It is now time to go to work, and many men and women are passing by. So handsome. You can tell at a glance that you're rich. That outfit could buy me 20 years of my life. Forget it, Ingzi. I can't even imagine how good he is in bed. Look at his shoulders, so broad. What the hell? I have to work overtime tonight. Even if he kills me, it has nothing to do with us. Didn't you see he's been staring at that pretty girl? Tang Mengqi saw people passing by pointing and talking, and her face flushed as she quickly walked towards G. Bufan. He whispered, Are you my rented boyfriend? G. Bufan nodded. The car can't come in, so it's parked outside. How about we go out first? Tang Mengqi nodded shyly. There was silence in the car for a long time. G. Bufan looked at her flushed face and asked, Would you like to introduce yourself? Ah, my name is Tang Mengqi. She looked at the car and secretly looked at Ji Bufan. She couldn't believe that this was the car she rented for 99.8. Seeing that she was a little restrained, Ji Bufan said, "My name is Ji Bufan. You rent me for 7 days, and during these 7 days I will be your boyfriend. I see that one of your requirements is proficiency in music theory. Are you studying music?" Tang Mengqi didn't expect that this man really didn't recognize her. She thought to herself that she was the champion of the Voice of China after all. Did he really not watch TV? Let me be honest. I'm a washed-up female singer who's in debt. I rented you out just to give it a try, but I didn't expect it to really. Ji Bufan didn't say anything more. He looked out the window and saw that the owner of the bun shop was looking into the car. He probably did business in front of others. I simply got off the car, bought a few steamed buns and hot soy milk, and gave the boss 300 yuan, asking him to stop for a while. The boss smiled and waved his hand, saying no, but his big hand still handed over the QR code uncontrollably. Ji Bufan opened the car door while carrying breakfast and said, "You haven't had breakfast yet? Why don't you invite me to your house and talk about music?" Tang Mengqi thought of her small rental house, which was on the 6th floor, and was pulled out of the car by Ji Bufan while she was hesitant. Before leaving, the bun shop owner waved and said goodbye. On the 6th floor, the moment he opened the door, he thought of his miserable self a few days ago. The few things in the small rental house were her clothes, 2 guitars, an electronic piano, and a computer, which took up most of the living room space. "Don't mind me, I live alone here, and I only play during the day. My neighbors are at work, so Ji Bufan smiled and said, "I think it's pretty good." After a simple breakfast, Tang Mengqi was no longer so restrained. I casually asked, "Can you play it? Give it a try." She didn't believe that a rich man like Ji Bufan would be proficient in everything. He was willing to be a boyfriend for rent, probably just to experience life. Ji Bufan took off his haute couture suit, picked up his guitar and said with a smile, "Let me give it a try." He casually plucked the strings of the guitar, thinking of a song he loved in his previous life, Queen of Heaven. With the blessing of God-level music theory skills, the music score instantly emerged in my mind. After just a prelude, Tang Mengqi was so shocked that she was speechless. This melodious melody finally found an excuse while drunk. Express all my feelings. Loneliness grows thicker. Silence remains in the corner of the dance floor. You say too little or too much. It will make people more anxious. I'm jealous of your love. Like a queen whose popularity remains high. What you want is not me but vanity. Only when someone loves you can you become outstanding. Ji Bufan, who was singing and playing the guitar, looked at Tang Mengqi with deep affection in his eyes. His handsome and cool face was simply impeccable. A boy who compromised in love suddenly appeared in front of her. Tang Mengqi was so excited that she shed tears. She found the right song. But she didn't write it. Ji Bufan, did you compose the song? I've never heard such a sad song. Tang Mengqi was so excited that she wanted to buy the song. If she could sing this song, she would definitely make a comeback. Even if she terminated her contract with Yueshing, she believed she could earn it back. This song is absolutely perfect. Ji Bufan laughed and said, "Why, a song I just wrote moved you to tears?" As someone who lives in a parallel world, it should be okay for him to promote his hometown's hit song, right? The global village belongs to everyone, so this song should also be his OO. Tang Mengqi shouted in shock, "You just wrote it casually." Ji Bufan looks about the same age as me, but he can actually write such a god-level song casually. He is really a genius. Ji Bufan, can you sell this song to me? Tang Mengqi finally asked. Ji Bufan laughed and said, "We've only just met for less than an hour, and you want to buy my song? How much are you offering?" Tang Mengqi lowered her head and explained the movie directed by Zhang Demu, and then talked about her current situation, hoping that he would let her write an IOU. Ji Bufan waved his hand and said, "Give me the card number." Tang Mengqi took out her bank card blankly. Ding dong, 1 million yuan has arrived. Ji Bufan continued, "Add me on green letter, transfer the money to me, and the song will be yours." Tang Mengqi was stunned. What kind of a move was this? She used her own money to buy her own song, and she actually got a god-level song for free? Is this the perfect boyfriend rented by 99.8? Isn't this inappropriate? Ji Bufan said seriously, "It's very reasonable. You will understand later." Ding, the host is suspected of money laundering. The host is suspected of money laundering. Can I borrow your bathroom? Wait for me for a moment. Damn system, did you hear her want to buy my song? I'm paying for it. Is that a problem? No problem. Tell me where I broke the rules. Tell me what I did wrong. I don't need the date money. Just give her the song. Tang Mengqi saw that he came out within 10 seconds and wondered if he had premature ejaculation. Transfer the money, Xiao Tang. The transaction is perfectly completed. Ji Bufan grinned as he looked at the extra 1 million in his green letter. What a huge profit. Didn't you say Director Zhong needed a theme song? Let's go now. If it doesn't delay anything, we can still make it in time for lunch. Tang Mengqi quickly wrote an IOU and pressed her fingerprint on it. Ji Bufan, I will pay you back. Thank you. Ji Bufan asked again. Just now when we were having dinner, you said you still had an agency contract, right? You have to pay a lot of money. Chapter 19 successfully terminated the contract. Tang Mengqi took the initiative to kiss. Well, last night they asked me to pay more than 50 million. Tang Mengqi's words made Ji Bufan laugh out of anger. It turned out that these talent shows were all from the same pot of bad apples. Ji Bufan said, then let's register the copyright for this song first, and then I'll help you resolve the contract issue before we go meet Director Zhong. But I just called Director Zhong's assistant. It would be bad if I didn't go, right? Tang Mengqi asked worriedly. Ji Bufan smiled and said, are you lacking confidence in this song or yourself? Tang Mengqi gritted her teeth and made a phone call, but of course she was criticized to pieces. Ji Bufan took the phone and said coldly, if you don't want to be fired, you'd better change the time to the afternoon, that's it. Who are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know how valuable Director Zhong's time is? You can cancel it just like that? There are so many song demos lined up, and you're the only one missing? Come if you want. Ji Bufan hung up the phone directly. The Music Copyright Association also arrived, and with the help of money, they obtained the complete copyright of the song in less than an hour. Tang Mengqi looked at the information in her hand and was a little bit unbelievable. Could it be done so easily? Signed by Quan Ji Bufan. Full copyright of the work, Tang Mengqi? I just want the singing and performance rights, you. Ji Bufan waved his hand and said, I hope this song can help you. Don't forget me when you become successful. Tang Mengqi found it increasingly difficult to understand the mysterious man in front of her. In just a few hours, he had given her songs and borrowed money from her. Could it be that he wanted to do the same with her? No. It doesn't make sense that he doesn't recognize me after such a short time of meeting. Then why? While she was daydreaming, she had already arrived downstairs of Yueshing Economic Media Company. Ji Bufan asked, how about we talk to a lawyer? You said you needed one. He didn't know how to negotiate with such a shameless company, so he could only ask Tang Mengqi to instruct the system. I need it? Oh, I need it. She looked at Ji Bufan's serious expression and said it obediently. Ding, client's request detected. Lawyer is rushing over. Ji Bufan smiled and said, then let's wait for the lawyer to come. 15 minutes later, there was a knock on the car window. Hello, Mr. Ji, just call me Lawyer Luo. Ji Bufan looked at the gentleman with glasses in front of him, and it seemed that this time it was a sure thing. Luo Lu, I've long heard of your name. I didn't expect such a small contract would have alarmed you. Okay, time is of the essence, let's go up quickly. Chen Aihua was scolding the newcomer at this time. The moment he saw Tang Mengqi, he sneered, Hey, why is our champion here? Didn't he say he would never set foot on the Moonstar again until his death? Begging for mercy? Too late. Lawyer Luo said seriously, Hello, I'm Ms. Tang's lawyer. I'm here today regarding the contract issue. If you can't take responsibility, please find the person who is responsible. Thank you. Ji Bufan made way for Chen Aihua, and she saw Luo Lu's figure. She was shocked. Isn't this the famous mentor in the legal profession? How could Tang Mengqi have such a relationship? It must be him. Sir, what is your relationship with Tang Mengqi? Ji Bufan sneered. She is my girlfriend. What do you think? Chen Aihua glanced at Tang Mengqi with disdain and muttered, You've already taken this path. Why are you pretending? Lawyer Luo spoke directly. Madam, your words contain metaphorical personal attacks. Please be careful with your words. Chen Aihua's face turned pale and blue, and she rolled her eyes at Tang Mengqi. This girl actually found such a rich and handsome boyfriend. This is much better than Yueshing's fancy boyfriends. Handsome guy, are you interested in being a star? I'm a top-tier agent. I've managed everyone from Bingbing to Zhongguoji. As long as... Ji Bufan sneered. Can you please stop talking nonsense and find the person in charge? I don't want to get involved in this dirty business of yours. Soon, the conference room was filled with the other party's legal team. Ji Bufan's side has 3 people, and Yueshing Company's legal team has 15 people. Ji Bufan has played his cards. Luo Lu is enough. Is what I've said above clear enough? What kind of substantial help did the company provide to Ms. Tang? Is this 58 million yuan in liquidated damages considered extortion? Have they learned nothing from dogs over the years? She's just a young girl who's not experienced in the world, and you've dug such a big hole for her in the contract. Teacher Luo, I am doing this just to make a living. Teacher Luo, it was senior brother Wang who drafted the contracts. We were just errand boys. I'm not your teacher. I'm the other party's lawyer. Seriously. See if you agree with my proposal. If not, we'll see you in court. Lawyer Wang from Yueshing Company trembled as he glanced at the 1-page termination agreement and muttered, 50,000? Mr. Luo, this is too little. See you in court. They were all taught by Lawyer Luo. If they really went to court, not only would they not be able to get 58 million, they would only be able to get 300,000 to 500,000 at most. Such a large amount of liquidated damages was just to scare Tang Mengqi. They will have to bear the stigma at that time, and Teacher Luo probably won't even recognize them as students. Teacher Luo, wait, let's sign and agree. Ji Bufan said inwardly, fuck, Teacher Luo is really awesome. After saying goodbye, Tang Mengqi stared blankly at the building of Xinghua Company, as if she was in another world. The contract that was suffocating her last night was terminated so easily today. It was just that she owed Ji Bufan another 50,000 yuan. Tang Mengqi looked at the man who changed her destiny, mustered up her courage, bit her lip and kissed him on the cheek. She got into the car shyly, and she found that in just half a day, she really liked Ji Bufan. She observed for a long time and found that there was no lust in Ji Bufan's eyes. He was simply trying to help her. She didn't know the reason, but it didn't stop her from having a good impression of him. Is this what it feels like to be protected? Is this what it feels like to be in love? Ji Bufan got in the driver's seat and said jokingly, not a cent of the money owed can be reduced. I didn't even feel it, not even a mosquito bite. You, don't say any more. Tang Mengqi lowered her head shyly. She didn't know why she kissed him. We had a simple lunch which cost 5,888 per person. They arrived at the recording studio in the afternoon. This was also the address that Director Zhong's assistant sent in the morning. As soon as I walked in, I saw a man wearing a baseball cap smoking in the outer corridor. Tang Mengqi whispered, Brother Sun, I'm so sorry, wei. The moment Sun Dafu saw Tang Mengqi, his cigarette fell to the ground. Beautiful. Really beautiful. He couldn't imagine how pleasant it would be in bed with this curvy little body. Sister, who are you? Tang Mengqi thought that they had only communicated on the phone, so she introduced herself. Sun Dafu sneered instantly. So it's you. Director Zhong left a long time ago. Unless you go tonight, I will arrange for you to meet Director Zhong tomorrow. As he said that, he stretched out his hand. As soon as Ji Bufan came in, he heard discussions and singing inside. Director Zhong definitely didn't leave. This guy actually harassed him in front of him. It hurts, who the hell are you? Sun Dafu was sweating coldly because Ji Bufan was twisting his fingers. Chapter 20. It's so late, don't leave. Do you know who I am? I'm Director Zhong's nephew. Let me go. Sun Dafu's wailing voice spread throughout the recording studio. Director Zhong Demu, who was in the recording studio, was also attracted out. This is exactly the effect Ji Bufan wanted. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to meet Director Zhong smoothly. Young man, it's inappropriate for you to touch me in broad daylight. Get out of here, Xiao Liu, and get ready to call the police. Director Zhong said seriously. Ji Bufan smiled slightly and pushed Sun Dafu out. The boy rolled over and started crying. Uncle, you have to help me. He hit me for no reason. Ji Bufan simply ignored the guy and said to Director Zhong, Sorry, Director Zhong, this is our first meeting. I've heard a lot about you. We are here for a sound check. Zhong Demu narrowed his eyes and looked at Ji Bufan in front of him. He is well dressed and has an extraordinary temperament, but most importantly, he has an inexplicable aura of a superior. I thought that my nephew must have said or done something to annoy him. Zhong Demu smiled and said, Come in then. Looking coldly at Sun Dafu, who was sitting on the ground, he said, You disgraceful thing. Pack up your things and go back north. Don't force me to slap you. Sun Dafu glanced at Ji Bufan with hatred and began to perform. Uncle, please listen to my explanation. It's really not me who caused the trouble. Ji Bufan interrupted directly. How about I show you the video? Sun Dafu was stunned. You even recorded it. Uncle, Zhang Damu took a deep breath and slapped Sun Dafu hard. Get out. Before leaving, Sun Dafu made a gesture of wiping his neck towards Ji Bufan. In the recording studio, Zhang Damu apologized and asked Ji Bufan to let Sun Dafu go, and then they started talking about the theme song. Ji Bufan played a demo that he had casually recorded at Tang Mingqi's house. Queen appears with her own radiance. Zhang Damu's eyes lit up. It fits the theme of his movie very well. Then he frowned again. Mr. Ji, I admit that this is the best song I have ever heard, but why is it from a boy's perspective? Don't you know that this is a female-led movie? Ji Bufan glanced at Tang Mingqi. What a silly girl. Why didn't she tell him such an important thing? Otherwise, he could have released a song called Priceless Sister, which would have definitely swept the market as well. Then he explained, Director Zhang, to be honest, although I haven't read your script, it's nothing more than a relationship between a man and a woman. Who says the theme song has to be from the female lead's perspective? After listening to this song, you should know it won't be a problem for sales, right? I don't know the ending of your movie, but regret is the most attractive thing, isn't it? Zhang Damu stroked his chin as he pondered Ji Bufan's words. After a moment, he slapped his thigh and said, This is it. Xiao Liu, sign the contract. Director Zhang, don't be anxious. You haven't listened to my request yet. Ji Bufan said lightly. Zhang Damu looked at Ji Bufan and said, Everyone in the circle knows my temper. As long as it's not too extreme, you speak first. Ji Bufan pointed at Tang Mingqi and said, She will sing, and the recording will be finished tomorrow and released. It will be used as a warm-up for your movie. Zhang Damu thought about it again and again. If she can't do it, then there's nothing we can do. Let's try Yin. Tang Mingqi covered her mouth and stared at Ji Bufan blankly. Could it be that this man really came to save her? When I was talking with Director Zhang just now, I couldn't describe him as handsome or dashing. He was so cool. As Tang Mingqi finished her audition, Director Zhang frowned and waved his hand to signal her to continue. More than 2 hours passed by in a flash. Director Zhang finally clapped his hands and cheered. This is the version. Ji Bufan didn't expect that the song Queen would have such a unique flavor when sung by a girl. Moreover, Tang Mingqi's singing voice is naturally a little hoarse, and there is endless regret in the sadness. Mr. Ji, please sign. Ji Bufan shook his head. Tang Mingqi, who was in the recording studio, was still a little confused and was about to continue singing, but in fact, her throat was about to smoke. She's here to sign. Director Zhang looked at him with the eyes of a veteran. I understand. I understand everything. Xiao Tang, right? To have someone like Mr. Ji, a mentor, is not easy. After signing the contract and making an appointment with Director Zhang to have dinner together on the song's release date, Tang Mingqi was still in a daze. In this way, she successfully won the theme song of Director Zhang Da's first romance movie. She thought back to the difficulties she had faced in the past 2 years, and how she was banned right after her debut. I can't afford the rent, so I cook most of my meals at home. I can't even afford 10 yuan worth of rice noodles. My parents don't understand. She threw herself into Ji Bufan's arms and buried her head deeply in them. Greedily, sucking wantonly, Ji Bufan sat in the driver's seat and patted her back gently. This posture was very, especially when viewed from outside the car. A woman leaned over a man's legs, her shoulders twitching from time to time. Tang Mingqi's eyes were red from crying, and she sat shyly in the passenger seat, not daring to look at Ji Bufan. Thanks. Ji Bufan looked at her, and for some reason he couldn't feel that way. He just felt heartbroken. If you ask her to have sex with you, I believe Tang Mingqi will not refuse. Tang Mingqi checked her phone and saw it was almost 5 o'clock. She immediately said, Ji Bufan, let me treat you to a meal. Ji Bufan smiled and said, Okay. The two of them went to the vegetable market in the old city like a couple, bought a lot of vegetables, and returned to her rental house. As soon as they entered the room, Tang Mingqi pushed Ji Bufan onto the chair and said, I can do it myself. I don't think you can do it. Ji Bufan was so angry that he laughed. Does he look so otherworldly? Are you kidding me about my god-level cooking skills? Fuck, the system is really foresighted. It was the right choice to force me to choose this. Tang Mingqi was busy running around like a little wife. Dishes were brought to the small dining table, and soon it was full. Ji Bufan walked into the kitchen and said, Let me cook the last dish. I'll show you my cooking skills. Can you cook braised pork? Tang Mingqi looked at him suspiciously. Until 20 minutes later, Ji Bufan served the bright red braised pork on the table, and Tang Mingqi was completely shocked. Is there anything he can't do? She took a bite and it melted in her mouth. It's delicious. After having a few drinks, Tang Mengqi completely let go and talked about what she would do after she became famous. It was already midnight. Ji Bufan, like a good family man, cleaned up the leftovers and helped her to the bed. He looked at the slightly drunk girl and murmured, "I'll help you ride the wind, but whether you become a phoenix or a bird is up to you." He turned off the bedside lamp and was about to turn and leave when a warm little hand grabbed him. "It's so late, don't leave." I don't know where Tang Mengqi got so much strength from, but she pulled hard. Ji Bufan lay directly on top of her. Their eyes met. Tang Mengqi's long eyelashes hit Ji Bufan's face, and her breathing could be heard. Tang Mengqi opened her red lips, put her arms around his neck, raised her head and kissed him. With the smell of alcohol between her lips and teeth, Tang Mengqi pushed Ji Bufan away fiercely. "Do you dislike me?" Ji Bufan was confused. He just didn't want to take advantage of the situation, so he didn't stick out his tongue. What if sparks really flew and the gun went off accidentally? Tang Mengqi lay on the bed, her hair on both sides wet with tears. "No one has ever touched me, really. Don't you want me to experience love? Take me." As the bedside lamp turned off, the room was dark. Tang Mengqi turned around and rode on him, and through the moonlight, one could see her curvy upper body. Chapter 21. Do you want me to help you wipe it? Ji Bufan gently stroked her skin, which was as smooth as water, the elasticity of which was irresistible. The faint smell of alcohol mixed with her body fragrance filled his nose. Ji Bufan touched something, but Tang Mengqi woke up as if she had been electrocuted. He quickly leaned against the head of the bed and whispered, "I'm sorry." "What? You're going to leave after flirting?" He grabbed Tang Mengqi's little hand. Suddenly, a wonderful touch came into my heart. Falling in love is so exciting. Just need to brush your teeth more. Tang Mengqi collapsed to the side and soon fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, a pair of white and tender legs turned over and pressed against his abdomen. The big weapon was still pressed against him. Ji Bufan could be said to have not slept all night. The main reason is that this girl is too dishonest when sleeping. The temptation is too great. He has really reached his limit. Early the next morning, Ji Bufan walked into the bathroom with dark circles under his eyes and dazed eyes. "Ah!" The scream that pierced the eardrums almost shook the old building down. Working in the dark at night is different from working with your eyes wide open during the day. Tang Mengqi threw all the toilet paper and trash can at Ji Bufan. You're still looking." Ji Bufan looked at the round and beautiful legs, the half of which was exposed, and suddenly became alert. "Excuse me, do you want me to wipe it for you?" "Get out." Ji Bufan. "Okay." After last night's semi-in-depth communication, the two already felt like they had been in love for years. A few minutes later, Tang Mengqi walked out of the bathroom angrily. Ji Bufan went straight in and quickly washed up with her toothbrush and towel. "Xiaotang, do you have any plans for today?" Tang Mengqi's cheeks flushed when she thought of her crazy behavior last night. She didn't hear what he said at all. I can't forget the big killer in particular. It was so scary. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Tang Mengqi came to her senses and thought to herself that she had no friends in Jiangzhou, so who would come to see her so early in the morning? "Hello, does Mr. Ji Bufan live here?" Looking at the elegant woman in front of him, Tang Mengqi frowned and asked, "What do you want from him?" "Sorry, my name is Xia Lan. I'm looking for Mr. Ji for work. Please don't misunderstand." Tang Mengqi covered her mouth and said in disbelief, "You are the gold medal agent, Ms. Xia Lan." Xia Lan smiled slightly. "I didn't expect that someone like us, who are behind the scenes, would know each other. Nice to meet you. Would you like to invite me in and have a seat?" "Oh, you, please come in. Sorry, the room is a bit messy. Please take a seat first." Tang Mengqi quickly closed the bedroom door. The mess inside was so embarrassing. There was even toilet paper in the trash can beside the bed. Ji Bufan tilted his head to glance at her from the kitchen and said with a smile, "Are you here? Let's eat together." "Then I won't be polite, Mr. Ji." Xia Lan's every move was very elegant, and she took the initiative to help Tang Mengqi clean up the mess. Tang Mengqi sat awkwardly beside the electronic keyboard, blinking her clear and silly big eyes, not knowing what to say. It was Xia Lan who spoke up again. "Ms. Tang, I will be in charge of all your management matters from now on. Do you have any ideas for your future plans? We can talk about it first." Tang Mengqi was confused. "What agency business? You mean you want to be my agent? You want to take me with you?" Xia Lan nodded. "Yes, Mr. Ji hasn't told you yet? It seems he wants to give you a surprise." At this time, Ji Bufan came out of the kitchen with breakfast. While eating, he said, "Sister Xia Lan, are you ready? Do you have any other requests?" Xiaolan took a bite of the Rujiamo and her eyes lit up. Did you make this? Ji Bufan nodded. I know a little bit of cooking skills, and I still have some in the kitchen. This is the stuffing made from the leftover braised pork from last night. Do you mind? Xiaolan ate with big mouthfuls and quickly shook her head. I don't mind. It's very delicious, a taste I've never tasted before. Besides, we'll eat from the same pot from now on. We are a family now. Tang Mengqi looked at Ji Bufan, waiting for his explanation. But Ji Bufan just kept showing off his food, drinking, and eating, and didn't even look at her. Who told her not to let Mr. Ji wipe it? Xiaolan's eyes turned into crescent shapes as she smiled. She took out a stack of documents from her bag and handed them to Tang Mengqi. Tang Mengqi read it out. Bufan Entertainment. Legal representative Tang Mengqi. 70% stake. Registered capital 80 million. This. Ji Bufan wiped his hands with a tissue and said, You'll be your own boss from now on. You'll be the CEO and the first future superstar to sign a contract. As for Sister Xiaolan, I gave her 30% of the shares. Isn't that too much? The company still has over 110 million in liquid funds on its books. The document in Tang Mengqi's hand fell to the ground. She was stunned. She only spent 99.8 to rent a boyfriend for a week, but this man was willing to spend so much money to support her? There was an accidental incident last night, but he was still willing to respect her wishes and not force her to do anything. Of course, she helped to resolve it. Ji Bufan, why are you so nice to me? Tang Mengqi pouted, feeling deeply moved. Xiaolan was also a little confused about Ji Bufan. She still didn't understand why this young man called her late last night and trusted her so much that he transferred nearly 200 million yuan in funds to her just as he said. Xiaolan was just angry at the time. Anyone would be unhappy if they were woken up in the middle of the night. What she cared about was Ji Bufan's promise. Just hearing the blueprint described on the phone made her heart surge with emotion. It was not until she saw the text message of the arrival of the money on her mobile phone that she finally came to her senses. She asked her connections to find someone overnight, registered the company early in the morning, and rushed over. Ji Bufan gently wiped away the tears on Tang Mengqi's face and teased her. Don't cry. From today on, you have to treat yourself like a big singer. I still expect you to make a lot of money for you. Tang Mengqi slapped his big hand away and was amused. At this moment, she might even die for Ji Bufan. Don't worry, I will work hard, but why did you give me all the shares? What about you? Ji Bufan said, How should I put it? For some reason, I can't hold shares. Oh, Sister Xiaolan, we just need to run our company normally. We don't need to pay attention to those crooked things, including unspoken rules. Xiaolan smiled and said, Don't worry, President Ji. I, Xiaolan, still have some face in the entertainment industry. If anyone dares to bully me, I will not tolerate it. Happy cooperation then. It's a pleasure to work with you. 3 hands were tightly clasped together, and Bufan Entertainment Company Limited officially set sail. After signing the contract, Xiaolan went to handle company matters. Tang Mengqi nestled in Ji Bufan's arms, gently touching his chest. 2 people who are attracted to each other are entangled with each other unknowingly. The clove tongue is the most deadly. Wet, so sour. Chapter 22. Having sex on the night of moving. Last night, the system provided an additional 100 million yuan in dating funds for Ji Bufan to establish a company. The 2 of them were cuddling until noon, and Tang Mengqi's eyes were blurred. I just haven't made it to the last step yet. After going out, Tang Mengqi held Ji Bufan's arm tightly, like a couple in love. He planned to take Xiao Tang to buy some clothes. All the money for the date was used up by the company, so Ji Bufan had to pay for it himself this time. According to the system, these things are not actively requested by customers. Once again, I came to the only authentic Chanel counter in Jiangsu. As soon as the salesgirl saw Ji Bufan, she almost pounced on him. Mr. Ji, you're here. There are a lot of new products. Oh, your friend just came and left. Ji Bufan was confused for a moment. Friend? Could it be Han Yoshua? Given her personality, she would have been furious seeing this scene. Mr. Ji, I just saw that your friend has left. The salesgirl emphasized the word gone. Ji Bufan nodded nonchalantly. Well, we are friends after all. I've always taken care of your business. If you have any new styles next time, please let me know in advance. The 2 smiled at each other, and Tang Mengqi didn't care. It was normal for a rich and handsome man like Ji Bufan to have friends everywhere. You introduce her to them. Just pack up the ones you like. I'll take a breath at the door. Half an hour later, the salesgirl complained, Mr. Ji, Miss Tang only chose a white shirt and long skirt. Ji Bufan just wanted to leave quickly. He didn't want to see the Shura field appear, so he immediately said, "Pack up everything she has looked at. Hurry." The salesgirl's eyes were curved with laughter, and she rubbed him with a weapon intentionally or unintentionally. Ji Bufan moved away a little. "Go ahead and do it. Be more careful next time. I'm afraid the friction will cause a fire and you won't be able to handle it." The salesgirl walked in with her but twisted in a very charming way, and under the envious eyes of other salesgirls, she closed another order with sales exceeding 1 million. Ji Bufan didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the two of them got into the car. "I thought, that's not right. He's not a cheating thief. This is his fucking job. I'm not afraid of anything. Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear." A red Ferrari supercar blocked his Volvo. The roof was retracted, and a pair of eagle-like eyes stared at him. Tang Mengqi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also saw the incredibly beautiful girl. "Bufan, do you know him?" Ji Bufan took a deep breath. "Your previous tenant." Tang Mengqi quickly wiped her lips, which became even redder. Then she opened the car door and walked over. Ji Bufan didn't know what they talked about, but when they came back they became two people. Neither of the two girls sat in the passenger seat. "Damn. Yoshua, long time no see." Ji Bufan greeted. Han Yoshua pinched him hard. "It's only been a little over 2 days. You rascal." Tang Mengqi looked at their intimacy and felt a little uncomfortable. "Ms. Han, he is mine now." Han Yoshua pinched her waist and said, "Ms. Tang, I'll give you the money, and you complete the order." Tang Mengqi followed her example, putting her hands on her hips and refusing to give in. "I told you, he's mine now. If you have the guts, rent him back." Han Yoshua pouted and shook Ji Bufan's arm. "She bullied me, do you care?" Tang Mengqi also reached out and shook his arm. "Bufan, who are you going with?" Ji Bufan's head was buzzing, and he turned around and scolded, "Why are you so ignorant? It's not easy for me to do my job. Yoshua, go back to school. This is my job. And you, Xiaotang, why are you angry with her? She's just a child." Han Yoshua pouted and said, "2 days ago you were calling me sweetie, and now you're calling me kid." Tang Mengqi bared her teeth and said, "A child with bigger breasts than me." Han Yoshua straightened her back proudly and said, "It's just bigger than you." After coaxing for a long time, Han Yoshua finally agreed to go back to school. Tang Mengqi followed Ji Bufan back to the rental house with a heavy heart. Ji Bufan looked at the small and messy room and asked, "Do you want to move to a bigger house?" Pray that she says she wants to, then she can continue to fleece the system. Tang Mengqi seemed not to hear anything. She sat in the chair in a daze, not saying a word. Ji Bufan simply held up a little face and kissed her, prying open her pearly teeth, and their mouths opened and closed gently. The tip of the tongue danced wildly between the lips and teeth, and after a long time, the lips parted, and a crystal silk thread broke. Their eyes met, and Tang Mengqi seemed to have made up her mind. "Then let's move." Ding, as requested by the customer, the appointment fee of 100 million Chinese yuan has arrived. "Hey, does your developer have any other villas for sale?" "Yes, I need them now, right now." "Okay, send me the location, and help me find a moving company, quickly." Ji Bufan hung up the phone with the sales lady and started packing up. By the time they arrived at the Yanzhuan villa area, it was already dark. Tang Mengqi stared at the luxurious villa in front of her, lost in thought. She didn't expect that she had really become the kind of person she hated the most. He took Ji Bufan's various things with peace of mind. The huge villa did not become quiet until everything was settled and the agent and moving company left. "Bufan, do you think I'm being kept by you?" Ji Bufan was just about to cook something to prepare for the new villa, but he didn't expect Tang Mengqi to ask this. He pondered for a moment and said, "I told you, this week, I'm your boyfriend. What's mine is yours. I'll do anything I can for you. If you feel uncomfortable, just consider it as something you owe me. Pay it back when you become famous." Tang Mengqi hugged Ji Bufan tightly from behind and cried, I didn't mean that. I just feel that all this is too unreal. I'm afraid this is a dream, and when I wake up, everything will be gone, and you will be gone too. Take me." Tang Mengqi stood on tiptoe, put her hands on his shoulders, and hung her whole body on him. Ji Bufan put down the shovel, held her up, and lowered his head to kiss her. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor, Tang Mengqi once again felt the electric current that made her whole body tremble that night. Her heart beat faster unconsciously and she hugged Ji Bufan tightly with both hands. Her whole body was shaking uncontrollably, and she could feel Ji Bufan's strong heartbeat. After a while, her body went limp. Ji Bufan's warm big hands wrapped around her tightly. Tang Mengqi's slender legs and curvy figure are fascinating. Her skin is as white as jade and as delicate as a baby's. She closed her eyes tightly, and the two of them held hands tightly. At this moment, they became one. Every touch resonates with them. Every friction is a satisfaction deep in memory. The war never ends. 69 seconds, 69 minutes, 96 minutes. It was unknown how long the battle lasted, and both Tang Mengqi and Ji Bufan were exhausted. Afterwards, Ji Bufan said, "It was such a thrilling battle." Tang Mengqi kicked her feet and covered her face shyly. "I'm hungry." Ji Bufan said in surprise, "I haven't fed you yet?" Wang Defa. Chapter 23. The music world was shaken and the car was smashed. The two of them spent another day together. Today is the day when director Zhong's movie theme song is released. Agent Xia Lan and assistant Fang Qian also came to Yanzhuan Villa and stared at the data online nervously. It's one thing for them to recognize it, but it will become a hit only if it's recognized by the majority of netizens. Tang Mengqi held Ji Bufan's hand tightly and said, "I'm so nervous." "It's out." Xia Lan exclaimed. "What the hell?" 999 comments at the start. Ji Bufan was also stunned. Are Earth songs so popular? Tang Mengqi covered her face tightly with her two little hands, leaving only her eyes exposed. She is going to be famous, really famous this time. Xia Lan clicked on the song comment section. "I knew she was more than just a voice of China champion. This is awesome. The songwriter is amazing. I'm thinking of my ex, whose grave is covered in grass 3 feet high. Don't cry upstairs, I want to be your next one." Xia Lan exclaimed, "I've managed so many artists, and this is the most exaggerated statistic I've ever seen. Mengqi, you've made it." Tang Mengqi looked at Ji Bufan with tears in her eyes, full of affection. All this was given to her by this man. She didn't know what to say, all her words were pale. At this moment, she understood that she could not monopolize this man. Xia Lan turned around and said, "Mr. Ji, are you really not planning to enter the music industry?" "Gotham. I'm not the Joker. I gave you 10 lyrics and music. You can just follow my instructions and implement them." Ji Bufan said jokingly. Xia Lan smiled bitterly and said, "Given your status, it is indeed true, but your talent cannot be wasted. I hope you can write more songs for Mengqi, okay?" Tang Mengqi bit her lip and looked at Ji Bufan. She wished he would always be there to protect her. Ji Bufan nodded and said, "I'll try my best. I'm afraid that if I show my talent, I'll end up dead on the street one day, ha ha ha." Tang Mengqi punched him lightly and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xia Lan stopped trying to persuade him. She knew she had made the right bet. She decided to concentrate on training Tang Mengqi and leave the other artists under her company alone for the time being. After a while, Xia Lan's cell phone rang. "Director Zhong." "Xia Lan, I heard that you brought a new person? Is it Xiao Tang who sang the theme song for me?" Zhong Demu said with a smile. Xia Lan couldn't hide the smile on her face. "Yes, Director Zhong, I hope you can support me in the future. If there are any small roles, you can let our Mengqi audition. I heard that you have been choosing the theme song for a long time. Isn't our Mengqi doing you a favor?" Director Zhong laughed heartily. Xia Lan, you naughty girl, you are so calculating. Let's talk about the next drama. I've seen that kid. He has good looks and temperament. You can give him a try." Xia Lan turned on the loudspeaker, and Tang Mengqi couldn't believe her ears when she heard this promise. Could she star in Director Zhong's movie? At Xia Lan's signal, Tang Mengqi took the phone. "Hello, Director Zhong. I'm Xiao Tang. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I hope to have the opportunity to work with you more." "Ha ha, all right, you guys must come to the premiere in October. Send me your address and I'll have my assistant send you tickets. Would that young man behind you be willing to do me the honor?" Xia Lan looked at Ji Bufan and saw that he didn't react. She replied, "Don't worry, Director Zhong. I'll try my best to bring President Ji over. Okay, see you at the premiere." "Mr. Ji, attending a premiere won't take up much of your time, right? Besides, it's still early." Ji Bufan pondered for a moment. "I'm not sure either. I'll see when the time comes. Sister Xia Lan, please take care of her. Don't worry, no one in the circle dares to bully my people." After everyone finished watching the data of Queen of Pop, they had a small gathering in the evening and were preparing to leave. Ji Bufan discovered that the front and rear windshields of his car had been smashed. Tang Mengqi frowned and looked around, but there was no one in sight. Xia Lan said, "Let's go together in the nanny car." Ji Bufan pondered for a while. He felt that the matter was not that simple. "You go ahead, take the main road with lots of people and cars. I will wait for the tow truck to come, be careful." He touched Tang Mingqi's little head and pushed her into the nanny car. Tang Mingqi said worriedly, "Why don't we call the police first? I'm afraid." Ji Bufan pointed at the surveillance camera outside the hotel and said, "Are you stupid? What kind of society is this now? No one dares to do anything. You guys go first." Xia Lan saw Ji Bufan's expression and signaled the driver to drive away. After a while, a group of people came out from the darkness. He hadn't expected that the leader would be Sun Dafu. He thought it was Zhong Hao again. "Boy, do you know what will happen if you mess with me? I've been looking for you all day, and finally found you." Looking at Sun Dafu's arrogant look, Ji Bufan hooked his finger and said, "Don't be a coward, come along. You dare to come to me? Even if you are Director Zhong's nephew, I have to teach you a lesson and teach you how to behave. Brothers, drag him to the back, there are surveillance cameras ahead." Following Sun Dafu's order, 7 or 8 burly men rushed over. Ji Bufan kicked one of them away and walked into the alley behind the restaurant with a swagger. Big brother, this kid is not simple, he has practiced." The bald man next to Sun Dafu spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. "Dafu, you are so dishonest. You didn't tell me this information? The price of a martial artist is not this high." Sun Dafu was being strangled by someone, and he bowed and scraped like a grandson. "At another 100,000. Cut off one of his hands." The bald man looked at the payment information on his phone and waved his hand. The thugs rushed forward, and the narrow alley was instantly filled with the howling of ghosts and wolves. Seeing that the situation was not good, the bald man prepared to run away. Ji Bufan picked up half a brick and smashed it hard on his back. A shrill scream rang out, "My waist." Sun Dafu was so scared that he peed his pants. He wanted to vent his anger. He couldn't stay with his uncle. Who would care about him if those female stars and young models didn't? "Big brother, please forgive me once." Ji Bufan looked at the scratches on his arm and spat in his face angrily. "How do you want to solve this? Either I send you in, or I cut off both of your hands." Sun Dafu collapsed on the ground, a pool of unknown liquid flowing out from under his pants. No, I'll pay. Is 500,000 enough? 1 million, 1 million. Seeing that Ji Bufan was unmoved, Sun Dafu also became furious. "You are trying to kill me. Even if I go to jail, I will be out in less than 2 years. When I get out, I will fuck your woman to death." Ji Bufan actually chuckled. "If you have backbone, then you are destined to never be able to stand up in this life." Ah! The screams like a pig being slaughtered resounded throughout the alley. Under the dim light, Sun Dafu fainted from the pain. Ji Bufan has never said that he is a good person, especially to those who pose a threat to him and those around him. Chapter 24. Empty checks, shameless mother and son. "Hey, you better come over and take a look." About 15 minutes later, 2 GL8s braked sharply to a stop in front of Ji Bufan. Zhong Demu walked over quickly with a heavy expression on his face, grabbed Ji Bufan's clothes and asked, "Boy, are you hitting me in the face? I thought you were different from others." Ji Bufan had already used his money ability to obtain the video footage of the hotel's back lot. And when he made the move, he also put his cell phone in his shirt pocket to record the whole process. After Zhong Demu finished watching the video, the people he brought with him lifted Sun Dafu into the car and rushed him to the hospital. As for the bald man and his gang, it is no longer Ji Bufan's turn to take action. How can Director Zhong survive in the circle without some tricks? Ji Bufan leaned aside and lit a cigarette. This was the first time he smoked since coming into this world. He took a deep breath with some nostalgia, exhaled heavily, and stomped out the cigarette. It's so fucking hard to smoke. Ji Bufan, even if Dafu is wrong, you shouldn't ruin the rest of his life. How am I going to explain this to my sister? Director Zhong said with narrowed eyes. Ji Bufan sneered. Are you going to challenge me? You should understand the whole story, right? I hate being threatened the most. I didn't kill him, which is already a big favor to you. He will have no worries about food and drink for the rest of his life, and he can also continue the Sun family's lineage. How wonderful it would be if he could live an honest life. For the first time, Zhong Demu felt a slight fear towards a young man, and even had murderous intentions. But he smiled. Okay, then tell me how to deal with this. I'm all ears, old man. This is to make Ji Bufan bleed heavily, and it also has some warning implications. Ji Bufan pondered for a moment and said, I'll give you a favor and invest this amount in your film within a year. Zhong Demu wiped his face and said, Young man, you want to settle the matter with 10 million? Do you know the sentencing standards for story-based injury crimes? Ji Bufan sneered, 10 million? Who are you looking down on? The minimum is 1 billion. Of course, There is another condition. I haven't thought about it yet. We'll talk about it later. Under the dim street lights, Zhang Demu looked at Ji Bufan carefully. He didn't believe that this man could have a cash flow of 10 billion, but he didn't look fake, so he was in a dilemma for a moment. Old man, I know you're not short of money, but no one can resist money, right? Zhang Demu motioned for his men to fetch a piece of white paper and a pen. Words alone are not enough. Write it down as proof. It was not until Ji Bufan pressed his fingerprints that he believed that Ji Bufan was definitely not as simple as he seemed. He signed the 1 billion commitment letter without even blinking an eye. Just as Zhang Demu stepped into the car, Ji Bufan called out, "Director Zhang, I've given you enough face today." Zhang Demu paused for a moment, then got into the car and left. Ji Bufan was just about to call that omnipotent agent to come and tow his car away. A green phone call popped up. Han Yoshua. This girl, wasn't she just coaxed today, young? I don't care. Hansan, today I must make this little bitch transfer the villa and car to my name. Otherwise. Before Ji Bufan could finish his words, a strange woman hung up the phone midway through his yelling. Villa? Car? Is it in the Jinding villa I gave her? No. Director Zhang, come back and pick me up. Help is needed. Quick. In Zhang Demu's nanny car, he crossed his legs and looked at the anxious Ji Bufan and said, "You are the first person who dared to let me be his driver. Stop talking nonsense, big brother. Drive faster, to Jinding Villa, full speed. If anything goes wrong, it will be my fault." Ji Bufan shouted. Zhang Demu felt a strong push on his back and said fearfully, "Slow down a bit. You're in a hurry to reincarnate. Can you tell me what happened? What if I can help?" Ji Bufan expressed his doubts. Director Zhang made a phone call. "Ah, Director Li, it's me. Sorry to bother you. Yes, Courtyard 5, Jinding Villa. Okay, please do me the honor of having dinner with us next time." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Demu glanced at Ji Bufan. "Why? Don't you want to use your connections, or don't you want to pay a small price in exchange for a big benefit?" Ji Bufan thought to himself, "It seems that having money alone is not enough. That's Sha Dachuan. You must have strong connections to get ahead anywhere." He said calmly, "Actually, I'm not that anxious. Thanks to Director Zhang for helping me out. I'm here. You can get busy." "You? Fine, fine. You're going to kill me after I've done my job, huh? Drive." Zhang Demu yelled, but before the side door of the nanny car was closed, a sudden brake sounded and the car had already gone far away. Ji Bufan looked at a BMW SUV parked in the yard. The people from the inspection bureau had not arrived yet. He kicked the mop in the yard and rushed into the second floor where the lights were on with a stick. As soon as he opened the door with the key, he heard yelling upstairs. "Han Sanping, you didn't care even when this little bitch scolded me, right? What are you doing? Let me go. Yang Shayon, you're breaking the law, you know that. Mom, why are there men's clothes in her house?" Ji Bufan went up to the second floor and saw a man rubbing his clothes under his feet. "Who are you?" Everyone except Han Yoshua was startled by the sudden male voice. The moment Han Yoshua saw Ji Bufan standing at the door with a stick in his hand, she ran over and threw herself into his arms, sobbing softly. "Kid, who are you? I'm going to sue you for burglary. This is my house, get out." "Your family." Ji Bufan snorted coldly. "Who gave you the courage?" He saw the middle-aged man sitting next to him just smoking gloomily, and his eyes and brows were somewhat similar to Han Yoshua, so he guessed something. He only heard Han Yoshua mention once that her mother died of illness and her father remarried a stepmother. "Mom, look, didn't you promise me to let her marry?" Yang Shayon, dressed in heavy makeup and looking like a noblewoman, nudged her son Yang Cheng and said, "Little brother, this is our family matter. You should be my daughter Yoshua's classmate, right? This is not something you can control. I hope you leave as soon as possible." Han Yoshua looked up at Ji Bufan, her eyes swollen from crying, and whispered, "They want to steal the house and car you gave me." Although Ji Bufan guessed some of it, he still couldn't calm down the anger in his heart. "Get out of here. Don't force me to do anything." Yang Cheng was so full of food that he rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward to start eating. Yang Shayon quickly grabbed her son, glanced at him and said, "So it's you. We can leave. If you can offer a house worth no less than this villa, we can talk." Ji Bufan was so angry that he laughed. "Your face is bigger than your butt. I want to ask you why. How dare you open your stinky mouth?" Seeing him insulting his mother in such a way, Yang Cheng rushed over regardless of his mother's attempts to stop him. Ji Bufan pulled Han Yoshua behind him and kicked Yang Cheng in the big belly. "Oh, Mom, he hit me." Yang Cheng lay directly on the ground, holding his stomach and wailing. Yang Shayan shouted, "If anything happens to my son, I'll put you in jail. I'll make you pay me until you die. A little bitch, a lackey." Ji Bufan took 2 steps as one, and came over and got 2 big slaps in the face. Yang Shayan was stunned by the slap, and the red palm print on her face was particularly clear. Fear finally appeared in the woman's eyes, and she saw murderous intent in Ji Bufan's eyes. "Han Sanping, you're a coward. All you know is to lash out. I was beaten up, and you couldn't even fart." Chapter 25 comforted to the bed. "Enough." Han Sanping roared. Yang Shayan was frightened for a moment. After she came to her senses, she picked up the bag and started arguing with her husband. Bang! With a crisp slap, the whole villa fell silent. Yang Shayan covered her face in a daze. "Han Laosen, you coward, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you." Ji Bufan was concentrating on comforting Han Yoshua. He was not interested in this kind of scene at all. After a while, sirens sounded downstairs. 7 or 8 inspectors went upstairs directly, and Yang Shayan rushed over and started crying about how Ji Bufan had beaten people and trespassed into private houses. An inspector named Wang ignored Yang Shayan and walked up to Ji Bufan and said, "Mr. Ji, I'm sorry. We didn't expect such an incident of trespassing would happen. We have taken the person away and will deal with him according to the law." Seeing her son being handcuffed, Yang Shayan rushed over and started cursing. "What are you doing? I get it, you're protecting each other, right? I'm going to sue you. You're arresting people without any reason. I'm going to sue you, let my son go." "Mom, I don't want to go to the inspectorate, Mom." Yang Cheng, a 200-pound fat man, was so frightened that he couldn't even walk. "Madam, I advise you to let go as soon as possible. You are suspected of assaulting a police officer. Cuff him first. This is outrageous." It was not until Yang Shayan's hands were locked with cold handcuffs that she finally calmed down. Han Yoshua cooperated with the inspector in taking notes and also took out the property certificate to prove that it was her house. The process cannot be wrong, and no evidence can be left behind. Inspector Wang came over and whispered, "Mr. G, this is a civil dispute. The most we can do is to handcuff the person and give him a lecture. Jail time is." Ji Bufan nodded. "I have no grudge against them. Just do your job impartially and don't torture that man." "Clear." Han Sanping saw that Han Yoshua had been hiding behind Ji Bufan and didn't even look at him, and he felt infinite regret in his heart. He walked up to Ji Bufan and said, "Thank you for protecting Xiaoxue. Yang Shayan, let's get a divorce." Yang Shayan's mood, which had just calmed down, immediately surged. "Han Laosan, if you divorce me, you'll be kicked out of the house. Don't even think about taking a penny." Han Sanping calmly followed the inspector downstairs, paused, and said, "Whatever, it doesn't matter." "Han Sanping, you coward. Why was I so blind as to follow you?" After everyone left, Ji Bufan handed a document to Han Yoshua. The moment she opened the file, she collapsed in Ji Bufan's arms. An agreement to sever father-daughter relationship. A letter from home. Han Yoshua burst into tears when she read the contents inside. It turns out that since her mother passed away in high school, Han Sanping has been entangled with a woman named Yang Shayan. Moreover, they used Han Sanping's name to defraud tens of millions of project funds. If the creditors had not come to their door, they would not have come to Han Yoshua. "Bufan, can you save my father? He's the only relative I have left." Han Yoshua hugged him tightly, crying her heart out. Ji Bufan sighed, "I can't do this kind of thing." He comforted Han Yoshua for a long time until she fell into a deep sleep, then he gently carried her to the bed. Ji Bufan sat in the living room on the first floor and looked at the 99+ messages on his phone. "Bufan, what time will you be back? Are you okay? Why don't you reply my message? I'm angry. Answer the phone." "I called the police, but the inspector said it wasn't more than 24 hours old." "Woohoo, where are you?" Ji Bufan looked at the time and saw that it was already past 2 in the morning. He thought Tang Mengqi should be asleep, so he sent a reply. Unexpectedly, the phone call came immediately. "Bufan, is that you? Where have you been? Are you hurt?" Ji Bufan quickly interrupted Tang Mengqi. "I won't be back tonight. I have something to take care of. Don't worry, I'm fine. You should get some rest." After a long silence, Tang Mengqi suddenly asked, "Are you at the house of the girl I met today?" Ji Bufan secretly cursed how women's sixth sense could be so accurate. But I still admitted that they were just a rental relationship. Something happened at her home. Her father should be in jail. Tang Mengqi, who was in the Yunzhuan villa area, sat up in bed, secretly cursing herself for being so suspicious. It was enough for him to have a place for her in his heart. Besides, Han Yoshua's family had such a big thing, and they were not officially in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. In these short dozen seconds, Tang Mengqi gave herself many psychological hints. Bufan, I'm sorry, I was just too anxious, I didn't mean to question you. Ji Bufan was puzzled. Why did he suddenly apologize? What was going on? No, what kind of apology is that? Just go to sleep. Don't you have to prepare a new album during this period? I'll go see you tomorrow if I have time. After hanging up the phone, Tang Mengqi smiled. He still cares about me. Maybe she herself didn't know why she became so obsessed with this man in just a few days. If it was because of money, then she could have agreed to be the mistress of a big shot at Yueshing Company. If it was because of love, that was a bit illusory. Maybe she would understand it later. Ji Bufan closed the doors and windows, went upstairs, and found Han Yoshua standing at the stairs staring at him blankly. This scared him. Wasn't this girl asleep? Why did she suddenly wake up? Han Yoshua didn't say a word, and buried her head in his arms. I thought you were gone, you bad boy. Ji Bufan lifted her up, and she clung to him like an octopus, burying her little face in his neck. He suddenly felt a hot and wet sensation on his neck. What are you doing? Stop tempting me. Just go to sleep. I won't leave. Han Yoshua raised her little face and showed a charming smile, growing strawberries. Ji Bufan opened her little face and saw a red, irregular seal there. This is not the time for you to cry out in pain from an injection. You're playing with fire. Han Yoshua lowered her head shyly. You are the only one I have now. Ji Bufan lay quietly on the bed, letting Han Yoshua wrap her legs around him. I said, can you please stop touching him? Is this something you can just play with? Han Yoshua's jade feet were still rubbing back and forth. Ji Bufan really couldn't bear it anymore. Looking at Han Yoshua's skin as white as jade, with a pink silk suspender hanging on her shoulders, her chest heaving as if she was very nervous. The pajamas were scattered freely on one side, and the slender and white legs were put together, exuding extreme temptation. Han Yoshua whispered shyly, you, don't look at it. The two souls attracted to each other finally merged together. I don't know how long it took, but the sun slowly rose from the horizon. The sound of the waves gradually disappeared. Chapter 26 Crazy Exploration of the Underwater World. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Han Yoshua woke up after sleeping for less than 4 hours. If she hadn't begged for mercy, I wouldn't have to do anything else today but take good care of it. You bad boy, you've made me so exhausted now. Blame me, I told you to sleep well but you didn't listen, and you still. Han Yoshua buried her head in the quilt. Oh, don't listen to me, don't listen to me, help me get that black dress. There's an internship job fair at school, and I have to work hard. Ji Bufan dug his ears and said, black stockings? Just wear them at home and show them to me. No. Black. Isn't it annoying? Ji Bufan stopped teasing her. Han Yoshua quickly drank a few mouthfuls of porridge, stepped on the accelerator and disappeared. As he walked out of the community gate, a short honking sounded and he saw his beloved car. Mr. G, I changed it overnight yesterday. It's been air-dried until now and it's very solid. A beautiful woman in a formal short skirt and black stockings walked over. Who are you? You forgot. Koenigsegg, Ferrari. Ji Bufan looked at the woman and clicked his tongue. It's you. You changed jobs so quickly. I didn't recognize you because you were wearing a mask. Where's Xiao Liu? You can call me if you need anything in the future. My name is Lu Xiao. She kept touching her hair while talking. If Ji Bufan hadn't been used to seeing goddesses recently, he would have been completely mesmerized by her charming eyes. Ji Bufan took the key, nodded, and added each other with a green message. Seeing that Lu Xiao had no intention of leaving, Ji Bufan remembered that she was there to deliver his car, so it was only right for him to give her a ride. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. I've transferred the money to you. Is it enough? Lu Xiao looked at the 10,000 yuan that arrived in her account, her expression normal as she smiled and said, That's too much, Mr. G. I'll refund it to you. Ji Bufan waved his hand and said, Let's get in the car and talk while we are walking. No need to retreat, just keep it. When Lu Xiao saw that Ji Bufan did not refuse her and opened the passenger door, a smile appeared on her face. After sitting down, her black formal skirt was pulled up intentionally or unintentionally. Those slender and long legs looked round against the black stockings. She put her legs together and leaned them against the left gear shift, intentionally or unintentionally. Mr. G, you are so low-key. You bought a sports car for your girlfriend, but you are so pragmatic yourself. Lu Xiao started the topic. Ji Bufan smiled slightly and didn't say anything. He was not blind, so how could he not see what the girl meant? Arriving at the city center, Miss Lu, I'll just take you here. I have something else to do. See you next time. Lu Xiao got out of the car with a slightly embarrassed look on her face until the car disappeared. Then he stamped his feet in anger and said, I don't believe I'm inferior to that student girl. I'll take you down sooner or later. Inside the recording studio, Tang Mengqi is recording the song Love You. The sweet singing voice mesmerized the tuner so much that he forgot to stop the song. Xia Lan saw Ji Bufan coming in and walked out of the recording studio. Mr. Ji, would you like to take a look at the 10 songs on the new album? Give me some advice. Ji Bufan smiled and said, Sister Xia Lan, you don't have to be so polite every time, right? You can call me Bufan or Xiaofan. Xia Lan smiled and said, Okay, then Xiaofan, you don't have to call her Sister Xia Lan anymore. Isn't Sister Lan closer to you? Ji Bufan looked at the 10 songs and nodded. It's pretty good. In fact, one song, Love You, is enough. The remaining 9 songs are Mengqi's own original songs. Xia Lan nodded. I thought so at first, but I was worried that we wouldn't be able to maintain the same level of popularity as Queen of Heaven, so I just released 2 of your songs to build momentum. It's time for a change in the music scene. You just arrange it. I don't know anything about this. Did the recording go smoothly? Ji Bufan asked. Before she could finish her words, Tang Mengqi jumped out of the recording studio. She immediately threw herself into his arms. The tuner watched this scene with gritted teeth. His dream was shattered just like that. He was really heartbroken. The goddess actually has a handsome boyfriend. Too bad he signed a confidentiality agreement. Are you really okay last night? Are you not hurt? Tang Mengqi asked with concern. However, Xia Lan knew the inside story. Director Zhang Demu had already told her about that incident and reminded her that this boy was not simple. Ji Bufan patted Tang Mengqi's little head lovingly. You're really okay. You're as strong as an ox. Sister Lan, can I take her away? You'd better wear masks. Mengqi is now a well-known singer. Xia Lan reminded. Soon, Ji Bufan brought her to the underwater world. Inside the submarine corridor, the 2 held hands, took photos like a real couple, checked in, and kissed in front of the Red Sea bream to show their love. We visited Shark Bay, Underwater Theatre, and Turtle Bay. Because it's time, the 1-week rental is about to end. On the way back, Tang Mengqi's worries were written all over her face. What's wrong? Are you leaving tomorrow? I'm not dead. It's like I have a terminal illness. Tang Mengqi slapped him in shame and anger. You know that's not what I meant. Ji Bufan smiled and said, You still have to do your work. You'll be busy from now on, so we probably won't have much time to meet. I'll come to see you when you're done. Oh. After arriving at the restaurant's private room, Ji Bufan was stunned. What's going on? Bullwhip, kidney, 3-whip wine. This. Tang Mengqi's face flushed red and she didn't dare look at him. The meaning of the place she arranged was self-evident. But he has a golden gun that can't be defeated. Isn't she the one begging for mercy? Who are you looking down on? Tang Mengqi pushed all the aphrodisiacs in front of Ji Bufan and said, Eat more to replenish your body. Ji Bufan had a look of despair on his face. Do you have to eat this? Have you never been satisfied with it before? Tang Mengqi spat and muttered, What are you talking about? Don't think I can't guess what you did last night. Ji Bufan stopped talking and reluctantly began to enjoy the meal that belonged to him alone. Yanzhuan Villa area. Ji Bufan supported the slightly drunk Tang Mengqi and prepared to get a hot towel to wipe her face. Tang Mengqi said arrogantly, I want to take a shower. Can you help me wash it? Ji Bufan didn't say anything and quickly stripped her naked. One person carried 2 people into the bathroom. In the bathtub, a whole layer of white shower gel bubbles floated. Tang Mengqi's fair and tender skin was covered with white frost. The water flowed from the shower head from top to bottom, along her jade-like neck, tumbling all the way and bouncing onto the ground. Ji Bufan took a towel and gently rubbed her back. Oops, my hair seems to be stuck in the bathtub drain. Ji Bufan reached in and pulled hard, and it was indeed stuck. After great effort, he finally untied it, but his hands were still frantically exploring the underwater world. As ripples suddenly appeared in the bathtub. An hour later, the sewer was finally repaired. The bathtub water was also drained. After wiping the water droplets, I went to the bedroom. Only then did he realize how philosophical it was that there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is plowed to death. Chapter 27. Farewell. The neighbor is an old acquaintance. The next morning, Tang Mengqi wrapped around Ji Bufan like an octopus. Her slender legs were draped irregularly over his abdomen, and her round buttocks looked like a perfect work of art when viewed from a side. She lazily pressed herself against Ji Bufan, and when she looked down, she saw that the big weapon was covered with strawberry bears. What a sin! Looking at Ji Bufan's handsome face, her white and tender fingers slowly stroke his chest. 1 circle, 2 circles. Ji Bufan slowly opened his eyes and saw a little face filled with resentment. A delicate nose, a rosy and tight cherry mouth, and 2 big, kiss-me eyes fluttering under long eyelashes. Are you leaving? Ji Bufan stretched out his arms and gently stroked her jade back with one hand. Ms. Tang, are you satisfied with my performance this week? Tang Mengqi opened her little mouth and suddenly bit his lower lip, mumbling, What do you think? Look, how am I going to get out? Ji Bufan turned his head and saw that from her neck down, there were many varieties of strawberry bears. Are you the only one who has it? What's there to brag about? Look at me, you see. When Tang Mengqi saw her masterpiece, her face turned red instantly. She couldn't imagine how she could be so crazy. The sheets were just changed after we had sex last night, and the previous ones were already wet. You're so bad, but don't forget to think about me every day. Ms. Tang, please respect yourself. I'm not that casual. You're not a human being if you get up so easily. Ah. No, wait a minute. Well, I have work to do. What a sin. Ms. Tang Mengqi was forced to do aerobic exercise early in the morning. After breakfast, my legs were still shaking uncontrollably. When Xiaolan came in with her assistant and bodyguard Liu Yanan, as someone who had been through this, she saw Tang Mengqi's blushing cheeks and a look of spring in her eyes, so she sat down in the side hall awkwardly. I thought it was great to be young, as I was so energetic so early in the morning. Tang Mengqi sent Ji Bufan out the door and held him tightly. Ji Bufan gently touched her little head. Okay, you still have work to do. Don't delay your next schedule. Although I don't approve of you getting involved in the entertainment industry, you must protect yourself, okay? I want you to protect. My dear, haven't you seen the comments about you online? You're the new queen. I'm still waiting to eat your gigolo. Tang Mengqi snorted. Okay, it's settled. I'll support you from now on. A gentle kiss. Tang Mengqi watched Ji Bufan drive away, her little face full of reluctance. She returned to the villa and became the cool goddess again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the order perfectly. Ding. Triggering tenfold cashback, total appointment fee spent, 233 million Chinese yuan. Reward, 2.33 billion Chinese yuan. Dear customer Ji Bufan, your account number ending in 8023 received funds at 8 hours 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Balance, 267 800 0052 Huaxia RMB. Holy crap, 2.6 billion? I made it, totally made it. Ding. The system is randomly selecting skills to permanently retain. God-level singing skills have been successfully retained. Ji Bufan parked the car directly on the side of the road and concentrated on checking the system panel. Host, Ji Bufan. Age, 24. Strength, martial arts master top-level boxing and kicking skills. Lottery system, not unlocked. System mall, not unlocked. Personal wealth, 267 800 0052 Chinese yuan, a Shanshuiwan villa, and a Volvo car. Skills, unstoppable gun, god-level cooking, god-level singing skills. He stared at the system panel in a daze. Had he upgraded without realizing it? It looked much more pleasant now, clear at a glance. He is no longer worried about having no money to spend. With 2.6 billion yuan, he can squander it for several lifetimes. Suddenly, there was a knock on the car window. Comrade, please show me your vehicle registration, driver's license. When Ji Bufan saw her, his eyes lit up. She was a beautiful policewoman. Sorry, I'm feeling a little unwell. I need to stop and rest for a while. The policewoman immediately asked anxiously, Do you need me to call 120 for you? Then I was stunned for a moment, so handsome. After a moment, he returned to his cold expression. After all, it was work time now, and it would be too obvious and too aggressive to show it. Ji Bufan cooperated with the inspection and was verbally reprimanded for his parking behavior that affected traffic. Ji Bufan nodded and bowed repeatedly, and suddenly said, Sister Inspector, you are not attracted to me, are you? You just asked me to go to the hospital to see you. Xu Wanna spat, You letcha. Don't let me run into you again next time. Seeing her about to ride off on her bike, Ji Bufan licked her face and asked, What's wrong with making friends? Do you want to add green letter? My cat can do backflips, and hey, my dog can do it too. Ride slower. In his more than 2 years in the industry, This is the most handsome scumbag he has met. It makes him so angry that he wants to trick the guy home after just a few words. Even if he wasn't wearing work clothes, he would still have to be taught a lesson. Bufan smiled and shook his head, then drove back to Shanshuiwan Villa. He had just parked the car and was about to go into the house when he noticed a beautiful figure standing in front of the house next door, staring at him. Who is this? Why are you coming here? Why is it her? Damn it. Xiao Ji, it's really you. Who else could it be if not the young woman who wanted to support him from the beginning? Bufan looked at her with a dark expression. He Jing, I have a name. Hey, is there anyone on the list who's more generous than me? Is that little waist of yours strong? Can she satisfy you? Hiss, you seem to be getting more and more handsome. With such a small body, how about serving me tonight? He Jing came over and touched his iron-hard chest, clicking her tongue. She couldn't imagine how good it would feel to be fucked by such a tough guy. Bufan slapped her hand away. Do I have to explain it so clearly? Don't you really know how it was passed down to you? Or do you want to harm me? He Jing's eyes were red, and she was wearing a high-slit kyongsam. She was nearly 1.7 meters tall, and her jade white legs were extremely dazzling. The flesh-colored stockings were tightly clung to her legs, and every step she took was an invitation to explore that depth. The high and bulging chest makes people want to pinch it. Her eyes were red, and she gnashed her teeth as she yelled, It's all slander. Do you understand what I mean by slander? He's a devil, he. Bufan interrupted. I don't have time to listen to your melodramatic love story. Don't block my way, okay? He Jing grabbed his hand and placed it on her chest. Isn't I beautiful? What's wrong with you being nice to me for once? I swear, I'm not sick, really, I'm not sick. Bufan pulled his hand back angrily. Although it was soft and elastic, he really didn't want to get HIV. Stop pestering me. You're already in your 30s. Why are you still pestering me? Go find a duck. Find 10 or 8 of them. They'll definitely satisfy you. You bastard. I don't have AIDS, I don't. He Jing sat on the ground holding his car, tears already streaming down her face. Bufan saw that her underwear was exposed, so he turned his head and threw his coat on her. 10 years ago, I was a famous lady from a wealthy family in Jiangsu. Why? Why did I become what you call a slut? I have never done that, not even once. Any man who really wants to get in touch with me, Lee who will send people to drive him away, and those who don't listen to him will be crippled. I also want to experience what it feels like to be a real woman. Are you going to let me drown myself? Bufan looked at her coldly and said sarcastically, So you want me to be crippled by Lee who as well? He Jing's eyes lit up instantly. No, absolutely not. I have a secret place that Lee who definitely doesn't know about. Bufan, why don't you be friends with me for once? How about I give you 1 million? Okay. Not interested. Chapter 28. The parents-in-law were too enthusiastic and moved into the bridal chamber that night. Looking at the heavily closed door, He Jing hung his coat on the fence and staggered away. Bufan saw her somewhat lonely figure through the window and felt a little puzzled. As the underground emperor of Jiangsu, why would Li who leave such a beautiful woman like He Jing alone? Don't allow others to go up? What kind of fucking logic is this? Anyway, he didn't believe it and would rather believe the rumors that He Jing had AIDS. Besides, there was no need for him to confront a gangster who had been entrenched in Jiangsu for many years just for a young woman. Bufan took out his cell phone and saw that Han Yoshua's message was flooding the screen again. Bad guy, I found a job carrot. What are you doing? I want to celebrate with you. I want to see you. I'm so lonely. I'll bring my best friend Ju Jingjing along. The 3 of us can play together. Damn it, this girl is getting more and more outspoken. Is she pimping for me? It seems that just asking you to beg for mercy is not enough. Bufan, I've been busy with work lately. Wait a couple of days, be good. Han Yoshua, are you still with that female celebrity? I'm going to post something to smear her right now. You're stealing someone else's boyfriend. Bufan, I'm already home. That's my job, positioning. Look, you should eat and get ready for work. I miss you. When he swiped down, he found that it was the agent Lu Xiao who sent him a message. Black Silk JPG. Mr. G, are you free to have dinner together tonight? Room number 609. Bufan enlarged the picture and looked at it carefully. He concluded that it was comparable to Yi Qingyan's legs, but he didn't want to do anything without money. You won't even do it for free? That's right, he just wants to make money while working. Doesn't he and old ox need to eat grass when plowing the land? Buzz tilde. Yi Qingyan, my parents want to see you. Are you free tonight? The moment Ji Bufan saw Yi Qingyan's profile picture move, he actually felt like he was being picked by his first wife. This woman hasn't contacted him for half a month. How heartless. My dear wife, have you finally decided to contact me? Did you wipe the water off the sofa? Oh. Yi Qingyan had just gotten off the plane, her chest heaving with anger, and Zhong Xianwan, who was pulling a suitcase behind her, almost bumped into her. He replied through gritted teeth. Shameless. How dare you ask me this? I've been away on business for half a month and you haven't sent me a single message. Are you hugging some girl right now? Ji Bufan's face turned awkward. It turned out to be his fault. The cold and arrogant CEO's wife was away on a business trip for half a month, and he didn't know. Well, let's not talk about these unhappy things. I actually miss you a lot. I'm too busy with work. Is your work going well? Yi Qingyan. It went smoothly, but those people's lecherous looks are so annoying. Locate. My parents are waiting at home. I guarantee you'll regret it if you don't go. Ji Bufan frowned as he looked at the message, with an indescribable feeling. Regret? Regret in bed. I will definitely be there. Yi Qingyan sat in the business car, staring at the screen of her mobile phone and smiling foolishly. Zhong Xianwan teased, Boss Yi, has your missing lover returned? Well, he still has. Ah, damn Xiao Nguyen, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi Qingyan reacted and the two girls started to make a fuss. Zhong Xianwan let Yi Qingyan tickle her, and she just blocked it lightly. Yi Qingyan retracted her hand, straightened her clothes, and said seriously, only you know about this matter, don't let it slip. Zhong Xianwan smoothed her hair and couldn't help wondering, why didn't you tell him? You're pregnant with him. Well, it's such a great thing for you two, a talented couple and a beautiful woman, to get married. Yi Qingyan lowered her head and pondered for a while. I'll test it again tonight. If he doesn't want me to, he won't force me. It's enough that he loves me. Besides, I'm pregnant with her now. The truth is far more important than a marriage certificate, isn't it? Zhong Xianwan sighed deeply. Why are you doing this? We've been best friends and partners for so many years. How could I not know you? You've only known each other for a day, and you were so impatient that night? You planted it right away. Yi Qingyan blushed and shook her head. I don't know either. I can't muster any resistance to him. It's like fate. He showed up when I needed help the most, right? The car suddenly fell into endless silence. Shan Shuiwen Villa area. Ji Bufan took a shower, changed his clothes and went out. He thought for a long time in the car and thought that the system was quite humane this time and did not assign him an order immediately. Hongluo Lake, an old villa complex in the city center. The eldest wife's family must be rich. Yi Zhongwo, I've changed the water into plain water for you. You must force your son-in-law to drink it later. Do you hear me? Liu Li said, shaking a bottle of white wine. Yi Zhongwo, the founder of the Yi Group, looked at his wife making trouble with a helpless look on his face. Don't get involved in the children's affairs. As a mother, didn't you ask Qingyan? Liu Li snorted coldly. You've all seen her photos. She's more handsome than those big stars. Haven't you noticed the changes in your daughter? Yi Zhongwo said worriedly, I'm afraid that others will look down on our small family business. Bufan Capital suddenly appeared and acquired 55% of the shares of WAN Group with thunderous means. This is a covert move. I'm afraid. Liu Li whispered, have you forgotten that I called my daughter that night? I suspect she has been with him. Yi Zhongwo frowned and looked at his wife. Did you hear correctly? Liu Li's face flushed. When I was talking to you. Well, can't I tell what the sound was? Just follow my expression. Madam, the young lady is back. Liu Li handed the wine to Yi Zhongwo and hurried out to greet him. Zhong Xianwan put down the suitcase, said goodbye, and left with the driver. Liu Li took Yi Qingyan's hand and sat down, then asked, My dear daughter, what about my son-in-law? Yi Qingyan's cheeks were slightly red. Mom, we haven't even started dating yet. Don't talk nonsense when the person arrives. Oh, sister-in-law, I haven't been feeling well recently. Please don't make it too spicy. Seeing her daughter clutching her belly, Liu Li asked worriedly, What's wrong, my dear? Are you feeling unwell after being away on business for so long? Should we go to the hospital? Sniff. The sound of brakes suddenly rang out in the yard. Liu Li let go of Yi Qingyan's hand and went out to meet him. Yi Zhongwo and Yi Qingyan looked helpless. What kind of wife and mother are these? The moment Liu Li saw Ji Bufan, his face lit up with joy. This was his future son-in-law. Handsome. Tall. Strong. The key is money. Perfect. Ji Bufan was carrying a lot of bags and smiled at Yi Qingyan, who was standing behind Liu Li. Mr. Ji, I haven't thanked you properly yet. It's enough that you're here. Why bring any gifts? Ji Bufan quickly said, Auntie, just call me Xiaofan. You are being too formal with my relationship with Qingyan. Liu Li looked at her daughter, then at Ji Bufan, and couldn't stop smiling. Okay, Xiaofan, look, here's the 3 tonifying wine that Auntie prepared for you. Have a drink with your uncle tonight. Ji Bufan looked at the glass bottle of medicinal wine placed in the middle of the dining table. It must weigh at least 10 kilograms. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, Auntie, this. I'm afraid of nosebleeds. Or. Liu Li interrupted. I've made all the arrangements for tonight. I've cleared out the rooms for you. Why don't you take a look at the bridal chamber and see if you like the decor? Ah, the bridal chamber. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Chapter 29 Mother-in-law, please stop doing this. I really can't make up for it anymore. Liu Li looked like she had said something wrong. Oh, look at my mouth. I was wrong. What I meant was, we have 2 rooms ready. Xiaofan, just drink a little and don't leave. Drunk driving is not allowed. Yi Qingyan looked at her mother with a cold face as she acted like a spoiled child, her toes almost tearing her slippers apart. Do you really want to marry her off? Let her spend the wedding night directly? Listen, what are you talking about? Ji Bufan grabbed Yi Qingyan's little hand, but was ruthlessly pushed away. Well, his mother-in-law is acting wildly and he is angry. The dishes were almost served, and Yi Zhongwo sat down opposite him and took out the bottle of his wife's special 0-alcohol white wine. Xiaofan, I will not hesitate to call you that. Uncle, please feel free to do as you please. Yi Zhongwo reluctantly poured a glass of wine. This first glass is to thank you for saving the Yi family. I'll drink it. Ji Bufan looked at the 2 cups and fell into silence. Is it so powerful? He swallowed his saliva and looked at the brown medicinal wine in front of him. It was said to be a tonic, but he drank it with a grin. Liu Li grinned and picked up some food for him. Xiaofan, this second cup is to thank you for tolerating Qingyan. We only have this one daughter. Dad. Okay, no more talking, let's do it. Yi Zhongwo was bored again. Ji Bufan was stunned. He had only taken 2 bites of food, and he was already preparing to drink 4 ounces of wine? He wiped his mouth, raised his glass and followed suit again. Yi Zhongwo glanced at Liu Li, who hurriedly continued to serve food to Ji Bufan. Xiaofan, drink slowly. Don't be in a hurry. Your uncle is a very good drinker. It doesn't matter if you can't keep up. Ji Bufan was not convinced when he heard this. This was also his first time to formally meet his parents. In his heart, Yi Qingyan is his woman. How can he admit defeat in front of his parents-in-law? Auntie, uncle, don't worry. I can drink quite well and I will definitely accompany you well. Come here, Xiaofan. I asked someone to bring this stuff back from abroad. It's very nutritious. Ji Bufan was stunned when he saw the thick and long thing Liu Li handed over to him. This is a fucking banned drug. Are you going to make him bleed from his mouth and nose tonight? Auntie, I can do it myself. I really can't make up for it anymore. Yi Qingyan threw down her chopsticks and said, Mom, that's enough. Liu Li and Yi Zhongwo looked embarrassed, while Ji Bufan grabbed Yi Qingyan's hand and asked her to sit down. How can you talk to uncle and auntie like that? Just eat your meal honestly and I'll just drink a little with you. Yi Qingyan put the thick thing in front of Ji Bufan aside and said, This is so disgusting. Sister-in-law, take it away. Liu Li was not angry either. She was very happy to see that Ji Bufan could control his cold and ruthless workaholic daughter with just 1 sentence. Yi Zhongwo also said at the right time, Xiaofan, for this 3rd cup, I hope you can treat Qingyan well. Dad, you. Don't interrupt me. Even if it doesn't happen now, what about in the future? Since you graduated, you have given so much to this family over the years. Mom and Dad hope that you can live a good life, happy and blessed. Yi Qingyan looked at her father with tears in her eyes. Dad, I. Ji Bufan directly took Yi Qingyan's hand and held it with both hands. Uncle, this cup should be toasted to you. Thank you and Auntie for giving birth to such an excellent daughter. I promise to treat her well. Yi Qingyan wiped her eyes, looking shy. With his words, it was worth it for Yi Qingyan. She found that she had fallen irresistibly in love with Ji Bufan. Yi Zhongwo and Liu Li looked at each other and said, Okay, Uncle will do it. Ji Bufan was really impressed. It was such a sentimental scene, and you ended it, so he had no choice but to continue to accompany you. Liu Li quickly refilled the glasses of wine for her husband and future son-in-law. The guests and hosts had a great time at the meal, and Ji Bufan didn't even know how much Sanbu wine he had drunk. In contrast, Yi Zhongwo and his father drank for more than 2 hours without getting red in the face or out of breath. In the end, Yi Qingyan drank 2 small glasses of red wine under her mother's persuasion. Ji Bufan supported Yi Qingyan, and the two of them staggered up to the 3rd floor. Liu Li and Yi Zhongwo followed behind, whispering something. Yi Qingyan turned around and glared at her parents, then opened and closed the door in one go. Liu Li whispered, "That's it. Just wait to have a grandson." Yi Zhongwo snorted, "I like my granddaughter." Inside the room, the bright red festive decorations made Ji Bufan sober up a lot. This is really a bridal chamber. He wasn't drunk, and with his current physique, he could drink for another 2 hours. Otherwise, if he didn't pretend to be drunk, his mother-in-law would have to continue to persuade him to drink. A big red bed, sheets, a wedding quilt. What is this? Yi Qingyan had a look of despair on her face. She had never expected her room to be arranged like this. Now she wants to crawl into a crack in the ground. What will Ji Bufan think of her? Bufan, lie down for a while. I'm going to take a shower. Don't vomit on the bed. Be good, Moo. Ji Bufan squinted his eyes and saw that the bathroom door was closed. Then he stood up and observed Yi Qingyan's boudoir. All pink. The dressing table, bed curtains, makeup mirror, etc. are all pink. I didn't expect that you look so cool on the outside, but there's a little princess living inside you. Through the privacy glass of the bathroom, he saw a curvy figure standing under the shower, caressing her body. He swallowed hard. This is her house. Ji Bufan, calm down. In the bathroom, warm water flowed from top to bottom, and the water droplets jumped and slid across 36D and fell to the ground. Yi Qingyan's fair skin was covered with a layer of pink, and her delicate hands slowly stroked her flat belly. She took out the sterile and harmless shower gel and applied it all over her body. The warm steam made her as delicate as a lotus flower emerging from the water. The night was a little chilly, and the tree-lined paths in the courtyard were covered with dewdrops. White foam slowly flowed into the drain along a pair of slender legs. She looked back and saw that she didn't have the towel. Thinking that Ji Bufan was drunk, it should be fine if he sneaked out and got a bath towel. The moment she opened the door, Ji Bufan was sitting on the bed, staring in her direction. Her whole body was exposed. Although she had seen it before, she felt so ashamed and angry when their eyes met like this. You, don't look, cover your eyes. And help me get a towel. Cover your eyes, you bad guy. Ji Bufan covered his eyes and looked at her flawless back through his fingers. Should I cover my eyes or use a bath towel? Yi Qingyan shyly hid behind the door, not knowing that her 36D was squeezed and deformed. This posture is simply a test for the cadres. Ji Bufan suddenly felt a warm sensation in his nose. When he touched it, he found that he was bleeding from his nose. Yi Qingyan covered her eyes and bit her lower lip, wanting to laugh but feeling shy. Oh, you wipe it quickly. Ji Bufan hadn't expected himself to be so embarrassed. It was all because of that damn 3 tonic wine. But he didn't know that someone was eavesdropping outside the door. Liu Li covered her mouth, afraid of laughing out loud. Damn, we're getting down to business so soon? Yi Zhongwo, who was standing not far away, saw Liu Li running over excitedly and asked, "What's wrong?" Liu Li leaned close to his ear and whispered, "It's a sure thing. I heard it for real." Chapter 30 Be Gentle, Don't Hurt the Baby Part 3. Xiaohong, please pack your things more gently. If you keep doing this, we should be the ones holding our grandchildren. Liu Li was talking to the nanny in a weird manner. Top floor, 3rd floor. Yi Qingyan walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a pink bath towel and with her feet bare. There was still a few drops of clear water hanging on the white and round calves. He grabbed the toilet paper from Ji Bufan's hand and wiped his nosebleed. Isn't it embarrassing? Am I really that good looking? Yi Qingyan looked at him with seductive eyes. Ji Bufan coughed twice and thought to himself, if your mother had been forcing me to drink some tonic wine, how could I have become like this? Of course, Sister Qingyan is the most beautiful. Do you smell anything? Yi Qingyan pouted and sniffed around. No. Ji Bufan immediately pulled the person into his arms. Didn't you notice that the air has become sweeter since you came out? Yi Qingyan covered her face with her hands, looked at him with a look of despair, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Ji Bufan, I hope you don't disgust me. I have goosebumps. It's too greasy. Can you please return to the way you were when we first met? Yi Qingyan held his face and squeezed his mouth into a pout. Ji Bufan said vaguely, look at that love book on the internet. It's worth a lot of money. Give me a kiss. Yi Qingyan rode on his waist and kissed him lightly on the mouth. Go take a shower. You stink of alcohol. Ji Bufan held her round little butt, put her on the bed, and went into the bathroom. Seeing that he had already started, Yi Qingyan secretly opened her suitcase and took out a set of sexy lingerie. There are 2 boxes, one with jump egg written on it, and the other with move stick written on it. With a blushing face, he imagined the scene that would follow, hesitating whether to change it. Will he think I'm too? Oh, what should I do? It's all Xiao Nguyen's fault. Luckily, she sent me a message when I got home. If my parents saw it, I would be too embarrassed to face anyone. She looked back towards the bathroom and saw through the privacy glass that Ji Bufan was still scrubbing and washing. Yi Qingyan opened a box carefully and pushed the switch gently. Buzz tilde tilde tilde. She cried out in surprise at the sudden vibration in her hand. Ji Bufan heard the noise and quickly asked, Qingyan, what happened to you? Did you fall? Yi Qingyan quickly turned off the switch, and seeing that the bathroom door handle was about to open, she shouted, I'm fine, don't come out. Ji Bufan said oh half-believingly, and quickly finished washing and walked out of the bathroom. Yi Qingyan was lying quietly on the bed reading a book, but her rosy cheeks and red ears betrayed her. Ji Bufan jumped onto the bed, leaned over, picked up a strand of her hair and smelled it. You didn't wash your hair. Yi Qingyan had just found out she was pregnant, so she didn't dare to wash her hair. She wanted to spend the whole day looking up information on how to be a good mother. No, I haven't washed it yet. I just washed it yesterday. Ooh, yucky. Hey, it's really big. Yi Qingyan turned off the bedside lamp in shame and anger, leaving only a dim wall lamp on. Damn it, Ji Bufan. I shouldn't have let you have it so easily in the first place. Ji Bufan leaned his head on her chest, hugged her slender waist, and muttered, the water on the sofa. Yi Qingyan quickly covered his mouth and stared at him with her big eyes. If Ji Bufan dared to say it out loud, she would bite him to death. It was so embarrassing. It also reminded her of Ji Bufan's massage technique. To be honest, it was really too comfortable. She had been to countless beauty salons, and the female technicians they gave very comfortable massages, but compared to Ji Bufan, there was a world of difference. Is this the difference between male and female technicians? Just when she was lost in thought, Ji Bufan stuck out his tongue and licked the palm of her hand. Ah! Yi Qingyan withdrew her hand instantly. Hey, my wife smells so good. Yi Qingyan rolled her eyes at him. Who is your wife? Tell me honestly, what have you been doing in the past half-month? Ji Bufan cleared his throat and said, Work, I work very hard. Yi Qingyan looked at him expressionlessly, being another woman's boyfriend. Ji Bufan was stunned for a moment and lifted the pillow. What is so hard? When Yi Qingyan saw this, she quickly got into bed and turned sideways, leaving only half of her head exposed. Ji Bufan saw a pink oval egg, wires, and a switch. Is this the aloof female CEO I know? She's so extravagant. Ji Bufan waved 2 small toys in front of Yi Qingyan and said, How about we talk about this problem first? Yi Qingyan shyly covered her head with the quilt and said, Go to sleep. Ji Bufan squeezed into the quilt and pressed on her. Their noses touched each other, their breathing was audible. Yi Qingyan bit her lips, her chest rising and falling. My dear CEO, that toy. Yi Qingyan was afraid that Ji Bufan would misunderstand, so she simply told him about the good things Zhong Xianwan had done. Ji Bufan silently gave a thumbs up to Xiao Nguyen. She is indeed a good friend. Then let's. Yi Qingyan turned her head away without saying anything, and Ji Bufan's eyes lit up. Okay. Nice. Ji Bufan caressed her skin as white and tender as jade, and every inch his fingers slid across made Yi Qingyan's delicate body tremble. The two kissed for a long time, almost suffocating themselves in the bed, and only then did they decide to lift the quilt a little. Yi Qingyan was already confused and breathed heavily. Seeing Ji Bufan holding the toy, she panicked. She had already lost it before the game even started. Murmured, You, please be gentle, don't hurt the baby. Ji Bufan was struck by lightning. It softened instantly. Baby. His first reaction was that someone was cheating on him. Thinking about it carefully, she has been on a business trip. Could it be some desperate client? Grass. Seeing that Ji Bufan was hesitant to take the next step, Yi Qingyan opened her eyes and saw that his face was turning blue and red. I couldn't help but pat him. What are you thinking? You don't even believe me? I only have you. Ji Bufan came back to his senses and thought about that crazy day half a month ago. Just found out. Ji Bufan put down the toy, gently stroked her belly, and lay down to listen. Is he happy to be a father now? Totally unprepared. This woman. She actually came up with this idea for the first time? Yi Qingyan chuckled and patted his big head. Are you stupid? What can you hear in just half a month? It's my period that hasn't come yet. And, you see, it seems to have grown a little bit. Ji Bufan now had no mind to appreciate her beautiful body. He was always thinking whether it was a boy or a girl, how he should treat Yi Qingyan, and what to do with the next order from a system. His mind was a little confused. Seeing that he was a little absent-minded, Yi Qingyan thought that he was unwilling to take responsibility, and her heart immediately sank. Don't you like it? Ji Bufan nodded, then shook his head violently. No, I like it, of course I like it. What are you thinking? This is my seed, this is my seed. I actually have offspring. Chapter 31. New Order from the Goddess Movie Queen. Ji Bufan lowered his head and took a look, his head instantly filled with blood. What is wrong with this woman? Using this to test Carters. Who can withstand this? He quickly covered his nose, fearing that his nose would bleed. Don't play with fire. Cover yourself with the quilt and don't catch a cold. Now that I've been tempted by him, I feel the urge to look up again. Yi Qingyan pouted and looked at him. How about I help you? After saying that, she winked at him seductively. Yi Qingyan took a long time to understand and punched with her little pink fist. I don't know how long it took. What a thrilling battle. It was already late at night. Then he picked up Yi Qingyan and went into the bathroom. Take a shower honestly. Ji Bufan leaned against the head of the bed and looked at his phone. Yi Qingyan was so tired that she fell asleep. No sexual intercourse during the first 3 months and the last 3 months of pregnancy. Holy crap. Is this true? Ji Bufan quickly continued to scroll down, and after reading several pages, he found the same answer in all of them. They played for most of the night, and although he didn't go in, he dug for a while. Qingyan. Yi Qingyan opened her eyes dazedly. Hubby, I can't take it anymore. Please, let me go. Ji Bufan put the phone directly in front of her. Yi Qingyan narrowed her eyes slightly, then opened them wide in an instant. Besides being a little tired, I don't feel anything in my stomach. Ji Bufan quickly got out of bed and put on his clothes. You've read a lot of books and information, but you don't know this. What if something unexpected happens? Yi Qingyan also became alert. The two of them put on their clothes and drove directly to the hospital. Half an hour later, obstetrics and gynecology. Ji Bufan and Yi Qingyan looked at the doctor nervously. The doctor looked at the color ultrasound screen expressionlessly. Doctor, how is it? Yi Qingyan lay on the bed, looking at her lower abdomen with a worried look on her face, her eyes a little swollen from crying. The doctor put down the instrument and said calmly, There's nothing wrong with the ovaries. Just be careful in the early stages of pregnancy. Are you two together again? Ji Bufan looked embarrassed, and Yi Qingyan's pretty face also turned slightly red. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask. The doctor sighed. That's how you young people are. If implantation isn't stable in the first 3 months, can't you just bear with it? What if it triggers contractions? Is that a boy or a girl? The doctor rolled his eyes at Ji Bufan and said, Don't you have this common sense? It's only been half a month. Even if the Buddha came, he might not know. Back at the Honglua Lake Villa area, the roar of the Koenigsegg still alarmed Ji's father and mother. There was no other way. Fearing an accident, he could only drive the sports car that was meant for Yi Qingyan to the hospital at full speed. Liu Li and the nanny were already waiting in the living room in their pajamas. Oh my goodness, it's still dark, and you're out for a drive. Yi Qingyan lowered her head and murmured, I'm pregnant. A thunderclap sounded in Liu Li's mind. It was planted so soon? He quickly trotted over and touched Yi Qingyan's belly, unable to stop smiling. How long? Half a month. Liu Li looked as if she had suddenly understood something. No wonder she asked you two to share a room last night and you didn't feel shy and just lived together naturally. It turns out that he had already received the injection. Son-in-law, then you should quickly prepare for the wedding. Yi Qingyan glanced at Ji Bufan and quickly pulled her mother and said, Bufan is in the rising stage of his career now. Let's talk about it first. They had already discussed this topic on the way back. The pregnancy could not be hidden. Yi Qingyan's original words were, Since you have your own difficulties and must engage in the profession of sharing boyfriends, I won't force you to do anything. I think clearly. Liu Li's face looked a little unhappy. Seeing that Ji Bufan didn't say anything, she was about to say something else, but Yi Zhongwo was also awakened by the noise downstairs. Listen to the children, Xiaofan, you have to take good care of Qingyan. Ji Bufan nodded, and after chatting for a few words, he drove away. Yi Zhongwo put down his teacup and asked, Tell me the truth, do you think I'm a little? This is also the question in Liu Lie's mind. If she is not a mistress, why can't they get married right there? Dad, what are you talking about? How could I possibly do that? I believe he will marry me. It's definitely not what you think. Bufan had just returned home and was lying on the bed thinking about what to do next. The system prompt sound came in my mind. Ding, new order is being generated. Magic City. In the 600 square meter apartment at Nanwan No. 1, Liu Xini sat on the sofa in a daze. Tears hung on her beautiful face, and her red eyes were swollen beyond recognition. 1 bite, 2 bites. She poured wine into her mouth frantically. A week ago, at the largest jewelry store in Shanghai, Liu's Jewelry, it was revealed that the chairman's family was transferring assets abroad for unknown reasons. Since then, the share price of Liu Jewelry has been falling, and she, the former darling of heaven and the youngest actress in the entertainment industry, has no films to shoot. The scripts in her hands have also terminated their contracts with her, and the company is preparing to sue her for an astronomical amount of compensation. This house worth over 100 million yuan is probably no longer worth keeping. Now that she can't contact her parents and brother, she is really going crazy. In the past, the Liu family was very powerful, and prominent figures in the entertainment industry would give her some face. Borrowing and returning high-end jewelry is all about social etiquette. Now that Liu's Jewelry is on the verge of collapse, Liu Xini is no longer the goddess in everyone's eyes. There was even a director who asked her to sleep with him before he was willing to give her the role of the second female lead. Her background is gone, and her parents and brother are now fugitives online. All the shareholders of the company came to her to ask for money, and the lustful look in their eyes was written on their faces. Mom, Dad, brother, why did you abandon me? What should I do alone? Liu Xini curled up helplessly on the sofa and sobbed. Ding dong. Suddenly a message came on her phone and she picked it up quickly. She thought it was her parents or creditors, but it turned out to be an advertisement. Have you ever been hurt by a scumbag? Are you being pressured into marriage by your parents? Do you long for a sweet romance? Here comes the shared man. He'll satisfy any of your boyfriend fantasies and might even be able to help you. Take him home for just 998. Liu Xini threw the phone away angrily. You even bully me with a broken cell phone. Ah. The wine bottle in her hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Her delicate feet stepped on the broken glass and were pricked, bleeding. Liu Xini walked into the kitchen in a daze and saw the fruit knife flashing with a cold light. Ding dong. She turned back to look at the phone screen that lit up again and murmured, Is that Dad? Ignoring the wound on her foot, she quickly ran to the sofa and picked up her phone. It was still the same advertisement. She laughed, a little crazily. 998, right? Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Chapter 32 Massage for the Goddess. Ding, a new order for the stunning actress has been placed. Royal sister Liu Xini, 32 years old, beautiful legs photo.jpg. Dating money, upper limit, 100 billion Chinese yuan. Bufan was stunned and sat up from the bed. What's going on? Is Liu Xini the master of the system? Lease period. The customer did not select one. The system automatically selected 1 week. Location. Number 1. South Bay, Magic City. Requirement. Due to the client's emotional state, no information has been filled in. Please adapt to the situation and the system will provide the best support. Extraordinary Capital has been unlocked providing background support for the host. After Bufan clicked on the details, he was shocked by Bufan Capital. The registered capital is 1 trillion Chinese yuan, and the paid-in capital is 1 trillion Chinese yuan. He only owns 55% of the WAN group shares, and the rest is completely gone. Holy shit. Is the system so rich? Host, please don't get excited. Extraordinary Capital is only temporarily unlocked and will remain frozen after this order is completed. The clothes and vehicles have been prepared at the Tangchen Mansion in Magic City. Please arrive before sunset tomorrow. Bufan was a little surprised. Is the movie Queen Liu Xini so weird? Not writing the order information and still feeling emotional? Bufan opened Baidu and searched for news about Liu Xini. Liu's Jewelry's stock price collapsed. Liu Xini may be responsible for tens of billions of yuan in debt. A film queen has been tragically abandoned by her family. What's next for her? Big Dog continues to report. The youngest film queen, whose family is bankrupt, she's being chased for debt, and her parents and brother are missing. It's quite interesting. The 16th floor of the luxury Villa No. 1 in South Bay, Shanghai. After paying the huge sum of 998, Liu Xini angrily threw her phone to the ground, and the screen was instantly covered with spider webs. She picked up the red wine glass on the table and stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the river view and the passing traffic. Dad, Mom, is my brother really that good? Why did you leave me alone? Why did you let me endure all this? Liu Cini, I know you're in there. Pay me back. Pay me back. The knocks on the door turned into kicks. She returned to the kitchen with a cold look in her eyes, picked up a fruit knife, and looked out through the cat's eye. Standing outside the door was a group of burly men. Seeing that Liu Cini had not opened the door for such a long time, these people took out the prepared red paint and started spraying. The cat's eyes turned red in an instant. Liu Cini took a few steps back in fear, and the bloodstains on her feet had dried. Open the door. Pay me back. If you don't open the door, I'll break it in. Liu Cini's lips trembled slightly. She clenched the fruit knife in her hand and suddenly opened the door. He closed his eyes and swung the knife out fiercely several times. Fuck, this woman is crazy. Back off, back off. 7 or 8 strong men were frightened by Liu Cini's move and retreated one after another. Liu Cini looked haggard, and she looked at them coldly and shouted, If you're not afraid of death, come in, come in. Why are you looking for me? Do I own even a dime of Liu shares? Get out. Get out. These people just took money to disgust people. How could they really fight with a crazy woman? Beautiful girl, don't be impulsive. Let's go, let's go. Fuck, bro, isn't this the movie Queen? Seeing the light flashing in these people's eyes, Liu Cini took 2 steps back in fear. Only then did everyone see the bloody footprints she left behind. Instinctively, I didn't dare to go forward. Brother, let's just go there. This woman is really crazy. Yeah, let's retreat. If someone dies, we'll have to go in. Liu Cini held a fruit knife in her hand and slumped to the ground after seeing everyone taking the elevator down. I closed the door, leaned against it and sobbed softly. I don't know how long it took. Liu Cini slowly woke up from the sofa. She had slept on the sofa all night last night. The knocking continued. She looked at the fruit knife that fell on the ground and picked it up again. He murmured, Last night wasn't enough. And you're here so early. At worst, I'll just fight them. She bit her red lips, opened the door, held the knife in both hands, closed her eyes and started slashing. Suddenly, someone pinched the cold little hand. The moment Liu Cini opened her eyes, she was stunned. Bufan has deep eyes and is wearing a handsome haute couture suit. His straight and slender legs, and especially his handsome face, were more handsome than any male star she had ever seen. Girlfriend Liu Cini, is this how you welcome your boyfriend? Only children play with toys. How can you be so naughty when you are an adult? After Bufan finished speaking, he gently took the fruit knife from her hand and looked down. She was barefoot, and her white feet were covered in blood. Are you hurt? Liu Cini stared at him blankly and said, You, what did you just call me? Did you get the wrong person? Bufan took out his cell phone and saw an order text message. It is to share the information that the boyfriend has successfully placed an order. Liu Cini suddenly remembered the cell phone that she had smashed last night. Isn't that a scam software? Are you really my rented boyfriend? Friend. Bufan nodded calmly. What else? He saw blood seeping from Liu Cini's feet again, so he hugged her in his arms. Ah, you, what are you going to do? If you dare to do this to me, I will commit suicide. Liu Cini was extremely scared. Although Bufan was very handsome, she had no intention of thinking about falling in love right now. And at first sight, she had some favorable impression on Bufan, the key being Bufan's caring words at the beginning. Are you injured? The goddess almost broke down. This is the first person who cares about her since the Liu family got into trouble. Bufan gently placed her on the sofa and lifted her calves tenderly, only to see several cuts of varying sizes on the soles of her feet. Broken glass could still be vaguely seen in the wound. Just wait patiently, okay? Liu Cini blushed, which was rare for her. She bit her red lips and said nothing. Bufan found the medicine box from the upper cabinet in the kitchen and gave her a simple bandage. Liu Cini stared blankly at the strange man. Is there really such a warm and handsome man in the world? Is this the service that 998 can enjoy? Yoichi Bufan stood up and touched her head. A head-patting man who treats you like a child is enough to erase any of his shortcomings. Liu Cini sat on the sofa, suddenly hugged his waist and cried softly. A few minutes later, he burst into tears. Bufan's white handmade shirt was soaked with tears. Good boy, pick up the spoon and eat your food. Little bees, buzz, let's go to work together. Phew tilde. Liu Cini sobbed softly and let Bufan wipe her tears. She said in a hoarse voice, I hate it. How can you comfort me like this? I'm not a child. Ji Bufan looked at her with pity. He really felt sorry for this movie queen who seemed out of his reach. Her heart was not made of cement. Ji Bufan gently rubbed her temples, and Liu Cini bit her lip and slowly lay down on his legs. The veins on her jade-white neck throbbed, and her high chest rose and fell. Ji Bufan's warm big hands gently kneaded her collarbone. The touch was extremely smooth. The elastic and slender arms just let him caress them. After an unknown amount of time, Liu Cini began to breathe evenly. Chapter 33. Ji Bufan invites Liu Cini to live together. Liu Cini had a very long dream. In her dream, she saw her parents and younger brother, and she tried desperately to chase them, but she just couldn't catch up. Suddenly, her parents and brother turned around, and the three of them looked at her with blood on their faces. Suddenly, Chichi rushed towards her with a knife. The dream is over. Liu Cini sat on the sofa, breathing heavily, and frantically searching for her cell phone with both hands. Only then did he notice the screen on the coffee table that had been shattered into a spider web, and then he turned around to look around the room. Where's Ji Bufan? Was that also a dream? No, the gauze on my foot is still there. Then he smiled bitterly. He must have been scared away after seeing the news. Ha ha ha, Liu Cini, you've really become a jinx now. She turned on the TV and the entertainment channel was discussing her family's affairs. There were early signs that Liu's jewelry was fleeing with the funds. 6 months ago, they purchased raw diamonds worth billions of yuan at a high price. Then, the actress's mother sold off her shares. Combined with the information now revealed, it's enough to prove that the actress and her family had planned this all along. There are also netizens' comments on current affairs. Playing with eggs and crushing birds, the Liu family is a loyal and brave family. I suggest that they be collectively shot. Lao Lai de Liu. Except for Goddess Liu Cini, I will give all others to you. I just want to. Love's injections. Is there a possibility that Goddess Liu doesn't know the inside story? Liu de Fu. Ha ha ha. Anyway, ha ha. I hope your Goddess Liu can hold on. Entertainment Juan really does have a thing for everything. These comments stabbed into Liu Cini's heart like a knife. Suddenly, the sound of keys opening the door rang out, and her heart tightened again. As Ji Bufan came in carrying something, he noticed the change in Liu Cini's expression. From fear to surprise and gratitude. He casually said, "What are you watching TV for? Turn it off. Eat something. You have nothing at home. You don't even have the space to show off your skills." Liu Cini whispered, "Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble because of me? I thought." Ji Bufan smiled and said, "Now let's officially meet my movie queen girlfriend. My name is Ji Bufan." Liu Cini's face turned slightly red, but she quickly returned to her cold expression. She didn't dare to trust anyone now. "Hello. I believe you should know about my family situation. I don't need a boyfriend. Thank you for coming. Thank you for bandaging my wounds. You, go." Ding. The host is leaving immediately. The mission has failed. The consequences are serious. Ji Bufan heard the system prompt sound in his mind and ignored it. He didn't want to leave in the first place. "Are you sure you don't want me to stay and help you? Maybe I can solve your problem." Liu Cini lowered her head and smiled. "I'm sorry. Although you look good, I don't think you have the ability to solve this kind of problem. Do you know how much money my parents took away? Even this house might be my last day living here. Are you going to spend money to support me next?" Ji Bufan was silent for a moment. "How do you know that I don't have the ability to solve the problem? Who can you trust now? As your temporary boyfriend, I will definitely do my best." Liu Cini suddenly asked, "Do you want to sleep with me?" Ji Bufan was stunned for a moment. "So I'm asking whether I want you or not. There shouldn't be anyone who doesn't want to seduce you, right?" Liu Cini smiled contemptuously. "As expected, all of you men are the same, but you don't have the same look in your eyes as they do when they see me. Are you sure you don't want to leave?" Ji Bufan extended his hand and said with a smile, "Did I pass the interview?" Liu Cini stretched out her white jade-like hand and placed it in his. "Okay, my temporary boyfriend, you have to pay off the tens of billions of debts for me first." Ji Bufan was almost petrified on the spot. Damn, this woman still distrusts him in disguise. He also understood that no one would trust a boyfriend who was rented through a suspected scam software after such a big thing happened in their family. Card number. Liu Cini was stunned for a moment, picked out one of her own cards from the bag beside her and threw it over. Ji Bufan directly showed her the transfer information. Liu Cini was stunned. He transferred 10 million to her? He knew her phone was broken, so he used pictures to trick her? Ji Bufan took out a new phone from a white bag and replaced her card. Ding dong. Liu Sini stared at the text message of the incoming money in a daze. It was actually true. He actually transferred it? How is that possible? Why? Why are you helping me? Do you want to enter the entertainment industry? Liu Sini's voice became increasingly low. All I can give you now is my body. Ji Bufan smiled faintly. I don't want to join your circle. I'm just fulfilling my responsibilities as a boyfriend. If you need me, I'll help you. It's that simple. Liu Sini was shocked. Is this responsibility? Wasn't he trying to trick me into bed? Then the 10 million cannon is a bit too expensive. Ji Bufan continued. I see your door has been sprayed with red paint. Why don't you move to my place for now? Liu Sini's pretty face turned red. Don't be so pedantic. Do you want someone to come to your house and harass you every day? What we need to do now is to get to the bottom of this matter. If giving up on myself was useful, I would have committed suicide long ago. Liu Sini bit her red lips and struggled mentally, but reason finally prevailed. Move, place. The two of them packed up their things and just went downstairs. A middle-aged man came towards them. He was Liu Sini's second uncle, Liu Shangqian. Liu Shangqian was stunned for a moment when he saw a tall and handsome man following Liu Sini, then walked over with a sneer. Sini, why don't you call me second uncle? Why are you hiding from me? Are you planning to move? Liu Sini whispered. You have no right to ask what I want to do. Get out of the way. Liu Shangqian's expression remained unchanged as he continued with a smile. Second uncle isn't criticizing you. Such a big thing happened at home, and you have no idea at all? You can leave now. If you leave now, I guarantee that those shareholders outside will strip you of everything. Liu Sini angrily said, I'm not involved in the business operations of Liu Jewelry at all. If you have any problems with my dad, go find him. Why are you looking for me? Liu Shangqian threw a stack of documents over. Look here. All the high-end jewelry that was loaned out under your name over the years is here. Your name is signed on them, but not a penny has been returned. If you want to leave, that's easy. Take the money. Calculate the rent. The various high-end jewelry you've worn over the years in the entertainment industry adds up to about 100 million. In this regard, Liu Sini was indeed in the wrong. In the past, when her father and brother held the power in the company, she really acted arrogantly and took advantage of many of Liu Jewelry's resources. But 100 million is robbery. 100 million can buy all those things. She has been working in the entertainment industry for nearly 10 years, but her own assets are not even over 100 million. How could she possibly come up with that? Liu Shangqian smiled slightly. Can't produce it? Well, after you sign this document, you can leave at any time. Ji Bufan took a look at the contents of the document. A waiver of the equity inheritance agreement? Didn't Liu Sini's parents and brother flee with the money? Could there be something fishy going on? Chapter 34. The Queen's body is beautiful. Seeing Ji Bufan shaking his head slightly, Liu Sini said, I won't sign. My parents and brother don't know what's going on yet, so I have no right to dispose of their shares. Liu Shangqian glanced at Ji Bufan with a sinister look in his eyes. Then you're on your own. You're so shameless. You really think you're a big star? Ji Bufan asked in a deep voice, Are you on bad terms with your second uncle? Liu Sini explained, He's always coveted the position of chairman. My dad gave it to my brother, and I heard that my second uncle has been stirring up trouble within the group. I don't know the details. Ji Bufan pondered for a moment, took out his cell phone and called Luo Lu. It's me, Xiaofan, and I want to ask you a question. Under what circumstances can children dispose of their parents' equity? Ji Bufan's face became increasingly gloomy as he listened to the explanation on the phone. Liu Sini quickly asked, What happened? What did the lawyer say? Ji Bufan said with difficulty, Death. Either the equity is changed while the person is alive, or the children inherit after the person dies. Liu Sini collapsed completely. Ji Bufan helped her sit on the suitcase and said, This may sound harsh, but from what lawyer Luo said, your parents and brother were most likely murdered. The news about you absconding with the money is probably just a smokescreen. Liu Sini murmured, No, they're fine. Why? It's him. It must be him. It must be him. Liu Sini fainted before she could finish her words. When she woke up again, she was already in Ji Bufan's Tangchen flat. Since Ji Bufan was a stranger, the reporters and shareholders waiting outside didn't realize that he was carrying Liu Sini on his back. Awake. Come on, drink it. Liu Sini looked like she was seriously ill. Her face was sallow and her lips were pale. She let Ji Bufan feed her mouthful by mouthful. I'm going to ask my second uncle, Ji Bufan forced her onto the bed. How are you going to get out like this? Do you know how many reporters were outside when I carried you out of the community today? Look at you now. You don't have the high spirits of a movie queen anymore. If your health collapses, your family will be finished. 2 clear tears rolled down Liu Xinyi's eyes as she stared blankly at the roof. Bufan gently stroked her little face and slowly wiped away her tears. Be good and listen, and you'll be fine after a good sleep. Liu Xinyi drank the medicine and fell into a deep sleep under Bufan's massage. While he was searching for clues outside the bedroom using the black technology granted by the system, he heard the sound of shattering glass from inside the house. Bufan rushed into the bedroom and saw Liu Xinyi waving her hands wildly. The quilt was also kicked off the bed. I touched it and found that the fever was extremely serious. Called 120 immediately. Seeing Liu Xinyi start to talk nonsense, it's hot, so hot, water, drink water. In order to prevent her from hurting herself, Bufan picked her up and held her in his arms, letting her do whatever she wanted. After feeding her water, he found that Liu Xinyi had a severe fever and her face was red. He didn't care what Liu Xinyi thought. He stripped her completely naked, leaving only her panties. He found some cooling oil and a scraping board from the medicine box, applied them on his hands, and began to massage her. Liu Xinyi's fair and delicate skin had turned red. As Bufan kneaded and massaged her, she slowly calmed down. The devilish figure made Bufan a little upset, and the curvy scenery was dazzling. Under the action of the scraping board, the slender and round legs slowly began to seep out red spots. It hurts. The flat and tender belly reveals the elasticity and softness of the waist. After turning her over, her back was already wet. Bufan took the scraping board and slowly slid it across her jade back. The perky buttocks and white silk panties could not affect Bufan's mood at all. He didn't stop until the front and back of the pair of beautiful legs were covered with char. Hearing the sound of sirens getting closer, he quickly put pajamas on Liu Xinyi, wrapped her in a blanket, and hurriedly carried her downstairs. In the ambulance, the nurse was urgently preparing a fever-reducing injection. When he saw Liu Xinyi's face, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Liu, Liu." Bufan whispered, "Shut up. Give her an 4 quickly." The 2 young nurses were so scared that they dared not say anything more. Bufan said in a threatening tone, "If what happened today gets out, you know where I live, right?" Nonsense. How could a little nurse like them afford to live in a big flat in Thompson? Sir, don't worry. We have professional ethics and will not. Bufan interrupted. Is the attending physician sitting in the front? Why doesn't he come to see her? The nurse explained, it's just a simple fever, and it will be fine after a fever-reducing injection, so. Bufan looked at the words embroidered on their chests. Public hospital. No. Going there would easily expose Liu Xinyi's whereabouts. Mobile phone, payment code, send us to the best private hospital. Well, we are the top 3 in the Magic City. Bufan interrupted again. No need to say more. Open that little window and I'll talk to your doctor. What's wrong, sir? Is there something wrong with this lady? She'll be fine after a fever-reducing injection and 1 night of observation in the hospital. Don't worry, said the male doctor. Bufan quickly stated his demands and the red envelope of 10,000 yuan for each person, and the male attending doctor gave 20,000 yuan. It was already dawn. Liu Xinyi opened her eyes weakly and felt like her whole body was falling apart, as if she had been beaten up. She seemed to have a dream in which she was stripped naked by someone. The man didn't do anything with her, but kept touching and beating her. Wake up, Ying. The patient is awake. Bufan opened his eyes in a daze and was woken up by the young nurse. He found Liu Xinyi lying on the hospital bed, looking at him with her head tilted. What's wrong with me? Bufan quickly helped the man up and poured him a glass of water. You are just angry. It's okay. There is just something. After a while, 6 or 7 doctors, both men and women, came into the ward. He stared at them both like monkeys. Goddess Liu, do you feel unwell anywhere? Liu Xinyi looked at the doctors in front of her and felt a little resistant. After reading the comments of those people on the internet, she was afraid that others would look at her strangely. As a result, what she saw was concern, and these people didn't hate her. I'm much better now. Thank you for your hard work. Actually, no, there's no need for so many people. The attending doctor said, this is all thanks to your boyfriend's advance work to cool your body down, otherwise. The young nurse couldn't wait and took out a notebook and said, Sister Xinyi, can you sign your name for me? I like you so much. I don't believe your family would abscond with the money. Yes, us too. Yes, especially the role of the Empress. Listening to them talking about how much they liked her and the roles they played, Liu Cini could no longer hold back. It turns out that there are people supporting her behind the scenes. Chapter 35. The actress's lips were soft, and the place where the incident happened was found. The man with the movie queen is so handsome. What are you thinking about? You still want to eat the same one with the movie queen? The next day, Bufan was discharged from the hospital with Liu Cini, who was fully armed. After the infusion, the fever has basically subsided and the irritability has stabilized. As soon as she returned to Thompson's large flat, Liu Cini went straight into the bathroom. Bufan continued to use his hacking skills to find various information about Liu's jewelry. Missed the beautiful spring. In the bathroom, Liu Cini's long, delicate black hair was draped over her shoulders. There is not a trace of fat on the 32-year-old's body. The white and delicate skin is like a peeled egg, and the red lips that have regained their rosy color are crystal clear under the rinse of warm water. A pair of plump and perky peaches covered with water droplets, slender legs, and eyes full of temptation. In the reflection of the mirror, she looks particularly hot. Liu Cini lifted one of her long, white, and slender legs and stepped into the bathtub. The whole body is wrapped in white bubbles. She thought about everything that had happened in the past 2 days and couldn't help but look outside the door. Bufan, what kind of person are you? Half an hour later, Liu Cini changed into a cool-off shoulder strapless dress, and her round and smooth pearl shoulders reflected a little under the sunlight. Her curvy figure is extremely hot. Inside was a bra with transparent straps, revealing her huge breasts with surging waves and a round outline that was faintly visible. Her arms were exposed, as tender as lotus roots, and her black hair fell freely on her slender waist. Her 2 shiny white legs stood in front of Bufan. Because she was wearing a pair of super shorts, her legs looked like they were bare, which made people's mouths dry and wet. Her ankles are perfectly round, and her white, tender feet are bare on the carpet. Bufan shifted his gaze to Liu Cini, stunned and speechless. Does it look good? Gulp. The sound of Bufan swallowing saliva was clearly audible. Nice. Want to touch it? Liu Cini's warm little hand grabbed Bufan's big hand and pulled it towards herself. That classically beautiful oval face is full of temptation. After Bufan reacted, he put his arms around the slender waist of the royal sister and held the beauty in his arms, feeling extremely hungry and thirsty. Are you sure? His thick fingers lifted Liu Cini's fair chin. His eyes met her charming red lips, and the distance between them became closer and closer. The friction between lips. Liu Cini's eyes showed panic. She bit her red lips and broke free from his arms. She snorted. They are all lechers indeed. Bufan turned the laptop around helplessly and said, You were the one who played with fire first, my movie queen girlfriend. You'd better be careful. If you play with fire again, I'm afraid I'll eat you up. After spending 2 days together, Liu Cini became more and more interested in Bufan. There are a lot of people chasing her in the entertainment industry, but they either invite her to a hot spring or hint at her to get a room. Under the current circumstances, it is estimated that those people will avoid her. Only the so-called boyfriend she rented could be said to have saved her life at the critical moment. Are you stupid? I told you to look at the computer. Bufan's words interrupted Liu Cini's thoughts. A blush appeared on her face, and then turned pale in an instant. Where did you get this top-secret information? How is it possible? Bufan pointed to the signature and seal on the document and said, Your father's signature, personal seal, and the company's general seal. Please check carefully to see if they are correct. Liu Cini whispered, I don't know. I've never been involved in the business operations of Liu's jewelry, and my father never let me touch these things. After my father retired to the second line, my younger brother has been temporarily taking over the position of chairman. Bufan touched his chin and asked, Can you get some documents signed by your father when he was in power? Or do you have anything signed by your father at home? Liu Cini rubbed her fingers, thinking about something anxiously. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Old house. There's a house in the old city that's under Mom's name. It was her dowry, and it's always been locked up. There should be information Dad left behind in the attic. Let's go to the old house. Soon, in the attic of an old 2-story villa in Xing'an district, Bufan and Liu Cini were rummaging through a pile of junk, and the rising dust made her cough. Go out and wait, he's not fully recovered yet. This actress, who is usually aloof in front of others, rarely responded with a polite hum. Bufan looked at the old yellowed notebook, and suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he had found it. Liu Wuxian. Cini, come quickly and see if this is it. Liu Cini's eyes turned red as she looked at the yellowed leather notebook. Yes, this is Dad's notebook. Bufan looked at the signature on the document in his mobile phone. The handwriting was very similar, but it was definitely not written by the same person. This equity transfer agreement is fake. Your second uncle asked you to sign that contract because he was probably worried about any accidents. Liu Sini almost collapsed helplessly, but Ji Bufan was quick to pull her into his arms. I don't believe it. I don't believe my parents and brother are dead. I'd rather believe they abandoned me and fled abroad. Ji Bufan put his hands on her shoulders and whispered, I found these files by hacking into Liu Shengqian's phone. He also has the same files on his home computer. Do you think I would jump to such a conclusion so easily? Liu Sini looked at him with tears in her eyes and slapped Ji Bufan in the face. You're talking nonsense. How could they die? Whoa. Liu Sini threw herself into Ji Bufan's arms and burst into tears. Ji Bufan sighed and patted her back gently. I've already sent people to search for them at the last place they were seen. We should have news tomorrow at the latest. Did you hear what I said? Ji Bufan looked down and saw that Liu Sini had fainted from crying. He carried the person out horizontally, placed him on the sofa in the old house, and made a phone call. Boss, I'm sorry, I haven't found any useful clues yet, but there are over 100 meters of brake marks on this section of road. I'm trying to get help. This mountainous area is too big to be easy to find. Ji Bufan said calmly, add another 500,000. Tell me the result tonight. Okay, boss. If you can't find me tonight, bring me your head. Ji Bufan felt distressed when he saw Liu Sini with tears in her eyes. In just a few days, he experienced cyberbullying, a change of ownership of the family company, and a sky-high compensation for a film contract. In the last blow, his parents and younger brother may have died tragically. How come you're even worse off than I was before? You're still crying in your dreams. Are you stupid? Is crying any use? Ji Bufan slowly wiped away Liu Sini's tears and muttered to himself. On the way back to Tangchen, Liu Sini woke up. She didn't say a word along the way, just staring blankly out of the car. Ji Bufan had become the driver. A phone rang, anxious howls were heard, and the sound of sudden brakes filled the entire street. Boss, you'd better come over, maybe you can find it. Chapter 36. The Queen took the initiative to climb onto Ji Bufan's bed. Send to the suburbs of Marzan. Ji Bufan parked the car and honked the horn a few times. The main reason was that the signal here was too weak and he couldn't make a call. After a while, a middle-aged man with broad shoulders and a strong body emerged from the bushes nearby. You are the boss, right? This is her. She is not that big star. Ji Bufan waved his hand. There are no big stars here, so don't tell your little brothers, understand? Guo Qiong watched Liu Sini put on her mask and nodded quickly, saying, Don't worry, boss. You're so generous with your money. I, Guo Qiong, am not ignorant. We'll clear a path, but be careful of the thorns. We walked along the mountain road for more than half an hour. Liu Sini felt inexplicably at peace as Ji Bufan held her hand, and her feet were even blistered. Guo Qiong stopped in front of a dark natural cave and pointed. It's right down there. 2 men and 1 woman. Their bodies haven't completely decayed yet, but they're almost there. In this dark and damp environment, they can't keep them for more than a few days. If my brother hadn't brought a dog here, they really wouldn't have found this place. Ji Bufan glanced at Guo Qiong and said, Thank you for your hard work, brother. You must be exhausted these past 2 days, right? Guo Qiong wiped the sweat off his face and said, You gave too much. I haven't informed the people in the western suburbs and the eastern city yet. I'm afraid it's not the person you're looking for. Let's go down and take a look first. Liu Sini felt a little scared when looking at the dark cave entrance. Ji Bufan held her hand and said, If you don't dare to get down, wait for me here. We can't move until the body is confirmed, so we can't get it up. I'm leaving. Okay, I'll go down first, and you follow me up slowly. Don't worry, I'm below you. If we really fall, we can die together. Liu Sini rolled her eyes at him. It took Guo Qiong and his team 7 or 8 minutes to climb the telescopic ladder they built to the bottom. Big brother. Big brother. Guo Qiong introduced, This is the boss. Do you have any other discoveries? Brother Qiong, it's gone. It's too deep inside and the rope isn't long enough. If it weren't for this protruding boulder, we probably wouldn't have found it. Ji Bufan calmed Liu Sini down, took the flashlight, and went forward to check alone. The corpse was completely rotten, the skin had been bitten beyond recognition, and maggots were wriggling in the flesh. Seeing that Ji Bufan had been looking at her for a long time without saying anything, Liu Sini mustered up the courage to come over. When she came over, she saw a woman lying on top of a man, with an emaciated corpse lying next to them. She recognized him as her younger brother Liu Yuanzong at a glance. The watch on her hand was the birthday gift she gave to her younger brother last year. When Ji Bufan saw Liu Xinyi's expression, he instantly understood everything. The three bodies were exactly the family of three who had fled with the money. Guo Qiong, call the police. Call the city police station directly. Liu Xinyi covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. This silent crying was the most deadly. Ji Bufan forcibly pulled the person away, and Liu Xinyi just threw herself into Ji Bufan's arms and sobbed softly. Boss, I'm going upstairs to wait for the people from the inspection bureau to arrive. Why don't you all come up with me? Just let Ergu and the others wait here. Ji Bufan pointed at Liu Xinyi and said, You guys go up first. She's in no condition to climb up now. He stared at the three corpses, wondering what he was thinking. After an unknown amount of time, Liu Xinyi's emotions finally stabilized. She stood not far from the corpse, squatting there, muttering something. After about 10 minutes, the sound of a group of people running could be heard. After 3 or 4 people in white coats came down, they started collecting evidence at the scene. Liu Xinyi didn't dare to look and buried her head in Ji Bufan's shoulder. Who are the family members? How did you find out? After Guo Qiong finished explaining the whole story, Ji Bufan said, We are the family members. We have confirmed that this is the person we are looking for. We hope you can keep it a secret for the time being and not leak the information. The murderer should be right next to us. An elderly inspector said in a deep voice, Please trust our expertise. The body will be kept in the forensic room for an autopsy. You will then go to the inspectorate office to take a statement. By the time they came out of the inspectorate, it was already dark. Liu Xinyi looked at the case filing receipt in her hand, then looked back at the inspection bureau, and there seemed to be a light in her eyes. Back at Tangchen, Ji Bufan made her a bowl of egg noodles. Liu Xinyi, who originally had no appetite, suddenly developed a big appetite. Have you ever studied cooking? This is the best noodles I've ever had. Also, thank you, Ji Bufan. Without you, I really don't know what I would do. Ji Bufan teased, When the truth comes out, how about you pledge yourself to me? Liu Xinyi was stunned for a moment, and one word popped out of her mouth, Okay. Ji Bufan didn't expect that his date this time would be so full of ups and downs, and even involved a murder case. He looked at the information in his hand and thought to himself, These can't prove that Liu Shangqian killed someone. They can only prove that he forged documents. How can I find evidence? After thinking for a long time, he called Guo Qiong. Boss, I've received the money. Any other business? Can you help me investigate a few people? I need to find out their whereabouts from 10 days ago to now, and who they've come into contact with. Can you do it? After Ji Bufan finished speaking, there was silence on the phone for a while. Guo Qiong took a deep breath and said, This will cost extra, boss. 2 million, and I'll give you 2 days at most. Guo Qiong on the other end of the phone slammed the table and said, Boss, no, Mr. Ji, if you can't find out within 2 days, old Guo, won't take a penny. Send me the information. After hanging up the phone, he glanced at Liu Xinyi's room and saw that she had turned off the lights and gone to sleep. Then he went back to his room and replied to a few messages from Yi Qingyan, Han Yoshue, and Tang Mengqi. He really didn't have the mood to tease them now. Around 3 or 4 in the morning. While sleeping, Ji Bufan felt a slippery and delicate body crawling into his bed. He woke up with a start. I'm scared and can't sleep alone. Listening to the soft breathing sounds coming from his ears, he turned over and hugged Liu Xinyi. Didn't I tell you not to play with fire? You. Holy crap, why aren't you wearing any clothes? In the darkness, he actually saw Liu Xinyi blushing. Do your words still count? I promise you my body. Ji Bufan was stunned. He just said it casually to ease the atmosphere, but did the cold actress take it seriously? You don't like me. If you don't say anything, it means you like me. Kiss me. Ji Bufan didn't dare to move. This node is not suitable. Liu Xinyi paused as her hand slid down his abdomen. Do you think I'm dirty? I've had a few relationships, but I haven't done that with a man. Ji Bufan suddenly felt that someone was holding his lifeline, and his breathing gradually became rapid. The two hot bodies intertwined in an instant, and he grabbed the 2 huge peaches. Chapter 37, A Night of Passion. Liu Xinyi bit her red lips, too shy to look at him. The moonlight shines through the gauze curtains and hits their faces. When their eyes met, Ji Bufan had a strange look in his eyes. Liu Xinyi's stunning oval face was covered with blushes, and her clear and bright eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the darkness. She looked at Ji Bufan with seductive eyes. She opened her red lips slightly and licked her dry lips. The skin-to-skin contact made their bodies even hotter. Ji Bufan swallowed and slowly moved closer. The look of Liu Xinyi letting you take advantage of her is irresistible. She kissed Ji Bufan clumsily, Her movements were awkward and stiff. Bufan gently pried open her teeth and guided her step by step on how to kiss. It's impossible that such a great movie queen has never kissed anyone, right? Liu Xinyi's delicate body kept twisting. Her long and round legs were tightly pressed together, and she dared not move anymore. There seemed to be ripples in her clear eyes. The slightly cool cherry lips are very soft and sticky. After an unknown amount of time, Liu Xinyi curled up into a ball, trembling. Bufan could feel her heart beating very fast, as if she had a cramp. Probably past 69 points. The bedside lamp came on. Liu Xinyi lay weakly beside Bufan, with one of her arms casually resting on his chest. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, feeling each other's heartbeats. Liu Xinyi shyly covered her face. She really couldn't understand that it was a sound she could make. The next morning, Bufan woke up in a daze. A curvy body was wrapped tightly around him. He tilted his head and saw Liu Xinyi's beautiful face without any makeup, with tears hanging in the corners of her eyes. Are you afraid that I'll just leave, so you're using this method? Liu Xinyi fell asleep with her red lips tightly pursed, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Bufan gently wiped her tears, kissed her on the forehead, then got out of bed, dressed and left the bedroom. Hearing the door close, Liu Xinyi slowly opened her eyes and murmured, "Maybe, I don't know. I will not let you down, and I will not let you down." When Bufan prepared breakfast and called her to get up, Liu Xinyi had already dressed and was wearing black. "Let's eat." Liu Xinyi looked at the wontons on the table and her appetite grew. "Are you really not a chef? When did you do that?" Bufan smiled and said, "No, I learned cooking skills from this job." Liu Xinyi repeated, "This job? You have been doing this job of sharing a boyfriend?" Then, Bufan nodded, which was considered as his agreement. She didn't ask, and he didn't point it out. If the actress can accept it, that would be great, but if not, Liu Xinyi took a few bites but couldn't help asking, "Which one am I?" Bufan was silent for a moment, then replied, "The fourth one." Perhaps because he was afraid that Liu Xinyi would ask more explosive questions, he simply said, "Don't worry, I will help you. You know my job. If can't you change jobs?" Liu Xinyi looked at him seriously. Bufan shook his head, "I don't have a choice for now." Liu Xinyi once again returned to her image as a cool and aloof movie queen. In the silence, the phone rang. Bufan put down his phone and said, "The inspection bureau wants us to go there. They said they have made a new discovery." Half an hour later, in Shanghai, the General Inspection Bureau. Bufan and Liu Xinyi looked at the documents handed over by the staff and fell into deep thought. Document ends. The injuries were not fatal, but were caused by jumping off a cliff. The preliminary cause of death was suicide by poisoning. Bufan frowned as he looked at the document. He had been to that Hayo cave in person. It was more than 10 meters high. Isn't it fatal? Hello. I'd like to ask if this document is indeed issued by your Municipal Bureau's Forensic Medical Examiner's Office. The young inspector in front of him replied, "Yes, it's stamped with a red seal. If you have any objections, you can raise them now." Liu Xinyi was about to say something when Bufan grabbed her hand and squeezed it hard. Bufan nodded calmly. "Okay, we have some urgent matters to deal with now, so come back this afternoon to sign." After saying this, without waiting for the staff to reply, he took the autopsy report and left with Liu Xinyi. He drove very fast on the road and made several circles before returning to Thompson. Liu Xinyi said, "Why don't you let me ask clearly?" Bufan threw the autopsy report on the coffee table. "Do you think they will tell you the answer? Didn't you see that the young inspector was just there to help? You're being dealt with by a kid who's just starting out. Once you sign this, you're done." Luckily, they were a little slow to react. Liu Xinyi frowned and asked, "Are you saying that the inspectorate forged the bodies? Then the bodies of my parents and brother." "Don't panic. Let me think about it." "Hey, Luo, sorry to bother you again." "Lawyer Luo, if you don't trust the medical examiner's findings, you can seek a third-party evaluation. As you stated, this constitutes economic fraud. Of course, the verdict hasn't been finalized yet. Asking a third party to preserve the bodies would be difficult. At best, they could be placed in a funeral home. However, based on your conclusion, I can't offer much. I can only offer advice. Safeguard their remains as quickly as possible." Bufan immediately contacted Guoqiong, asking this local tyrant to help find a place would undoubtedly be the fastest. In the car, Liu Xinyi said anxiously, "How dare they destroy the body in broad daylight? I, the immediate family member, haven't given my consent yet." Half an hour later, I saw the young inspector again. "Why are you here again? Didn't your family sign and confirm the cremation?" The body has already been taken away. Broken. Liu Xini opened her eyes wide and yelled, "I'm a family member. Who gave me permission? Who did it? How could you do this? Comrade, this is the inspectorate. Please behave properly. This is the signature of your family members." Liu Xiangqian. Soon, Guo Qiong arrived with his younger brother and 2 corpse transport vehicles. "Boss, when?" "Old Guo, do you know anyone? Find someone to help stop this funeral home's corpse truck. Quick, go to this funeral home and keep watch. They're going to destroy the body." After they left, the young inspector muttered, "I really don't know what these people are thinking. One moment they say they'll come back in the afternoon, and the next moment they ask the family to sign to claim the body, and they're blaming me." "What did you say?" "Captain, no, nothing." Dong Chichang shouted, "Wu Yang, tell me, did they come back just now? Did they know that the body was taken away?" Seeing Wu Yang nod, Dong Chichang left in a hurry. What a weird family. Even the captain is weird. At this time, taxi drivers across the city were searching for a body transport vehicle that looked like the memorial funeral home, because the reward for the discoverer is 10,000 yuan. Chapter 38. I'm wrong, so what? Boss, I found it. Where is it? I'll be there soon. Make sure to stop this car. Bufan shouted. Guo Qiong continued, "No, they're heading out of town, not to the memorial funeral home." "Laro Guo, stop this car for me." "Got it. Remember to pay more, boss." Seeing Liu Xini crying again, Bufan said angrily, "Cry, cry, cry. You've been crying since the incident. Where's that calm and smart look you showed on TV? Can crying solve a problem? We must make some noise tonight." Liu Xini pouted and looked at Bufan with grievance. "I'm sad, but I can't cry. It turns out that all men are bad. Their attitude towards me changes after they get me." Bufan can't do anything with these words. Isn't this meant to arouse your fighting spirit? Okay, I was wrong, but Liu Xini, you have to calm down. You should still be able to contact those gossip reporters, right? Call them and tell them you have a press conference tonight. The other side. Guo Qiong stopped the corpse transport vehicle before it turned into the ramp. Once on the highway, it would be a life and death race. Get out of the car. Get out of the car now. The corpse transport vehicle wanted to rush out recklessly, but Guo Qiong and his group drove 3 cars to chase it and surrounded it tightly. The driver of the body transport vehicle was wearing a black mask and a hat. The moment he opened the door and got out of the vehicle, a knife stabbed directly into Guo Qiong's arm. "Brother, damn it. I'm going to kill you." The driver of the body transport truck waved a knife and looked coldly at Guo Qiong and 7 or 8 others. Guo Qiong waved his hand, signaling his younger brothers to step back, and took off his short-sleeved shirt and tied it around the injured area. His muscular body was exposed. Taking the baseball but handed to him by his younger brother, Guo Qiong twisted his neck and was about to start fighting. "Stop. Did you know that this is a highway entrance? Fighting in a group is illegal." When the driver of the body truck saw the inspector coming, he showed a smug expression and kicked the knife under the car. "Uncle Inspector, they are gangsters. They want to rob my car. Arrest them quickly." Guo Qiong threw down the baseball bat and opened the trunk of the body transport vehicle, only to see 3 rotten and smelly corpses piled up together like a Buddhist monk. When the inspector saw this scene, he covered his mouth and nose and stood far away. The timid ones had already walked to the side of the road and vomited. Guo Qiong said, "Hello, he stole the body of our loved one, so we stopped his car." The inspector frowned at the driver of the corpse transport vehicle wearing a mask and shouted, "Take off your mask and hat, put your hands on your head and squat down." The driver threatened, "Do you know who's behind me? I'm afraid your hat will be in danger." I'll say it again. Take off your mask and hat, put your hands on your head, and squat down. 1, 2, 3. Guo Qiong shouted loudly, "Brothers, take action." The younger brothers around, who were already fuming with rage, rushed forward and kicked the jerk to the ground. Some of them even took the opportunity to kick him hard in the kidneys a few times. "I'm going to sue you. I'm going to complain about you, you damn traffic inspectors. I want." Guo Qiong tore off a piece of blood-stained cloth and stuffed it into his mouth. "Just stay here and behave yourself. Do you think you can insult the inspector? Hey, enough, no lynching. You still want me to take off my hat? I'll give you a pair of silver bracelets first." Soon, the corpse transport vehicle that Bufan and Guo Qiong had found also arrived. As soon as Liu Xini got out of the car, she saw the tragic corpses of her parents and younger brother. Why? Why are these people so bad? They are all dead, but you still want to torment them. Cooperated with the traffic inspector to register. A Rolls-Royce led the way, followed by 2 body transports and 3 black sedans. A strange convoy drove towards the city. Liu Xini watched the bodies of her relatives being pushed into the freezer, gritted her teeth, wiped away her tears, and ran out. Ji Bufan looked at Guo Qiong and said, "I still have a job tonight. Protect her." Guo Qiong chuckled, "No problem, boss, we are all professionals." Ji Bufan smiled and said, "You are the only one who is being more professional. Look at this kid, he is as skinny as a monkey. Who can he beat?" "Boss, you're really good at judging people. His name is Skinny Monkey." The skinny monkey said unconvincedly, You are the big boss. If I don't fight you, you will definitely not be able to beat me. Don't underestimate me." Ji Bufan made a move instantly, pinching the skinny monkey's neck and at the same time pressing his knee into his lower abdomen. Guo Qiong put away his playful smile and quickly apologized. "Boss, I'm sorry, Skinny Monkey didn't mean it. I think your skills are extraordinary." Ji Bufan smiled faintly. "I've practiced a little bit, but I can't beat you." Guo Qiong didn't dare to ask for instructions anymore, and Shouho looked at Ji Bufan in fear. He felt an aura from this boss that was more terrifying than that of his eldest brother. "Wait for my notification. I'll text you once it's finalized. I'll pick a few brave guys to guard here for a few days. How about 5,000 a day?" When the skinny monkey heard this, his eyes lit up. "Boss, do you think I can do it?" Guo Qiong patted Shouho's head and said, "Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of it. The manager of this funeral home is my brother. I guarantee nothing will go wrong." Large flat in Thompson, city center. Liu Xini hid pitifully in Ji Bufan's arms like the little match girl. "I'm sorry. I will learn to be stronger in the future. Are you a man?" "I said that because I was anxious." Ji Bufan patted her head lovingly and sighed. "I'm also a bit harsh. Have you thought about what to say at the press conference at 8 o'clock tonight? If you're not prepared, it's not too late to cancel now, but you'll be the target of public criticism after the event." Liu Xini nodded. "I've experienced their use of pumps and they're taking advantage of others' misfortunes. What am I afraid of?" She kissed Ji Bufan's lips gently, as tenderly as if she was saying goodbye to the world. Feeling each other's heartbeats, a wonderful feeling arose, and then the two separated. After practicing for a long time quickly came to around 6 o'clock in the evening. Guo Qiong and his men were already waiting outside Tangchen. Liu Xini was wearing a well-fitting black outfit, with her hair tied up and a baseball cap on. At this moment, the actress's aura was fully unleashed. This was the Liu Xini that Ji Bufan saw on TV. With an air of keeping strangers away, her unique and cool temperament exudes charm. An art center near Songma Mountain in the suburbs of Shanghai. The place was already crowded at this time. "Fuck. I thought this was exclusive news, but I didn't expect you bastards to be here." "Goshing, who are you talking about? I'm giving you exclusive news about the actress. You're dreaming." Guess what the big news is? Is the actress's parents returning to China to surrender? Or is she retiring from the entertainment industry? Stop being funny. It should be coming. Chapter 39. Extraordinary. It's time to water the fields. Queen, what is today's theme? Did your parents really flee with the money? Queen of Film, can you reveal a little news? Is Liu Jewelry really going to change owners? Ji Bufan, Guo Qiong, and other younger brothers escorted Liu Xini as they quickly walked into the art center. The gossip reporters behind him kept asking questions. Backstage, Liu Xini looked at the manuscript nervously. She was not as nervous as she was now the night she won the Bailan Best Actress Award. Ji Bufan hugged her gently and said softly, "It's time, let's go. Making it public is the best choice." Guo Qiong led the way, and Ji Bufan and Liu Xini slowly walked into the center of the venue. Flashes and clicking sounds were heard everywhere. Even though Ji Bufan was wearing a mask, her tall figure and unique temperament still brought her a lot of exposure. The actress is suspected of revealing her new relationship, and her boyfriend is comparable to Peng Yuyan. As soon as they sat down, a flood of news was released. Ji Bufan tapped the microphone, and the venue became much quieter. "Reporters, please be quiet. We've already answered most of your questions at this press conference. Now, let her personally describe all the recent events." Looking at the countless pairs of eyes staring at her, Liu Xini took a deep breath and instantly returned to her calm expression. "Hello everyone, I'm Liu Xini. I'll be answering questions during this press conference. Please don't interrupt me. Thank you. First, regarding the issue of Liu's jewelry, I have never participated in any of its business activities, nor do I hold any shares in it. Second, the claim that my parents and brother fled with the money is completely false. They are already dead. What? Didn't someone take a picture of a family traveling together in Luoshanji? I told you not to interrupt me. Thirdly, the bodies of my parents and brother have been found. I will seek justice for them. Their deaths will not be in vain. I hope everyone will report truthfully. Thank you. Queen of Film, how come you're not sad at all about the death of your loved one? I have reason to suspect. Fork out. G. Bufan roared. How do you know she's not sad? Does she have to cry in front of you? When you forced her, she hid at home and cried. Who knows how helpless she was when you spread fake news? Instead of talking nonsense, can you please do something human? She is just a girl who has lost her loved ones. If I weren't a movie queen and the eldest daughter of Liu Jewelry, would you have come here after smelling the scent? How can you say that? She's a public figure, so everyone should know about her life. That's right, celebrities make so much money, so what if we just make some jokes about them? G. Bufan slammed the table angrily. She is also a living person. She should have her own privacy. Can she choose her own birth? I used to live in the basement. Liu Xini pulled G. Bufan's sleeve and said, Don't say that. I'm used to it. The internet was going crazy at this time. 9 out of 10 trending searches were about Liu Xini and the unknown masked man getting angry. The other side. Tang Mengqi, who had just gotten off the plane and left the airport, was resting with her eyes closed in the nanny car. There was a fan meeting in Shanghai. Xia Lan frowned as she looked at the tablet handed to her by her assistant. This seems to be President Ji, right? How did he get involved in Liu Xini's affairs? Mengqi, look at this trending search. Tang Mengqi opened her eyes in a daze and recognized at a glance that it was G. Bufan, and she instantly became alert. Sister Lan, why is he on the news? Liu Xini. Is she that movie queen? Xia Lan nodded and said, That's not something you should be thinking about right now. Your mission is this national fan meeting. Tang Mengqi scrolled through the screen quickly, her brows furrowed. Sister Lan, I want to make an announcement. After much deliberation, Xia Lan finally refused. The most taboo thing for a new artist to do when making his debut is to make random remarks and disrupt the team. Although G. Bufan was involved, for the sake of her future development, she could not let her take the risk. Suddenly, Xia Lan's eyes lit up. Director Zhong Demu expressed his support and said, If you want to publish it, just publish it. The big guys are all charging forward. At the press conference, some reporters had already received G. Bufan's information. G. Bufan, male, 24 years old, the behind-the-scenes boss of Bufan Capital with assets exceeding 1 trillion, the major behind-the-scenes shareholder of Jiangsu Wansha Group. His net worth is unknown, there is no frontal photo, and everything else is unknown. Netizens were stunned when they saw G. Bufan's profile. Zhong Demu, Mr. G is a young entrepreneur whom I highly respect. I've met Liu Xini a few times before, and I hope we'll have the opportunity to work together in the future. Wow, it turns out there's a big boss behind this movie queen. This time I support the actress. The choice of the national teacher must be correct. I've already said that Xini will definitely not get involved in this kind of thing. Haters, come out and speak up. Fuck. Tang Mengqi, the singer of hit songs like Queen, Love You, and Our Love, has also spoken out in support of Liu Xini. Peng Yuyan also spoke out. Queen Ziki also spoke out. As the incident escalated and director Zhong posted, half of the entertainment industry came out to support Liu Xini, believing in her character and personality, and requesting the relevant departments to conduct a thorough investigation into the death of her relative. At this time, Liu Shangqian, who was in the villa, put down the cigar in his hand and made a phone call. Are you sure it's clean? Okay, we have to prepare for the next step, by water. G. Bufan had already brought Liu Xini back to Tangchen. If Guo Qiong and others had not diverted most of the people along the way, they would have been in trouble. Those reporters were able to follow Thompson. G. Bufan looked at the numerous messages sent on the green letter and replied one by one. Director Zhong, don't thank me, just remember your promise. G. Bufan. Red envelope 88, you sent a total of 88 words, we are even 00. Yi Qingyan. G. Bufan, you're doing pretty well, hooking up with a famous star. Should I set off some fireworks to celebrate for you? G. Bufan. It's necessary for work. When I get back, I must take good care of the baby. Tang Mengqi. Everyone has spoken up for you, why don't you just say thank you? I miss you. G. Bufan. Don't cry when you thank you, Carrot. After replying the message, He looked up and saw Liu Xini looking at him with amusement. What's causing you to laugh so obscenely? Bufan laughed dryly twice. Nothing, just checking out the online comments about this handsome guy like me. Liu Xini rarely showed a cute expression, pouting and saying, "Are you talking to your little lovers?" Then she leaned over and buried her head in his arms and said softly, "Thank you." She looked up and kissed Bufan's lips involuntarily. Ding dong. Han Yoshua. Bufan, it's time to water the fields. 14th day of missing you. Photos of my legs in stockings.jpg. Chapter 40. What should I do if you die? The next morning, they received a call from the authorities. Bufan patted Liu Xini's jade back. The two of them quickly got dressed and headed to the General Inspection Bureau. Liu Xini complained, "You've ruined Susu. I hate you so much." Bufan drove with one hand and played with his phone with the other. "Blame me, your little hands are not messy. It's all your fault anyway. By the way, what did they say over there?" Liu Xini has also come to terms with it these days. Bufan felt that Liu Xini had not completely resolved her emotional knot and had been using that matter to cover herself up. They didn't say anything. It should be related to Liu's jewelry. Not long after, when they went in, they found that it was still the young Inspector Wu Yang who was on duty. "You are here. I invited you here because I have good news. The matter of Liu's jewelry has been investigated." Bufan and Liu Xini looked at Wu Yang in confusion. Wu Yang explained what he had discovered that day, including the abnormality of team leader Dong Chichang. He went home that night and reported the matter to his father, the mayor. As a result, before they could notify Bufan and Liu Xini, the press conference took place. In order to reduce the impact, although the case has not been closed yet, the facts are clear and can be told to them. Bufan asked, You are the mayor's son, and you are a small inspector." Wu Yang quickly waved his hands. "Keep your voice down. My colleagues don't know, and my mom asked me to be low-key. This is the entire case. Liu Shangchen has explained everything clearly. The only person who slipped through the net was the assassin he hired." Bufan looked carefully at the documents Wu Yang handed over. Liu Shangchen hired a killer to commit murder, and his entire family has been detained. The photos of Liu Wuxiang and his family traveling abroad were forged, their signatures were forged, and the financial director who stamped the company seal has also been arrested. The true cause of death for Liu Wuxiang and his two companions was an overdose of sleeping pills, followed by being thrown off a cliff and dying. Wu Yang explained, "I'm sorry, but the mage's appraisal certificate you received earlier was also fake. It was all done by Liu Shangchen and Dong Chichang. I hope you can issue a statement as soon as possible. We will also issue one as soon as we close the case." Liu Xini stared blankly at the document, muttering, "Is it broken like this? Why would second uncle do this? They are brothers. The company's annual dividends are enough for him to spend for several lifetimes. Why?" Bufan sighed, not knowing how to comfort her. Human greed has no end. When Wu Yang saw the actress Liu Xini crying so sadly, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He has always liked Liu Xini and is considered a small fan. If he hadn't paid attention, this matter would not have been resolved so quickly. Wu Yang arranged for them to go to the conference room and edited a statement as quickly as possible. Wu Yang also sent it to the mayor's father for review. After confirming that it is suitable, it is released. One stone stirs up 1,000 ripples, and the hot search explodes again. "Nida, let me say this first. I feel so sorry for the actress, my dear. What a misfortune this family has. I hope you will have a bright future. I will always love you. Xini, don't cry. Goddess, if you are scared alone, I think I can take care of you. I majored in finance. The strongest land turtle leader. The people above are dreaming. Everyone is comforting the goddess, but you are the only one dreaming here. Get lost. I will give you my turn as a postdoctoral finance student." Not long after, Liu Xini received calls from several directors and producers who had previously asked her to compensate for the losses. She rejected them all and said that if the contract was not terminated peacefully, she could file a lawsuit. With the statement issued by the National Master Zhong Demu, and these old foxes also finding out what Bufan let them see. Extraordinary capital assets exceeding 1 trillion yuan. The two superbosses stood behind Liu Xini, and they had to solve the problem even if they didn't understand. Afterwards, the whole day was busy with the issue of equity inheritance. In addition, Bufan used the power of Bufan Capital to give Liu Xini 5 billion. At this point, the major shareholder of Liu Jewelry became the movie queen Liu Xini. Thompson large flat at night. Bufan felt something was wrong as soon as he opened the door. He pushed Liu Xini, who was following behind him, out at once, and she slid 2 or 3 meters along the ground. The The person at the door saw that he was exposed and rushed out with a knife. Die! You all must be buried with me. Bufan saw that this man was very agile and must be a martial artist. He could not retreat as the knife was aimed at his chest. Liu Sini is still behind him. Bufan raised his arm to block it, and blood immediately gushed out. The masked man also saw his intention, so he moved step by step towards Liu Sini along the wall. Bufan covered his wound and looked at him coldly. Liu Shangchen is in jail, and you still want to work for him? If you turn yourself in, you might still be able to survive. Brother, don't be impulsive. Sini, run. The masked man saw Liu Sini running towards the stairs in panic and anxiously wanted to chase after her. Seeing this, Bufan immediately grabbed his knife-holding hand and pressed him against the wall. 1, 2. The knife fell to the ground. You're looking for death. The masked man reached behind his back with his left hand and pulled our knife. Puff. Bufan felt a chill in his abdomen. He had been stabbed. He was completely furious. He desperately hit the masked man's face with his head and hit his abdomen with his knees. Suddenly, Liu Sini came back. Holding a fire extinguisher in his hand, he watched the scene with tears in his eyes. Bufan, you move away, Go. Get out of here. Who told you to come back? Bufan roared. The masked man glanced at Liu Sini with a blooded face and said vaguely, Really? It's a love story between a man and a woman. Die. He held the knife and twisted it around fiercely. The ground was dripping with blood. Seeing this, Liu Sini no longer hesitated. She gritted her teeth, raised the fire extinguisher and smashed it hard on the masked man's head. Clang! The fire extinguisher fell to the ground, and the masked man sat limply on the ground with his back against the wall, his head and face covered in blood. Seeing this, Bufan covered his abdomen, slowly backed away and sat on the ground. Sini, kick the knife away, and the fire extinguisher as well. Bufan, your belly. Liu Sini covered her mouth, her face pale with fright. Bufan's lower abdomen was already stained red with blood, and a very short knife was stuck in it. Liu Sini held his face with her cold little hands and cried, Don't sleep, Wu-Wu. I called Wu Yang, he will be here soon. Don't sleep, Wu-Wu. What will I do if you die? Bufan just lost a lot of blood and felt a little dizzy. In a daze, he saw the masked man slowly sit up. Sini, kill him, quickly. Finally, he heard a loud bang, and his vision went dark and he passed out. After an unknown amount of time, when he woke up again, he vaguely saw 4 women standing in front of him. No, Yi Qingyan, Han Yoshua, Tang Mengqi. Why are they all here? Chapter 41. 4 women, several dramas. Sister Qingyan, are you pregnant? It was just a fluke, not worth mentioning. This bad guy. What's wrong with Jiangzhu? He ran to the magic city. Now look what he did. He almost became an egg Superman. How did you get in touch with us? Bufan opened his eyes in a daze. What a strong smell of disinfectant. Hissed Tilda. Bufan moved his body, and a tearing pain in his waist and abdomen spread to his heart. The bad guy is awake. Bufan looked up slightly and thought it was an illusion. Suddenly, my mind was enlightened. Why are the 4 of them gathered together? This is unscientific. Seeing this, Liu Sini quickly took a backrest to cushion him and started shaking the bed. How's it going? Yi Qingyan touched her belly resentfully and gave him a cold look. Han Yoshua bit her lips, her face full of concern. Tang Mengqi's eyes were slightly red, as if she had not rested well. Bufan murmured, You don't all know each other. Han Yoshua bared her teeth and waved her fist. You're sweating all over, you bastard. Sanmai looked at him with a smile on her face. Bufan was stunned. What the hell is going on? He's still injured. Shouldn't we take care of his injuries first? Hey, how long have I been unconscious? After saying that, he looked Liu Sini up and down. The beauty was intact, so the criminal should have been sent. Liu Sini sniffed lightly and said faintly, Why are you trying so hard? Just close the door and run away. If anything happens to you, they will tear me apart. Hey, stop looking so gloomy. Your husband is fine, isn't he? Let's get down to business. Is that idiot dead? Bah! You bastard. Marry us all if you can. After Han Yoshua finished speaking, Tang Mengqi, Yi Qingyan and Liu Sini all looked at Bufan with hope. Unfortunately, the law does not allow it. Bufan sensed a change in the atmosphere and quickly changed the subject. Xiao Yoshua, I'm thirsty. Peel me an apple. Han Yoshua waved her pink fist, then obediently peeled the apple, cut it into small pieces, and fed him bite by bite. Yi Qingyan glared at her, as if to say, "You are the only one who spoils him." Liu Sini found a news clip on her phone and showed it to him. The Liu jewelry farce ends. Family infighting, 3 deaths, and 1 serious injury. Just how intense is the feud between wealthy families? Let me tell you in detail. Shocking. The boss behind Bufan Capital is actually a martial arts master, fighting the killer with his bare hands. It was so terrifying. The killer has become a vegetable. The Liu family's second wife and many senior officials have all been sentenced. Do you still dare to marry into a wealthy family? Have you finished reading? Tell me, what's going on with the first wife? Yi Qingyan twisted Ji Bufan's ear and pointed at Lu Xin. Oh shit, my phone. Ji Bufan didn't take it away. He looked at the 8 pairs of beautiful eyes staring at him with a look of despair on his face. It's like being caught by my girlfriend masturbating late at night. My fucking white legs and black stockings are lying next to me. And you actually like your right hand? First wife Yi Qingyan, second wife Han Yoshua, third wife Tang Mengqi, and fourth wife Liu Sini. Why am I not the fourth wife? Pooh, 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 you. Liu Sini realized that she had said the wrong thing after she finished speaking. Ji Bufan said quietly, "Fourth wife, dead wife, isn't it unpleasant to hear? Beat you bad man to death." A day later, Ji Bufan was discharged from the hospital. The large living room of Thompson's large flat was filled with people. Tang Mengqi was communicating with Xiaolan and the female bodyguard about the announcement. Yi Qingyan had been running around these days and had a miscarriage, so she invited a private doctor to come to her home to take care of her. Liu Sini was contacting people from Liu's jewelry regarding the share transfer. She is now the head of Liu's jewelry. With the support of Ji Bufan, she has acquired all of Liu Shangqian's family shares. Only Han Yoshua held the fruit plate, fed Ji Bufan mouthful by mouthful, and wiped his mouth. The two of them huddled together like trash, staring at Feiang Yang. "Xiaxue, you are the best. They don't care about your husband and me. From now on, we will just be useless in this family." Han Yoshua looked around and whispered, "You bastard, are you ready? The fields are dry, it's time to water them." Ji Bufan's hands, which were wrapped around her small waist, slowly climbed up to her jade peak, and his eyes lit up. "You've become rounder." Cough. Yi Qingyan glared at the 2 people who were meeting regardless of the occasion and pointed behind him. Guo Qiong was standing awkwardly at the door. Ji Bufan brought the person into the study and asked, "Have you thought it through?" Guo Qiong nodded. "Boss, can't you bring my brothers with you?" Ji Bufan shook his head. "After spending some time together, we both agree on each other. I'm worried about them. Even if I want to bring them, I can only bring one." Guo Qiong hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Okay, I agree. From now on, Miss Liu's safety will be my responsibility. Even if anything dangerous happens, I will definitely be the first to die." Ji Bufan nodded. "Your annual salary is 2 million. You can pay the salary of the younger brother you brought here. When Sini takes a break, you can take a break too. Just follow her work schedule. You can discuss the details with Xiaolan." The house was in chaos all day and finally quieted down at night. Ji Bufan's wound has slowly begun to scab over. The doctors said it was incredible, but he himself felt that it must be the system's credit. He cooked a table full of delicious food. "Bad boy, I declare that you will be the one cooking for this family from now on." "Agree. Agree. Agree. You all really speak in unison. Go get busy tomorrow. I'm almost done. You don't have to stay with me." After Ji Bufan finished speaking, he observed the expressions of the 4 beauties and thought, "There's something going on. The main thing is that there are 4 people here, which is too inconvenient. He wants to have group sex, but he is afraid of being drowned by their spit." Night falls. Ji Bufan tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. There was a beauty sleeping in each of the 4 rooms, but no one paid any attention to him after he hinted for a long time. Suddenly, a dark figure with disheveled hair came in. Before he could react, a soft and fragrant body fell into his arms, catching him off guard. "Who are you? Get out. Hurry up, I'm afraid they'll find me." Ji Bufan's eyes lit up instantly. Xiaxue is really sensible. Hugging that delicate and graceful body, Han Yoshua moaned and quickly covered her mouth. Ji Bufan pulled down her little hand and kissed it. His pearly teeth were pried open, his saliva was sweet, and his little tongue was soft and fragrant. Following the slender waist, slowly climb up the mountain and penetrate deep into it. Han Yoshua made a humming sound. She looked at Ji Bufan with seductive eyes, and the room was suddenly filled with the scent of the sea. Ji Bufan didn't care that his wound had not yet healed completely and continued to water the plants. The music continues. Chapter 43. Any posture is up to you. Okay, I'm going to miss my flight. Remember to come back early and give me a kiss, okay? Yi Qingyan stood at the entrance holding her boarding pass, being hugged tightly by Ji Bufan. A sense of happiness arose spontaneously in her heart. Since she became pregnant with Ji Bufan's child, she smiled more often. Secretary Zhong Xianwan even suspected that Mr. Yi had been replaced. The aloof president would actually smile at customers. Ji Bufan gently touched her belly and said softly, "Don't be too tired. Let Zhong Xianwan do more work. We'll know whether it's a boy or a girl in a while." Yi Qingyan put her arms around his neck, tilted her head and smiled. "So do you like boys or girls?" Ji Bufan blurted out, "Daughter, if you give birth to someone like me, I'll be mad to death." Yi Qingyan echoed, "Indeed, I don't want to give birth to a little bastard. Wait for you to come back." Ji Bufan watched her enter the waiting hall, and only after her back completely disappeared did he put on his mask and leave. "Slut, stop looking. There's no way you can have sex with a handsome guy of this level." "What nonsense. Looking at handsome guys is illegal, but I really want to have sex with him. He's so handsome." "Don't tell me. Look at this guy. Doesn't he look like the one next to the actress on TV? I love him so much, he made that stupid reporter speechless." Thompson. Ji Bufan was lying on the sofa, watching TV boredly, but in fact he was already lost in thought. The four beauties are all busy with their own things. They have been so indulged during this period and have been pushed around by the system. He doesn't know what will happen in the future. Will he always be a shared boyfriend? There will always be a day when we grow old. He opened the system panel, trying to find out if there were any undiscovered loopholes that could be exploited. Host, Ji Bufan. Age, 24. Strength, martial arts master top-level boxing and kicking skills. Lottery system, not unlocked. System mall, not unlocked. Personal wealth, 267,800,0052 Chinese yuan, a Shanshuiwan villa, and a Volvo car. Skills, unstoppable gun, god-level cooking, god-level singing skills. I have 2.6 billion, and it's time for my date with my sweetheart tomorrow. The fees I paid to Guoqiong alone were almost 4 million. Plus, buying out Liu Shangqin's family shares for her cost me about 8 billion. And yes, I also owe director Zhang Demu a favor. I promised to invest 10 billion in his next film. After Ji Bufan finished his calculations, he chuckled. He had made a lot of money on this date, but it was a pity that the four beauties did not give him the chance to have a group sex. System. When will the lottery system and mall be unlocked? This system will not answer the host's questions. Braze. Ding ding ding. Green letters messages came in several pieces as if they had been discussed beforehand. Han Yoshua. Bad boy, I've already arrived in Jiangsu. I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye to you. I'll do whatever you want when you come back, Carrot. 9 consecutive photos of an OL in black stockings. Her thighs are all blue. You're so bad. Just ignore me, right? Chalk.jpg. Ji Bufan almost vomited blood. Is this girl crazy? Hurry and retreat. Don't save this kind of thing on your phone. No, this small room looks so familiar. Isn't this the suite in Qingyan's office? Don't play dead, speak up. Tang Mengqi. Bufan, I just finished a notice and have left the Magic City. Please remember me. Heartphoto.jpg. Ji Bufan, don't be too tired. If you don't want to go, don't go. I'll support you. Putting down his phone, he took a look and found that the private photo was finally withdrawn. But why was Han Yoshua in Yi Qingyan's office? Is she secretly planning something behind his back? It really makes me worry. On the other side, Liu Xini had just finished her work at Liu's Jewelry and was preparing to meet a big director under the escort of Guoqiong and her female assistant. Boss Liu, why don't you go have lunch first? Brother Qiong, let's go. We have already made an appointment. The private room on the top floor of Baoge Hotel in Shanghai. Lao Zhong, what's going on? It's so mysterious. Oh, by the way, give me the script you saw last time. Chenin placed his big hands on a white thigh and stroked it back and forth. Old Chen, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you've already married the most beautiful female star of our generation, and you still, is this appropriate? Get her out. Zhang Demu glanced at the girl who was about 20 years old. She was younger than her daughter and was dressed very coolly. Her breasts were about to burst out and kept rubbing against Chenin's arm. Chenin patted the girl's butt, and the unknown 18th tier actress twisted her waist, hummed, and walked out. Old Zhong, you, who are pure and unselfish, can't let me suffer with you, right? You know that tigress at home. She's really beautiful, but she's just not romantic. What's wrong with me having some fun? Let's not talk about her anymore and get down to business. I invited Liu Cini today. After Zhang Demu finished speaking, Chenen's face turned ugly. Lara Mosey, don't you know about my feud with her? Disgusting, isn't it? You think you're right when people don't allow you to have unspoken rules? Aye. Boom, boom, boom. Enter. Liu Cini was wearing a smart casual outfit and saw the old pervert Chen, and as soon as she entered the door, snort. Liu Cini glanced at him and sat down. Director Zhang, thank you for speaking up for me a few days ago. I'll treat you to dinner when you're free. Oh my, why are you pretending to be innocent? Aren't you following the boss of that extraordinary capital? What a slut. Chenin put down his teacup sarcastically as if he was sick. Chenin, don't go too far. I respect you as a great director of the older generation and a senior, and I won't bother with you, but that doesn't mean I can allow you to insult me. Liu Cini stood up and prepared to pick up her bag and leave. Zhang Demu quickly stopped her and glanced at Chen, and it's like this, Cini, please sit down first. It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. Please give me some face and let the past go with the wind. How about that? Chenin slammed the table and said, Laro Zhang, don't tell me that you want her to be the protagonist in our co-production of that script. I won't do it. Unless, he. Liu Cini stared at Chen and with her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help it, so she picked up the cup of water in front of her and poured it over him. You old pervert. Even if I'm not filming, I won't let you touch my hair. Get out of here. Zhang Demu watched Liu Cini slam the door and leave, then sat down helplessly and growled, Can that thing of yours still get hard? What are you doing, Chenin? Do you know that she has 2 billion on her? I told you that the small boss who invested 1 billion in me is the man behind her. Chenin frowned and said, Is he the guy who made Tang Mengqi famous? And that crazy woman Xia Lan also worked for him. Yeah, that's the 1 billion he casually mentioned. If that guy knew I was going to support Liu Cini, the additional investment would only be more, not less. Can you use your brains? You've been wasting all these years. Chapter 44. Almost getting on the highway in the car. Chenin's face turned pale and blue. Zhang Demu really didn't give him any face at all. This art film has no intention of recouping its investment. If you don't seek out someone with deep pockets like this, where else are you going to get investment? Are you going to pay for it yourself? Zhang Demu became angrier and angrier as he spoke. After hesitating for a moment, he called Ji Bufan. Boss Ji, there might have been a small misunderstanding. Yes, you want to bring Liu Cini over again? Okay, I'll wait for you. Chenin sneered. Old Zhang, from what you just said, this Mr. Ji is just a young boy, right? He takes the family money and squanders it, and gets involved with women in the entertainment industry. Maybe we can become good friends. A piece of shit like Liu Cini, she won the Best Actress Grand Slam before she was 30. Do you think she can be clean behind it? Don't worry, you'll see my performance later. Downstairs of Baoga Hotel. After throwing the car keys to Guo Qiong to park the car, Ji Bufan jumped into the nanny car. Liu Cini was pouting and looking unhappy. Hey, you, how did you know I was here? You sent Guo Qiong to monitor me, didn't you? Ji Bufan reached his hand behind her, wrapped it around her slender and elastic waist, and pulled her into his arms. Pa. Ah, you're so embarrassing. Liu Cini didn't expect that Ji Bufan slapped her on the butt 3 times as soon as he arrived. She buried her little face in his arms, greedily sucking in the unique scent of Ji Bufan, her heart beating faster and faster. Ji Bufan didn't hit her too hard or too lightly. After the beating, she felt very excited and wanted him not to stop, but it was too embarrassing. You didn't tell me you were being bullied. Liu Cini looked up and met Ji Bufan's aggressive gaze. You, Guo Qiong told you. Before she could finish, Ji Bufan put his hand behind her head and suddenly lowered his head to kiss her. The other hand slowly moved up along the waist and climbed up to the jade peak through the clothes. Liu Cini moaned, her body softened, and she hugged his neck with both hands. Don't go in, there's someone. After kissing for a long time, Liu Cini's face turned red. Director Zhang called me and said there was a misunderstanding with you. I feel it would be inappropriate for me not to come. What's going on? Liu Cini leaned on him and slowly told him some old stories. I was probably 25 or 26 that year. Chen En was a famous director who wanted me to be the leading lady in his movie. I thought that dinner was just normal, but he ended up trying to rape me. You, don't think too much. I didn't let him touch it. I hit his head with a bottle. Just now, he was here too, and he insulted me. Bufan clenched his fists. There really are all kinds of people in the entertainment industry. How could such a bad apple become a famous director? How did I insult you? Can't you just call Guo Qiong in and beat him up? I'll cover for you if anything goes wrong. What are you afraid of? Liu Xini looked at him lovingly, and she found that she had not fallen in love with the wrong person. After just 1 week of getting along, she really fell in love with this man who was 8 years younger than her. So this is what it feels like to have someone backing you up. Liu Xini slowly kissed his lips, opened her red lips slightly, and stretched out her small lilac tongue to entangle with his. Bufan's big hand was not honest either, and slowly reached into her clothes from behind. Don't. After we get home, okay? Please. Bufan wiped the wet words on his hands and said, Don't tempt me. You are too beautiful. Xini, I can't resist. Liu Xini hit him lightly with her hammer. No wonder Sister Yoshua called you a bad boy. You even smell. She buried her face in his arms in shame and anger, and Bufan gently stroked her jade back. No, I can't bear it any longer. I've already made an appointment with Director Zhong. Please tidy up your clothes and take me to see that old pervert. Liu Xini said worriedly, Promise me, don't be impulsive. He has great power, and I'm afraid you'll suffer. In the private room on the top floor of the hotel, Bufan pushed the door open and walked in. He gave face to Lao Zhong by not kicking the door open. Holding Liu Xini's hand, he sat directly opposite Chen An. Director Zhong, I haven't even started introducing the leading actress to you yet, and you're already contacting her. Zhong Demu heard the meaning of accountability in Bufan's words and kept apologizing. Chen An looked at Bufan with a playful expression. Director Zhong, we had agreed on a 1 billion investment before. I owe you a favor, but an old dog insulted my woman. How do I settle this account? Bufan said, shaking the tea in his hand. Liu Xini clung to him tightly, acting like a clingy little girl. She didn't have the attitude she had just used to angrily confront Chen An. Her image as the cold and aloof movie queen had fallen off. Chen An slammed the table and yelled, You little brat, I've never heard of someone like you in China. Just because you have a little money, you can't tell east from west? No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. Bufan said in a gloomy voice, Old dog, old dog, old dog. Did I call you? You're asking for trouble. Who do you blame? Director Zhong, what's the point of bringing this thing here? Seeing this, Zhong Demu hurried to smooth things over. If they kept going back and forth for a few more words, a fight would surely break out. He knew Bufan's skills. His stupid nephew was already disabled, and Chen An, the idiot, didn't even look at his expression. Mr. G, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for not telling you in advance. This new script was written by Director Chen and I, so. Absolutely not. Bufan said firmly, Then I can't possibly invest in your script. Don't blame me for being unkind. With this 10 billion, it wouldn't be considered a breach of contract if I invested in your independently produced script, right? Zhong Demu was getting anxious. He and Chen An had been working on this script for 10 years. They were willing to make it even if it meant losing money, and since it was a period film, he had already figured out what to do with the 1 billion Chinese yuan. Rebuilding a village where I lived in my childhood, the railway tracks and old trains, the forest farm, and the mine all require authenticity and are money-burning things. Boss G, how about this? I'll have Chen An apologize to Miss Liu, and we'll just let this go. How about that? Bufan said calmly, Kick this old dog out, and I'll invest another 1 billion yuan in you, a total of 2 billion yuan, and Xini will remain the heroine. Zhong Demu's old eyes are about to shoot lasers. 2 billion? Then he can simply replicate all the scenes in his mind, and invite actors from the older generation to perform, without any traffic stars trying to squeeze in, and still save a lot of money. Chen An frowned and looked at Zhong Demu. Old Zhong, what do you mean? Do you want to kick me out? Zhong Demu looked at Chen An coldly. Old Chen, honestly, I've tolerated you for a long time, but our friendship is so strong. You should know this script is my dream, right? Who would be willing to invest in pure capital and let it go to waste? Apologize to President G. You're out. I'll give you a good script so we can part ways amicably. Okay, Mr. G. It's just a little brat and a woman who's been played with by someone else. Give me 1 billion and I'll give up half of this script. Chapter 45 Lolita twin ponytails are so soft. 1 billion. Can you get drunk even drinking tea? Chen An, you're going too far. Zhong Demu, I treat you as an older brother, and you are turning against me for this little money. Chen An roared. Director Zhong scoffed. Who in the industry doesn't know what you've done? Trash like you, aside from being useful when you're horny, you're just living off your father's wealth. What can you possibly produce? You don't want to quit, right? Then let's see who shoots it first. At worst, I can just shoot my part and write a new sequel. Is that difficult? Chenin rushed over, grabbed director Zhong by the collar, and growled, "You'll definitely regret this." Snort. Wait, did I let you go? Chenin looked at the door blocked by Guo Qiong, turned around and spat at Ji Bufan. "You little bastard, you dare to hit me? If you move, I'll put you in jail for life." Bang! Ji Bufan slapped Chenin in the face, and the old dog bumped into the door and collapsed on the ground. "Hit you? Hitting you is still a light punishment. If you don't apologize to my wife today, you can only crawl out of this door. Sue me, it's up to you." At this time, Chenin finally remembered what Zhong Demu said, that his nephew had his legs broken and became disabled. "You, don't mess around. This is a society ruled by law. If you dare to touch me, Ji Bufan stepped on Chenin's ankle, causing him to break out in a cold sweat due to the pain. "I know, I didn't break any laws. Who saw me hit you? I was obviously practicing boxing, but you had to bump into me. Anyone who hears this will say it is shameless." Zhong Demu simply turned his back and drank his tea calmly. Out of sight, out of mind. It was the old guy's fault. "Zhong Demu, you saw it all. I'm going to sue him. Sue him to death." Bang! Help! Murder! Help! Ooh! Ji Bufan squatted down and looked at the old pervert in his 60s in front of him, with murderous intent in his eyes. He whispered, "Do you know the killer hired by Liu Shangchen who died in Tangchen? I killed him with a fire extinguisher." As he spoke, he lifted up his clothes, revealing the gauze that had not yet been removed. In fact, he was already healed. "He stabbed me more than 10 times, but I still killed him. How many punches do you think you can withstand?" Chenin's head was covered in cold sweat, and his crotch felt hot and damp. You, don't mess around, Bang! Ji Bufan hit the wooden door he was leaning against with a circle, and the door was directly dented. Liu Sini looked at him worriedly. "What a bad guy. Does your hand hurt?" Zhong Demu was also startled by the sound. He looked back and saw that the wooden door was dented by the hammer. He breathed a sigh of relief, but he hoped that no one would really die. "Apologize to my wife and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll ruin anything that has your name on it in the future. I heard you have a beautiful daughter." Chenin's eyes narrowed as he thought of the extraordinary capital that suddenly appeared, a supergiant who had paid in 1 trillion Chinese yuan after verification by many parties. Can he really win? Thump. Chenin didn't care about the hot and wet liquid flowing from his body and kowtowed to Liu Sini several times. "Miss Liu, I was wrong before because I didn't recognize the real talent. Please forgive me. I was wrong, really wrong." Liu Sini covered her mouth and nose and took a few steps back in disgust. Ji Bufan was blocking her view, so she couldn't see. Now she saw clearly that the old dog was actually scared to death by Ji Bufan. "Go away, don't get so close to me. You, just go away." Chenin ran away as if he had been pardoned, but the moment he left the house, a hint of viciousness flashed across his eyes. The talks went smoothly afterwards. They moved to a private room. Ji Bufan invested a total of 2 billion in Zhong Demu, all in the name of Liu Sini. In the nanny car, Liu Sini snuggled in Ji Bufan's arms, caressing his chest with her small hands, and whispered, "Why are you so nice to me? There's someone outside the car." Through the glass, Ji Bufan saw Guo Qiong and his female assistant standing not far away. There are privacy films on them, so who can see them? So sweet. "Don't be angry. Please wait for me to come home in the evening. I have other plans next. Moo, just wait for me to come home." Ji Bufan looked at the nanny car going away, and for the first time he felt that Sister Xiaolan was a bit of a hindrance. Why did she need such strong abilities? He doesn't even have time to set up a car town. I've never played anything so exciting. Bite. Liu Sini, honey, I think I left my bracelet in the private room just now. It's okay if I can't find it. I love you. Ji Bufan smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, I have to go up and look for something." If fans knew that the so-called cool goddess actress in their eyes had this kind of personality behind her, I wonder if the internet would be paralyzed. "Brother, have you cleaned up the private room just now?" "Ah, are you the owner of room 888 on the top floor?" "It's not cleaned up yet. The top floor is usually not used much, so few people go up there." "It's me. I think I lost something in there. I'll go look for it myself. You go ahead and do your work." "Thanks." You're welcome. I'm also helping a client with their luggage. I can't help you. Sorry. Bufan whistled and slowly pushed open the door of the private room 888. After turning on the light, he was dumbfounded. I saw a young girl wearing a Lolita dress and with 2 ponytails sitting on the carpet against the wall. Damn it. There's no way there's a honey trap in a 5-star hotel like this, right? Hey, girl. Tilda, it's hot, hot. The girl murmured softly. Bufan moved over and squatted down. He saw that the girl's face was flushed, as if she had just finished something. A beautiful little face as white and tender as snow, with a small oval face, a cherry mouth, and a beauty mole at the corner of the eye. The twin ponytails are so cute that they can bring out people's animal desires. The exposed shoulders were covered with a layer of pink, and the Lolita skirt was bulging out due to her breasts, which looked like a big D. She was kneeling on the ground with her legs turned inwards. There were some stains on her white stockings, and her delicate little feet were wearing black half-covered leather shoes. A perfect 2-dimensional costume. Pop. Bufan slapped her lightly. The girl seemed to be drunk and her urination was all over Lolita and Basie. Wake up. Bufan turned around, picked up a cup of remaining herbal tea, and splashed it on her face. Tilda hot. The girl slowly opened her eyes and looked at the handsome man in front of her in a daze, hoping that he was not that playboy. She threw herself into Bufan's arms. It's a softball when you get it. So big. The girl's small hands slowly climbed up his neck, and her charming little face came close to him.